La 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 bamba. Shaded. Yeah. What you gon' do for the bag? Yeah. Spin it like in my last. Yeah. Spin it, make it all bad. La 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 bamba. Shout it back. Yeah. All the cash up for grabs. Yeah. There's no cap. She like that, I keep coming back. La 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 bamba. Yeah.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to ML Botball here on Twitch.tv. We are about to get underway with game one of the day, a little bit behind schedule, but we will get you to Wrigley Field for game 2 of 4 between the Chicago Cubs and the Los Angeles Dodgers. My name is EB from Toronto, joined today for this game by Brandon Ross. Brandon, welcome back. It's been a while since we've seen you in the booth.
Well, thank you. It's definitely nice to be back. Had a busy last couple of months, actually teaching some sports media classes at my high school. So it's been an interesting last few months, and I'm happy to be getting back in the ML ball swing. Unfortunately, we had to wait a little bit. There was a little bit of a windy delay in the Windy City, but fortunately, that usually means some big flies, and we got some big lineups coming here today.
Absolutely. Both of these teams are at the top of their divisions. The Cubs are 76 and 49, ahead by just 1.5 game ahead of the Reds, and the Dodgers also have a very slim lead in the NL West, 74 and 53, just a half a game ahead of the Arizona Diamondbacks. The Dodgers took the game yesterday by a final of 8-0, so it was a good game for them. Cubs are just 4 and 6 in their last 10. They took 2 of 3 from the Blue Jays over the weekend. That didn't make yours truly too happy, but good for them. And then, as I mentioned, they lost game 1 of this series yesterday, so they will try to bounce back. Our pitching matchup today will be Darvish going for the Cubs, and for the Dodgers, it'll be Clayton Kershaw, so a very, very exciting pitching matchup.
You know, Clayton Kershaw's got a good ERA on the season, but as you can see there, he's had a rough go the last few starts. Win-loss record still looking good, but he's been giving up a lot more runs than usual, a lot more hits too, so he's going to have to keep those in check if he wants to get the edge. If you told me about this matchup happening 5 years ago, this would have been a major deal. This would have been must-watch television, but obviously Darvish has really struggled to regain his full form since that litany of injuries that have happened over the last few years. But hey, he's doing decent this season, and it'll be an interesting matchup nonetheless.
Always interesting when the Cubs and Dodgers get together, two of the most storied franchises in baseball. And here is Mr. Darvish making his 27th start of the year.
You see that whip number. It's not necessarily what he wants it to be, but it's definitely better than in years past. A 1.32 number. That's about a little bit above where he would like to be, but it's in a good spot for him, and to take on this Dodgers lineup, though, he's probably going to have to go well below that.
Here is Mookie Betts, very good average on the road, so I'm sure he's happy to be at Wrigley Field. He leads things off for the Dodgers and plays in right field. 285 for Mookie on the year.
He's also got those 16 home runs on the road, too.
Darvish deals high, 1 ball and no strikes. Obviously, Darvish, a little bit of time with the Dodgers, 2017. Did pretty well for them, and he pitched well against the Cubs in the National League Championship Series, but the World Series was a whole different story for him, as he deals low to Mookie, 2-0.
I mean, the postseason pitching with both him and Kershaw have been matters of interesting discussion.
Yeah, we could definitely get into that. Obviously, Darvish faced the Astros in the World Series twice, once on the road and once at home, as Mookie pops that one up to second base, and Nico Hoerner makes the play, and that's the first out. And then he faced the Astros again in Game 7 at Dodger Stadium. And both times he had a very hard time getting through the Astros lineup. Now, at the time, we didn't know what we know now about the Astros, but still a very rough World Series for him, and Dodgers end up moving on, and he signed this big contract with the Cubs. As Max Muncy steps in, takes outside. Muncy playing at second base. He used to be the everyday first baseman, but with the acquisition of former Cub Jorge Soler, He's moved to second base against right-handed pitching. Jock Peterson plays first against right-handers. 1-0 pitch to Muncy. Misses inside. 2-0.
And you're seeing a lot of teams starting to juggle some more of those young bodies around positions. It's much more of a trend that guys, when they come to the big leagues, they'll end up changing positions. You're seeing with, in the American League, the Yankees are trying to make Miguel Andujar basically play every position in the book. Came up as a third baseman, but they're training him as an outfielder and a first baseman too.
Got to keep the bat in the lineup. Pitch is high, 3-0. Obviously, very difficult in the National League when you have the pitcher hitting, so you only have 8 spots, and you got to make sure everybody gets their playing time. American League, maybe a little bit easier. You have the DH, so somebody can always DH, or they can rotate the DH spot. 3-0 pitch to Muncy. He's going to miss low, so it's a 4-pitch walk with 1 out.
And we're talking in the ML Bop Ball universe, the rule still applies, but obviously out in Major League Baseball, there's the permanent DH for all games happening. But here in ML Bop Ball, we still got pitchers hitting, and I personally am a big fan, just because it always adds a little fun element to things. It does, however, add a big layer of difficulty.
Yeah, I like the fact that you have 2 different rules for the 2 different leagues. As Soler, the former Cub, takes it outside, blocked by Contreras. It's interesting to see, those 10 games a year that American League teams play in National League ballparks, just to see the strategy, and pitchers who don't usually hit get to swing the bat. I kind of like that difference.
And perhaps the most entertaining thing is seeing guys who have been in the AL for a long time.
That's going to be off the ivy in left field, and Muncy's going to make it all the way to third. Here's the throw, not going to be in time from Ian Happ. So, very long single for Jorge Soler, first and third for the Dodgers.
That's an element of this ballpark that's often underrated. That ivy covers up a hard brick wall, so it always takes a really hard ricochet. And given how fast that ball went off the bat, he didn't really have much more room to run.
Cody Bellinger takes a strike. He's playing in center field for the Dodgers. Rest of the lineup, Justin Turner at third, Jock Peterson at first, Gavin Lux at shortstop, Will Smith, catcher, batting eighth, Clayton Kershaw, the pitcher, in the number 9 spot. 0-1 pitch. He's going to miss high, 1-1. Cubs defense made a couple of moves yesterday. Kyle Schwarber got injured during the game, so Ian Happ is in left field. Almora is in center, Hayward in right. On the infield, Chris Bryant at third, Javi Baez at short, Nico Horner at second, Anthony Rizzo at first as Cody swings and misses. Wilson Contreras is behind the plate. So the move was Kyle Schwarber to the injured list. Jason Kipnis called back up from AAA, and he'll be one of the guys on the bench for the Cubs.
Kyle Schwarber is another one of those guys where they moved him to a different position to keep that bat healthy, because obviously he was struggling keeping those knees in check behind the plate.
Bellinger takes it inside, 2-2. He was the DH in the 3 games the Cubs played in Toronto over the weekend. 2-2 pitch, misses low, full count from Darvish. Justin Turner waiting on deck. Darvish so far, a little bit of a struggle here. As he deals the full count pitch to Bellinger. And he swings and misses for strike 3, so no problem there.
He had a couple of quick outs against some of the bigger hitters. Set down Bellinger on strikes. You got Mookie Betts to fly out. You're in a precarious situation, but at least that gives you some confidence to boo you when you're facing a guy like Justin Turner, who can still mash it pretty well.
Turner takes a strike. He was out for a while with an injury, but his numbers have been improving since. He's at 261 overall. Only 8 home runs. Again, missing time because of that injury. A very, very important part of this lineup. The 0-1 pitch misses low. 1 ball and 1 strike.
I mean, with the Dodgers, you have unquestionably the most challenging offensive lineup, top to bottom, in the entire National League. Really, the Yankees are the only team anywhere in MLB that can really compete on that front.
Indeed, we were talking before we came on air about this is a possible playoff preview between the Cubs and the Dodgers once again. And that's going to miss. Contreras throws to third, but Muncy's not going anywhere. Two balls, two strikes, two outs, two on here in the top of the first. Darvish deals and Turner puts it in play, and that's going to be caught by Hayward. So he gets in trouble and gets out of it. No runs, one hit, one walk. We go to the bottom of the first. Cubs coming to bat. And we see here the future Hall of Famer Clayton Kershaw taking the mound for the Dodgers today.
.285 ERA. Actually, not that great by Clayton Kershaw standards, but obviously excellent in a league that is growing more and more offensive focused. It has been, over the last 5-6 years or so, a much more home run strikeout centric league than a get on base and move your way around type of league. That sort of old money ball approach, small ball approach is becoming rarer and rarer as we move along through the years.
Obviously, this happens a lot now with home runs going up. So I always think if you just manage to limit the damage, so the solo home run won't usually kill you, then you'll be okay. And I think that's been his bugaboo the last few years for Kershaw. It's giving up those home runs. 1-0 pitch. Misses 2-0. Pitch. Fly ball to center field, and Cody Bellinger makes the play. So 1 out here for Kershaw.
Brian's one of those guys who is very home run strikeout heavy in the early part of his career. The last few seasons, though, he's definitely got better at making contact with the ball. Anthony Rizzo, though, is a guy who has always been consistent no matter what. He has never been one to strike out excessively. He is a tough-as-nails player to try to get down the Chicago lineup.
A little surprised that the friendly confines of Wrigley Field haven't been so friendly to him this year based on those numbers we saw.
Hey, no, we were talking. It was a little windy delay that had this game getting started about 15-20 minutes behind schedule. So who knows? Ball could fly.
We saw only 6 of his home runs have been hit at Wrigley. Other 18 on the road. He had one in Toronto on Friday night. Fouls that one back, 1-2. Just .261 for Rizzo this year. He does have those 24 home runs. 1-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. Kershaw gets him.
Batting third, the shortstop.
Beautiful breaking ball, just dropped right below the knees. Caught him a little bit out in front, that's all he needed. Just took a couple miles an hour off that on a changeup.
Shortstop Javi Baez takes the ball outside. Baez .279. He has 24 home runs, all of power up and down this Chicago Cubs lineup.
Perhaps 2 of the best young shortstops in the entire NL taking the field today, obviously. Baez with a few years under his belt, and then on the Dodgers side, second-year pro Gavin Lux, really his first full season. He's got a lot of promise ahead of him.
Kershaw falls behind 3-0, and the Dodgers also have the, I guess I can call him a veteran now, shortstop. Corey Seager, he's on the bench. 3-0 pitch to Baez is fouled away. Once again, with the acquisition of Soler, they had to move pieces around the lineup, so Gavin Lux moved from second to short. Corey Seager not having a great year, but he's still on the bench, and he's a power threat off the bench. As there's a fly ball to right, and Mookie Betts makes the play, so 3 up, 3 down, go the Cubs. We go to the second inning with no score here at Wrigley Field. Jock Peterson lead things off for the Dodgers in the inning. He He's playing first base against right-handed pitchers. He was out of the lineup yesterday when the Cubs had Jose Quintana pitching, but against the righty, he will be in the lineup playing first base. Darvish deals inside, 1 ball, no strikes. Dodgers have this luxury that they have a bunch of guys who can really move all around the field, so they can move pieces around as they need.
It's sort of a development with baseball and the idea that defense, while important, is growing less and less important in the modern game. It's sort of the similar movement you're seeing over in the NBA with basketball, where guys are typically confined to a position based on their build and skill set, but now positionless basketball is becoming more and more of a trend.
That's a foul ball down the right field line. You know, they tried Jock Peterson a little bit at first last year. He struggled defensively, but the Ball Peterson has done a nice job at first base. He takes the ball outside, 2-2. You know, the old line from Moneyball, playing first base is easy. Tell him, Wash. It's incredibly difficult. It really is not an easy thing to do. As Jock swings and misses, and another strikeout for Darvish.
Building that confidence, had a couple of base runners early on in that inning back in the first, but he's really setting down the best hitters in that lineup, and there really hasn't been an easy hitter to take on yet by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, up and down this lineup, you see guys with really good numbers. Gavin Lux is going to have a base hit. Jason Hayward cuts it off, so it'll be a 1-out single.
Anyone but Jason Hayward's there. That's probably getting into the corner, and Lux might have 2, possibly even 3 bags. So good job by him cutting that one off.
Now, Will Smith may be a guy you can say is a quote-unquote weak point in the lineup, only batting .235, but he does have 23 home runs as well.
I've always wondered why his walk-up song isn't The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
I think it might be this year, which is outside 2-0.
That would be incredible.
Yeah, now he's on the injured list in real life, so I can't tell you for sure. But earlier in the year when he was playing, I'm pretty sure he uses the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air as his walk-up song as he swings and misses there. We just call him the Fresh Prince of L.A.
Yeah, nope. I have now done further checking, and as of last year, his walk-up song is, in fact, The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Good.
So I did hear it properly when I was watching the Dodgers games earlier this year. That's good. 3-1 the count to him. Again, not batting for average necessarily, but does have the power. 3-1 pitch from Darvish. Fouled off. Smith getting the everyday playing time. Austin Barnes backing him up. Full count pitch. Another foul. Darvish hasn't given up a run yet, but they are making him work. As he deals again, and another foul ball. Here's another full count pitch. Fly ball to right field. Going back is Happ, and that one's going to bounce off the ivy. Lux will go to third. Smith will go to second. And it's second and third for the Dodgers on the double by Will Smith.
Kershaw.
Will Smith got that one in a real good spot. Had a bounce that went a little bit further away to the point where he was able to move those runners up. Now a great position. This will be fun.
So Kershaw's going to pop it up. Baez makes the play. Nobody's going to run on him, especially not from that distance. I was wondering if they might try to bunt, bunt the runner home like a squeeze. But they just had him swing away, so he makes the second out, and Dave Roberts is talking to him, I guess, about that.
It's always a risky proposition with the suicide squeeze, to say the least.
That's one of the things I don't like about the pitcher hitting of runners at second and third. Mookie takes high.
But you never know. Sometimes you can get amazing fireworks. I was a broadcaster for a summer college league a couple of seasons ago, and there was a game where it was the last game of the season. Things had already been well decided in terms of the standings. The impact of that game had no impact on the outcome of the season.
As they just get Mookie at first base, Baez throws him out, so no runs for the Dodgers despite a couple of base runners. They go to the bottom of the second still with no score. So you got to finish your story now.
I'll get to it. So again, talking about a story I had from a couple of summers ago. Standings had been decided. The impact of the last game of the season had no effect on what would happen in terms of playoff standings. Both teams were already in. So one of the teams, literally, I believe there were 5 pitchers in the starting lineup, and they only had position players pitch. There was a pitcher who went 6 for 7, and there were 2 who got RBI singles. Our setup man hit a sacrifice fly. It was a very, very, very interesting day. I think the closer even drew in brought a run home by drawing a walk.
Ball 3.
Contreras lays off, so it's 3-1. See, you can do that stuff when you know you're in the playoffs at the final that you can also find. But see, I guess there are pitchers who rake. 3-1 pitch is going to miss for ball 4, so it's a leadoff walk. Issued by Kershaw. To the catcher, Wilson Contreras.
What's funny is the guy who went 6 for 7 lied to the coach about being a two-way player back in school because he went to a D3 institution. He's like, hey, I'm a two-way guy back in school. I can hit. He's like, oh yeah? Put you at third base. Sure enough, 6 for 7. A couple extra base hits in there too.
So he got lucky that it worked out for him. See Ian Happ stepping in. He's going to play left field in the absence of Kyle Schwarber. He was playing a little bit of second base earlier. Takes a strike. Switch hitter batting right-handed. They'll be followed by Nico Horner and then Jason Hayward. Pitcher, HOU Darvish bats in the 8th spot for the Cubs. Albert Almora Jr. is in center field batting 9th.
I've always been fascinated by how the Tony La Russa idea of having the pitcher bat in 8th has taken hold over the last few years. Similar way a lot of teams are starting to put their best hitter, regardless of if they can run, lead off in the lineup so that they can get more at-bats.
Yeah, you see Mookie Betts leading off for the Dodgers. Well, he can run a little bit, but he's mostly a guy who can start off the game with a bang, as that's popped up behind the plate. Smith makes the play. That's the first out. But the Cubs have Bryant, who's also, he can run a little bit. He's got 6 stolen bases, but the same thing. That's, a guy who can hit a leadoff home run and put you up 1-0 before you can even see what's going on. And then I don't mind the pitcher hitting 8th and another speedster like Albert Almora Jr. batting 9th.
It's a very sound strategy if you have a, basically there's the joke that the number 9 hitter is the second leadoff man, and if you get the second leadoff man on and have just your best hitter batting first, that always puts you in a good spot.
Yeah, I guess it did start with Tony La Russa, and Joe Madden did that a lot when he was managing the Cubs. Now it's David Ross taking the reins this year. He's had some success with it. Can't complain with first place, so I guess he's doing something right.
Well, Joe Madden has to retire that strategy managing for the Angels.
Yeah, no DH, or no pitcher batting, I should say. There's a DH. It's usually Shohei Ohtani, but not always.
I'm fascinated with how Shohei Ohtani is going to keep progressing over the next few years, whether he may have to give up pitching given the arm problems he has.
3-0 pitch to Horner is taken for a strike. Yeah, that would be a shame if that were to happen with Ohtani because he has so much talent as a hitter and a pitcher. I'd love to see him stay healthy long enough to show what he can do. But you're right, the injuries have really hurt him as there's another walk for Kershaw. Close pitch, he didn't get the call. Oh, actually that was called a strike. Okay.
I don't know. I don't know.
He fooled me because he started walking towards first, but the umpire put up the right hand, so it's a full count on Horner.
Delay seems to be the magic word today.
And that will be popped up. Another play for Will Smith. Kind of makes a basket catch on that one. That's the second out.
Batting seventh, the right fielder, CHC.
Often underrated how quick catchers sometimes have to be on their feet. In a situation like that, you got to be able to take off, get out of your crouch, and get under an ample time to set yourself up to make the play.
Jason Hayward takes a strike. That 3-1 pitch to Horner, he sold it well. He started running to first, so he fooled me. But it was maybe on the corner, so umpire gave it to Kershaw.
Ball one.
That misses high. 1 ball, 1 strike. Hayward obviously signing that big contract as a free agent with the Cubs. Hasn't always hit for power or for average, but he plays very good defense in right field. 2-1 count here.
That's
2-1 is going to miss outside. 3-1. Runner at first. Contreras after the leadoff walk. He has, to this point, been stuck at first. Three and 1, fouled away. They would this year 239, 13 home runs. Full count on the ground to Justin Turner. Makes the play. That ends the inning. So Kershaw issues a leadoff walk, but nothing else. We go to the top of the third inning. No score here at Wrigley Field. Max Muncy will lead things off for the Dodgers. He walked his first time up. No score. Both starting pitchers getting in and out of trouble in the early going.
Particularly you, Darvish. He had to deal with runners on first and third in the top of the first. And at one point, Dodgers even had second and third coming up in the second. He's been really good at getting out of danger.
He had Kershaw popping up a pitch with runners at second and third and just 1 out, and then Mookie Betts grounded out to end that inning. Falls behind Muncy 2-0. Two-0 pitch. That's in for a strike. Two-one. Into the shift. Nice play there. That's the first out.
Up next for the Dodgers.
I don't know how many hits those shifts take away, especially from left-handed pull hitters like Muncy.
It's been a growing call over the last few years to see if there were ways to reform how much shifts could be used. There are thoughts that they're sort of ruining the fun of the game, sort of making it quasi-unfair for left-handed hitters since there's only so much you can shift for right-handed hitters in comparison.
I always say if you want to beat the shift, just hit it the other way, but some players don't want to do that. Soler looks like he's going to have another base hit, and he will. Another single for Jorge Soler coming back to Wrigley Field. He's 2 for 2 today.
Now that
You see he's leading the team in hits now. Some of that obviously was when he was with the Royals early on in the season, but very good pickup for the Dodgers. He already has...
Definitely been coming into his own over the last few years, really ever since leaving the Cubs.
Yeah, that was the trade for Wade Davis. He had a season as a closer for the Cubs. Bellinger takes outside, but Soler's been great. He already has 52 home runs, 120 RBIs. So big run producer in the middle of the lineup. One on the Bellinger. There's a fly ball to right field. Going back is Hayward, still going back on the warning track. Just in front of the ivy, he makes the play. 2 outs.
Now batting, third base.
I gave him a real good scare again. We were talking about the wind. Very heavy here in Chicago today. Might end up carrying a ball or 2 out.
Looks like right now it's blowing in. Is that ball stayed in the yard? That always helps determine whether it's going to be a good day for the pitchers or the hitters, the direction of the wind as Turner takes a strike. Oh, 0-1. Fouled away. Darvish is going to try to strand another base runner. He's had to deal with runners on base in every inning so far.
With a big hack there.
Ball.
Doesn't bite on that one. 1-2. Slider from Darvish. He's got a lot of weapons that he can use to get hitters out.
I'd hit the slider again. He's shown he can't hit it.
Strike 3 call. He went with a fastball. Pretty good
Got the
pitch.
job done.
Yeah. Turner disappointed. I don't know if with the call or with himself for not swinging, but nevertheless, it's another scoreless inning for you, Darvish, as we go to the bottom of the third. Here is the pitcher, Yu Darvish, leading off for the Cubs in this inning. On the year, he's just 1 for 47. So it's an 0.85 average. He does have a couple of RBIs. And he's drawn 2 walks. Fouls it away. Now, I remember a good at bat he had as a Dodger against the Cubs in the postseason, where he ended up walking with the bases loaded to drive in a run. Kershaw gets ahead of him 0-2. And strike 3. So that was a very quick resolution for that at bat. Another strikeout for Kershaw.
Well, no problems there.
The center fielder.
Even pitchers, when they can do their best, oftentimes they just aren't a match for a superior pitcher, especially one like Clayton Kershaw.
It's Almora steps in, takes a ball. I know when Kershaw comes up to the plate, we didn't see that in his first at bat, but his strategy is if I'm not going to get a hit, I'm just going to make the pitcher work and see as many pitches as I can. As there's a strike, 1-1. Almora is that maybe second leadoff hitter, the number 9 spot. Only 1 stolen base on the year. Takes it outside, 2-1. He can run a little bit, plays nice center field. So if he gets on base, there's a lot of things they can do with the top of the order coming up. 2-1 is inside, 3-1. There is the always dangerous Chris Bryant waiting on deck. (3-1) fouled away. Full count to Almora. He's going to foul that one away. Another full count pitch. Strike 3 called. So back-to-back strikeouts for Kershaw. 2 outs.
That's key when you're facing 8-9-1 in the situation where you have the top of the lineup due up third. Keep the first couple guys off base. You limit the impact that the guy at the top of the order can even have, even if he does get good wood on it.
Exactly. Limit the damage if you can. We got a couple of former MVPs facing off here. Up the middle, right to the second baseman Muncy, who makes the play. They were positioned perfectly. So another scoreless inning in the books. We go to the top of the fourth with no score for Wrigley. I guess that's where the analysts pat themselves on the back. We were positioned perfectly for that ground ball from Chris Bryant.
God. Peterson.
Jock Peterson will lead things off for the Dodgers here. Struck out his first time up. Takes it inside, ball one.
You know, we knew that there was really one of two ways this game could go. It could either be a hitter's match fest or it could be a pitcher's duel, and we're getting the latter for sure right now.
There's a strike 1-1. You know, when these two pitchers are at the top of their game, it's going to be a pitcher's duel most nights. Darvish coming in ERA just over 4, so maybe not what he's been used to in the past, but I've seen him in the past when he was with Texas and then with Dodgers, obviously. When he's on, he's a very tough customer to deal with. Two-one to Jock. In for a strike, 2-2. He's done a really nice job navigating around all those base runners he's allowed.
That cut fastball's really been working for him.
2-2 pitch, another cutter fouled away.
He's really made a good effort of trying to paint those corners with that fastball. Making it at least somewhat questionable, and with that cut effect, it makes it tough to gauge where exactly the ball's going to wind up. There's a reason Mariano Rivera was one of the toughest pitchers in baseball for all those years.
Full count to Jock. Another strikeout. Oh, he thought he had ball 4, but the umpire rings him up, and that's the first out.
The batter, number
He's
9.
certainly not happy,
Shortstop.
to say the least.
Look.
But he is. But you, Darvish, he is looking good.
Yeah, he's looking like the guy I remembered him from early on in his career. Talked about lots of time in Texas. That's where he signed when he first came over from Japan. Had some good years there. Again, when he was healthy, he had some injury issues while there, but when he was on the field, he was a very good pitcher. Gavin Lux takes the ball. And then he was traded to the Dodgers in that 2017 season. Finished the season there. Again, and then on a sour note because of the struggles in the World Series, which could be attributed to some trash cans banging. 1-0 pitch in for a strike, 1-1, and then signed that big contract with the Cubs. And once again with Chicago, he's had some injury problems, but when he's been healthy, he's been one of the better pitchers. 1-1 misses, 2-1.
I mean, you had the trash cans. There's potential there may have even been buzzers involved. And now whenever I'm talking with my Houston Astros fan friend, I almost always just do, you know, a little something subtle, you know.
2-1 pitch is fouled away. You know, there was also some speculation that he was tipping his pitches in the World Series, but now I don't know anymore because of what we now know about the trash can banging. And the reason that was brought up, as there's another base hit for Lux up the middle, the reason they said that he might have been tipping his pitches was because he got hit around at Dodger Stadium too, not just from Houston.
Now batting, catcher, Will Smith.
That's something a lot of pitchers have been trying to find really creative ways to get around, especially with, you know, trying to make their various arm slots more similar to one another, trying to avoid, you know, showing off their grip before they officially, you know, throw the ball over. A lot of different ways you can try to work around that. It's also very possible that the Astros just really had a good day that one time in Dodger Stadium.
Yeah, because just if you compare what Kershaw did, he was lights out against the Astros at Dodger Stadium. 1-1 pitch is going to be on the ground. Oh, and knocked down by Baez, and he's not going to have a play. We'll see how they score that.
Imagine they'll rule that a base hit. That was not necessarily routine.
Kershaw.
No, it's going to be an error. So, E6 on Javi Baez.
Certainly made an effort. Might have been a tough play either way, even if he did field it cleanly.
Here's Kershaw. Well, I was just going to say, he faced the Astros both at Dodger Stadium and in Minute Maid Park is a bunting situation, so he's going to get it down. Darvish goes to second, and he doesn't get anyone. So that will load the bases.
Why do you do that when there's one out? I see no value in that call, especially considering if you get the easy out at first, you could just end the inning
Ball that close.
without doing anything special.
You have an out at first, and then you can just hopefully get Mookie Betts up. You have 2 outs in the inning, but instead Kershaw reaches, and the bases are loaded. Mookie took a ball, no takes a strike.
The fascinating thing is, again, Yu Darvish has done very well with runners in scoring position today. He's dealt with that in now 3 of 4 innings.
Count is 2-1.
Misses high, Mookie. Every time I'm trying to talk about Kershaw and the Astros, something happens in the game, so hard to finish. So I was going to say that he faced them in both stadiums, and he was lights out Dodger Stadium at the knocked around Houston. As that misses 3-1 to Mookie Betts. And that's the only reason why I thought that maybe the Yu Darvish tipping his pitches theory was correct. Just because of the difference between home and road. And there's a base hit for Mookie Betts. That will score 2 runs for the Dodgers. Kershaw goes all the way to third. And that will be a 2-0 lead for the Dodgers. So the error and the missed play on the bunt come back to haunt the Cubs. So it's a 2-run single for Mookie, 2-0 Dodgers, and now Max Muncy, and still only 1 out in the inning. Max takes low, 1-0.
And for Darvish, only one of those runs will be earned since one of them reached as a result of that error. But again, that was a tough spot to put yourself in. Now you still have a runner in scoring position, which is partially because Clayton Kershaw questionably decided to slide there. Don't know if his coach is too happy about that.
So Muncy pops that one up on the infield. That's the second out. Nobody advances. Horner makes the play.
Left fielder, Jorge Soler.
Pitchers running the bases has been a great catalyst for injuries. Remembering back to sort of early in my childhood as a Yankees fan, I remember Chain-Ming Wong never really being the same just after running the bases one time against the Astros. One time.
1-0.
Yeah, we've seen that quite a bit, actually. You see Darvish, 24 pitches this inning. It's been a tough one for him. A couple of
already up to
misplays.
73 here in the fourth.
Check on Mookie. A couple of misplays, including his own, have contributed to the misery here in this inning. So he does have 2 outs. We'll try to get out of this one. I remember Ching Wong, and yeah, that's happened quite a bit, especially with the American League pitchers who are not used to hitting at all and come to the American League or National League ballparks, and all of a sudden they have to pick up a bat. And I can't remember if it was Hal Steinberg or it was still his dad. He was annoyed as heck about the whole interleague. So that's fouled back.
Well, presumably it would have been George. Hal is known to be quite a reserved guy.
There was a comment from Steinbrenner. I'll have to look it up on Google,
Ball 2.
which is low 2-2, about the whole pitchers hitting, obviously, because of Chen and Wong, who really was not the same after that, as you mentioned.
Also, throwback to when the Astros were in the National League.
Yeah, that was, 2007 or 8, I think?
That happened, I believe, in 2008, and I think they officially made the switch over in 2011 or 2012.
2-2 to Soler, misses high, full count, runner at first. Mookie Betts will be off on the pitch here. Full count and 2 outs. 2 runs in this inning. Darvish looking to limit the damage. It's a very, very powerful hitter, Jorge Soler, former Cub.
You got more power coming up behind him.
Here's the full count pitch, and that misses for ball 4, so the bases will be loaded again. Pitching coach will come out to have a word with Darvish, maybe give him a breather. It's been a very, very long inning.
He's already thrown more than 30 pitches this inning. It's definitely not what you want to see when you have a guy like Darvish. He hasn't had the same longevity as he had in years past, so never want him to go too much above 100. So this, without question, is going to be a heavy bullpen effort from the Cubs.
And we see the long men already up in the bullpen, Alzolay and Alec Mills, beginning to loosen up. Cody Bellinger, reigning National League MVP, takes a strike. A lot of MVPs in both of these lineups.
And Bellinger's probably the last guy you want up in this situation where you've already given up 2 runs and you got the bases juiced. That is
one of Cody is a high fly ball to center field, and no doubt about that one. Darvish has his hands up in the air. That is a grand slam for Cody Bellinger. Dodgers are up 6-0.
Well, there's that hit parade I said we might be expecting. And the big fly was due at some point, and there it comes for Bellinger at perhaps the best possible time. Got it right in the perfect spot, outer part of the plate, waited for it to get into the zone, and just carried it right where it came from, deep into those bleachers in left center.
436 feet, and that will spell the end of the day for you, Darvish. David Ross going to take the ball from him. It was going well until this inning, but the misplays and now a grand slam will knock you, Darvish, out of this game with 6 runs given up. See which of the long men they bring in, Alzolay or Alec Mills. It's going to be Alzolay.
Now pitching for the Cubs, number 73, Adver Alzolay.
His 13th appearance. He's made a few starts as well. And Brandon, he's going to have to eat up some innings today until at least his spot comes up in the order. Maybe beyond that too.
It was very clear after the rough inning that Darvish was having. This is going to be a bullpen game, and they're going to try to run with as few pitchers as possible because you don't want to exhaust your bullpen, but at the same time, there's still enough time in this game to make a comeback.
Nope, that's down.
And so the question is, do you risk running through too many options in your bullpen to get those extra hitters rotated in?
Yeah, that's always the question in the National League. Obviously, when the pitcher's spot comes up and you didn't make a double switch, could be fouled off 2-1 to Turner. So
I would think that given the spot in the game that they're in, I don't think they can afford to necessarily do that just yet. So I imagine he'll have to come up and hit at least once.
On the ground, and that will end the inning. Couple of batters too late for the Cubs. Cody Bellinger, not Justin Turner, hit that long grand slam to center field. So we go to the bottom of the 4th. 6-0 Dodgers. Don't know who those guys are, but they're not here today. It's EB and Brandon Ross. Brandon, he's still around for a few more minutes, I think, right? Or
yeah, still a few more minutes. Unfortunately, due to the delay, I'm going to have to hop up a little bit early. I have a virtual medical appointment that I have to reach, but fortunately, it seems as if Heinz AS is going to come in and tap in for me for the rest of the game once I have to take off. So you'll still have plenty of entertainment here.
Excellent. Heinz and I called 2 of the games on the weekend between the Cubs and the Blue Jays. So we had 1 Blue Jays win and 1 Cub win. So one of us left disappointed each day. That's going to be on the ground up the middle and a base hit to lead off the inning for Anthony Rizzo.
And Heinz mentioned in the comments he wants to spark a comeback. Obviously, Heinz, big-time Cubs fan. He was wondering what he got himself into as soon as he said he was game to hop on. Bellinger hit that grand slam. So we'll see what can happen now that he's slated to come back in to the booth.
We'll see. You never know. This is baseball. Baez takes a strike. Kershaw was on the base paths for a while. He reached on that misplayed bunt and then obviously scored on that grand slam. We saw him in the jacket. I guess it really is a windy day in Wrigley if he needs the jacket while he was on the bases. So we'll see if that has any effect on him, as he is ahead 0-2 of Baez. Cubs, as we mentioned, dropping yesterday's game 8-0 to the Dodgers, as that's going to be a fly ball to left field, and Soler makes the play. That's the first out. And you talked about the pitching and how they're going to have to use some pitchers to get through this game. They have a 4-game series here, so there's no off day on Thursday, and then they will host the Cardinals for 3 games. So they're going to try to get through this with as few pitchers as possible.
Yeah, you saw those figures of the wins leaders in the National League. Clayton Kershaw up top, Andrew Heaney only a couple spots back. That's something the Dodgers have really had as a strength, along with those good bat options they've always had. The reason they've been so dominant every single year is they've always been loaded on both sides of the ball, both on the pitching side with the rotation and the bullpen, as well as in their hitters.
Kershaw is looking for win number 17.
I got the count.
And you talk about Andrew Heaney, who was acquired from the Angels recently for the stretch run here. A very good left-handed pitcher. He's going to pitch game 4 of the series on Thursday. Tomorrow it'll be Walker Buehler. I'll be on the call yet again at 1:45 with Eddie McCarthy. Pitches inside. I definitely had this series circled on my calendar with these two teams leading their divisions and a possible preview of the postseason. Cubs reeling a little bit now, but they can recover at any minute. 1-2. Low, 2-2. In fact, I was talking to Hines. After this series, we talked about they're going to host the Cardinals. They have some series against teams like Miami, the Mets. 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss. So really, they have, on paper, a very easy schedule the rest of the way. Obviously, you have to play the games. I would say this series against the Dodgers is a very tough one, and then they still have to play 3 more games against the Reds, who are right behind them in the standings. But other than that, they have a pretty easy schedule, so we'll see if that plays in their favor.
So plenty of time to figure that out. You never know what can happen in the closing weeks of a baseball season, unless we forget the 2006 Cardinals and how far away they were from even being eligible for the postseason, and everything that went right to allow them to sneak in and then eventually come home with the trophy.
And just last year, Washington Nationals, there's a fly ball down the left field line. Fair ball. Off the wall. Rizzo will go to third. It's going to be a double for Ian Happ. Second and third here with 2 outs for the Cubs.
Here's their best opportunity to drive in runs yet today.
And I think it will take a 2-out hit, but I think if you're the Cubs, you really have to get back in this game right here. Horner fouls it back. Just recently called up from the minors. Made a very nice impression at Horner at the end of the year last year in September, when they had a lot of injuries, so they called him up. The minor league season was already over, but they needed someone to play in the infield. They called him up. He made a very nice impression, and they called him up again this year. A fly ball to right field with Mookie has a beat on it, and that will end the innings. So a couple of base hits, but no runs for the Cubs. They still trail this one 6-0 as we go to the 5th inning.
So it looks like this will be my last half inning here, EB. So this has been a lot of fun. I've obviously enjoyed coming back. I don't know who that is. They're not in the booth. It's me and EB. But it's definitely been fun to get back in the MO Bop Ball swing. And we'll have Hines hopping on in a minute to see if his Cubs can actually complete this comeback.
Yeah, it's been great having you here, Brandon. And I hope that we'll see more of you. And hopefully you and I get to call another game. It's been a lot of fun.
Fingers crossed for sure.
Yeah. You see Jock Peterson. A couple of strikeouts for him. Wasn't too thrilled with the call last time he was up. He was rung up on strike 3. Thought it was ball 4.
Yeah, 3-2 count. He was already walking to first base.
0-1's the count.
Swings and misses at that one from Alzolay, who's going to have to, once again, give the Cubs some innings today. Nice pitch there, and he's ahead of Peterson 0-2 through a curveball. 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Very awkward swing there from Peterson. He's gone 3 pitches, so he has the hat trick of strikeouts today.
Number 9, shortstop, Gavin.
Beautiful breaking ball, right in on the hands. There was no way he was ever going to get around to get good contact on it. Well done there.
Gavin Lux, a couple of singles against Darvish. Flies that one to left field. Going back or center field, really. Left center field. Almora makes the play.
Now
2 quick outs.
The catcher, Will Smith.
Left fielder kind of gave up on that one. Allowed the center fielder to take charge. Will Smith went for 2. He doubled and then reached on the error that really began things for the Dodgers. Pops that one up foul. That error obviously was the key, but then the misplay on the bunt made things worse for Darvish. Came out of it allowing 6 runs. On the ground. And a nice quick inning for Alzolay. Just what he needed. 3 up, 3 down. We go to the bottom of the 5th. It's still 6-0 in favor of the Dodgers.
And with that, I fare you all adieu. And Heinz should hop on momentarily. Have a good one, EB.
Thank you very much, Brandon. We'll talk to you soon. So we are in the bottom of the 5th inning. It is 6-0 Dodgers, and this is a first for me. Switch in the broadcast partner in the middle of a game. Heinz, how are you doing, my friend?
I mean, as good as I could possibly be, being a Cubs fan losing 6-0.
Yeah.
Besides that, I am sitting here with absolutely zero preparation, so everything is off the cuff, and points don't matter, as they say.
So were you, have you been watching? Did you see what's been going on so far in this crazy game?
I started watching right when I should have stopped watching.
When all the runs scored.
Yeah.
So Darvish allowed a base runner to reach on error, then he misplayed a bunt from Kershaw. He ended up loading the bases, and then Cody Bellinger hit a grand slam. As they say in Seinfeld, yada, yada, yada. So Cubs are down here 6-0. Yesterday they lost the game 8-0, so they need to get on the board in this series. 1-2, he lays off, 2-2.
Well, you know, EB, I avoided the dreaded hat trick yesterday with a bot ball loss and losing 1 of 2 in a doubleheader in real life, but the Cubs came back last night in real life and beat the Cardinals, so I got lucky this time, and we'll see how it goes the next couple days.
And in that game, the Cubs, it wasn't really, but they were serving as the road team, I saw.
Yes, and David Bodie has had 2 pinch hit homers, one a walk-off grand slam, which everyone probably remembers from Matt Vasgersian's amazing call, which has no other words to describe, and he had a 3-run go-ahead homer this time, so I think it's fair to say he's a good clutch player.
Absolutely, and he is on the bench when the Cubs need him, and we'll see if they go for a pinch hitter next as Hayward hits one to left field. Former Cub Jorge Soler makes the play, and we'll see what happens here now. Alzolay came in when Darvish could not finish that inning. See the ERA leaders: Quintana, who we saw yesterday at the top, Walker Buehler, we'll see tomorrow, second, Kershaw, Heaney, Kyle Hendricks. Pitch on Sunday against the Blue Jays, so they will go for a pinch hitter. It'll be, I think, Victor Caratini.
We're seeing a lot of those pitchers here. You know, you mentioned Buehler tomorrow, Heaney on Thursday, which will be Cookie and myself on the call for that one. I know you and Eddie McCarthy have tomorrow's Buehler-Samardzija, I believe, barring an issue with the website.
That's correct. Same time as today. Hopefully we get started on time. 1:45 Eastern as
2 balls, no strike.
Kershaw falls behind 2-0. Caratini, switch hitter, batting from the right side. So tomorrow 1:45, Eddie and I will be on the call. There's a pinch hit for Caratini. It's going to be a single.
You know, it feels so weird because I don't have any of my stuff around me. I'm used to being surrounded by notes about the teams and, you know, a scorebook and everything. And right now I'm sitting here, I have my laptop, I have my phone, I have a cup of coffee. That's it. So it's so weird.
Yeah, you're used to all the prep and the numbers and the notes and all that. Morris steps in here. See Clark trying to get everybody excited here. They need. I think the Cubs need to get on the board. First of all, they had a very nice offensive day on Sunday. What happened? Did the bats not pass through customs between Canada and the U.S.?
I don't know. You'd hope so, but yeah, I'm not sure. We might have gotten swindled and got some pool noodles instead.
2-0 here. Maybe the Canadian customs officers were kind of annoyed that the Cubs took 2 of 3, so they decided to just replace their bats. Two and 0, fly ball to left field. So they're going back, and that will be off the ivy. There's another long single. That's the second one we've seen today. Dodgers had one of those, and now Almora for the Cubs.
Well, I don't think you can blame Caratini for holding up there. I'm sure, you know, Cubs fans such as myself would wish he was running on contact, but the last thing you want is Caratini halfway home realizing that Soler caught the ball, and then you're in no man's land.
Yeah, you do not want to make outs on the base paths when you're down by 6 runs. So I've seen teams do.
As long as the Dodgers don't swing on 3-0 in a 6-run game with the bases loaded.
As we saw, for those of you who don't know what Hines is talking about, it's 1-0 pitch to Bryant. On the ground, and a nice play there by Muncy. Steps on the bag and goes first. Clark is wondering what the hell's going on.
Aren't we all?
Go to the 6th inning. It's still 6-0 Dodgers.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Chicago Cubs, number 30.
So obviously, new pitcher because a pinch hit. So we will see Alec Mills, another long man, our favorite.
At least this time he's correctly employed. You know, you see them way too often when the game's tied and such, but it's a little concerning because Samardzij's on the mound tomorrow, and he has not been known to have the longest of outings of late. So they really want to try to minimize the bullpen usage today.
Oh, to the Kershaw's hit pretty well, and oh, what a diving play by Hayward! Wow.
Now batting.
Mills loves it.
One number 22 finds another out there. And I mean, what can you say? Jason Hayward, 5-time Gold Glover. You know, I think that says it all really right there. It's nice to see that. Better than Kershaw getting on base.
Yeah, I legit thought that was going to drop. Mookie Betts drove in the first 2 Dodgers runs today with a 2-run single. Brandon Morrow up in the bullpen.
It's the former team tour for him.
Yeah, he saw the Blue Jays, and now he's going to see the Dodgers. We spoke about I spoke about this with Brandon. How the Cubs really could have used a long outing from Darvish because 4-game series, no off day, and then straight to facing the Cardinals over the weekend. A pop up in foul territory. Rizzo makes the play, 2 outs.
The batter, number 13, second baseman, Max Muncy.
Fortunately, that didn't happen, so they're going to have to cycle through some pitchers today and hope the Shark gives them a lengthy outing tomorrow.
Maybe we can get our version of Shark in the booth, because I know he brings the offense with him. So if he comes in the right time, maybe this won't be a 6-run game for long.
Yes, unfortunately, the last Cubs game he came into, he did bring the offense. I did not like that too much, but today, I am Dodgers are my NL team, but I don't think I seem to get as upset if they give up a lot of runs as I do when the Blue Jays do. Yeah, that was a rough day on Sunday for me. I did not avoid the trifecta of Blue Jays losses, so that was a tough day. 0-2. This is high.
Well, I mean, for all but one inning, I had the exact same pain and anguish until Bodie gave us the lead in real life. Until then, I was writing them off because they weren't hitting, and at that point, I was tired and whatever.
1-2 for Mills is going to hit him, so he's going to make his way to first base.
Now batting, the left fielder, Jorge Soler.
Like a curveball got away from him, and well, you don't want this guy coming to hit, well, ever, but not when he's 2 for 2 and has a runner on.
2 for 2 with a walk is the ex-Cub, and he's going to be 3 for 3 now. That's going to go all the way to the wall. Muncy will stop at third. So a 2-out double for Soler. He's having fun against his old club here.
The center fielder, number 35, Cody Bellinger.
Certainly wasn't hitting like that when he was a Cub. It was homer strikeout for the most part, and now he's had 2 doubles, a single, and a walk. I could count on my hands the amount of times that he did that as a Cub.
By the way, we mentioned we saw the play to start off the inning by Jason Hayward and Cole. Fiers Scam is rubbing salt on the wounds by saying that Hayward is not Teoscar Hernandez. That is true.
He's going to be a free agent at some point soon. If you have the money to spend, he's a premier defender.
Teoscar's been a pretty good hitter for the Blue Jays this year, as the pitch is low, and nice stop there by Contreras. I mean, if I could take Jason Hayward's defense and Teoscar Hernandez's offense and combine them into one player, I'd love it. One of those outside 2-0.
I forgot Hayward's on a long-term deal. Jeez, he's on an 8-year deal until 2023. Jeez, the things you forget when you win a World Series.
And the thing is, the guys who were calling the game yesterday were talking about it. That Hayward's still very young, and he's been around for a while, so he became a free agent at a very young age. As Bellinger pops it up, and Baez goes all the way out to the outfield to make the play, so a hit by pitch and a double do not cause any damage to Alec Mills. We go to the bottom of the 6th. It's still 6-0 Dodgers. Yeah, so they were saying that Hayward's been around a long time. A lot of people remember him even going back to his time with Atlanta. But he's still a relatively young guy, which is probably why the Cubs gave him that long-term deal to begin with.
Yeah, and that was definitely the thought. I don't think they were expecting the offense to necessarily fall off the way it did, but in real life he's actually doing pretty well. He's one of the he started off slow, but then had a very good patch of going, like he has in Bopple almost simultaneously.
1-0 pitch to Rizzo, fouled away. Rizzo 1 for 2 today, struck out and singled. I would definitely like to have, as I mentioned, Hayward's defense and Teoscar's offense, combine them into one player, get a heck of a player. Maybe his name is Mookie Betts, I think, on the Dodgers, right? He's
a
good hitter and a very good defender. We need more Mookie Bettses in this world, as long as they don't play for the Red Sox.
Well, you also gotta hope that you get that version of Teoscar Hayward and not get Jason Hernandez or something, which would be subpar offense and an abysmal defender, and then you're then you just got Sean Marshall playing left field. That did
Yeah,
happen
not
in
good.
real life.
Rizzo strikes out. Bai is 0 for 2, takes a strike.
I was watching the Cubs post game in between the two games yesterday, and Sean Marshall, former Cub and Red reliever, was on the on the panel or whatnot, and talked about the time that Lou Piniella sent him out to play left field for an out for that Waxahachie swamp or whatever it's called.
Well, Joe Madden was pretty good at that as well. I do remember Travis Wood making a very nice catch in the outfield.
Nope, that's a ball.
That is the difference, though. Travis Wood actually did well in defense. Sean Marshall played once, so I cannot confirm nor deny his ability as a defender. Therefore, I feel like I can't think of anybody who I know would be a bad hitter and a bad fielder combined into one player, because they usually don't stick around very long.
I wonder if when a pitcher gets sent to the outfield, or I saw Kevin Cash with the Rays putting a pitcher at first base, whether it's just don't hit it to me, don't hit it to me, don't hit it to me.
What's the first thing that happens? Gets hit to them.
1-2, misses 2-2.
Ball nose.
Now, of course, you can't really do that anymore because of the 3-batter minimum. So you can't have a pitcher face one batter, foul away, and then put him in the outfield or the infield because you want to bring in a righty to face the righty for one batter, and then bring in the lefty you put in the outfield back to face another lefty. 2-2 pitch on the ground, right to Jock Peterson, takes it himself, and now we're in the inning. Cubs go 3 up, 3 down. They still trail 6-0 as we head to the 7th of Wrigley.
Well, a little piece of baseball news in real life. We were talking about, I think we both got interrupted in our speech about the whole Tatis thing last night.
Right. Oh yeah, we were talking about that, and things happened.
Yeah, he hit a grand slam in a 6-run lead, or a 7-run lead, or something like that, in a 3-0 count. Hit us a grand slam, and then the next guy, Manny Machado, got essentially thrown at. The ball went behind his back. So what do you think?
Yeah.
Figure it out for yourself. That guy actually who threw behind him is apparently on pace for a suspension.
Really?
Yeah.
Do we know who that was?
Some guy I've never heard of. I
Texas
can look it up.
Pitcher. I'll tell you what, Turner goes down on strikes.
Now batting.
There was something there with the manager who said, the Pirates manager, that Tatis missed a take sign. Do you buy that? I don't know if I buy that.
I mean, I don't know. I really don't know how much a take sign is used anymore for players like Tatis. He has the star power. It's not like he's, well, it's not like he's a guy like the pitcher, Ian, something. It's like Gerbot or something. I don't know. I completely brutalized that. But anyway, not like a guy like that, except in hitter form, who has played, 2 games in the majors. Maybe you're gonna tell him to take.
Yeah, it's like the fact that the manager called him out is a little bit strange. It's not something you see too often. I don't know how I even feel about this whole swinging 3-0 when you're up by a lot. I mean, the Rangers could very easily come back, as Jock Peterson will put on a golden sombrero because that is his 4th strikeout of the day.
The batter, number 9.
Another strikeout for Peterson. And I guess he's not favoring the righties today like he's supposed to.
Yeah, he's faced 3 righties and he's struck out all 4 times he's come up to the plate.
And to go back to your point quickly before, something happens and then we get interrupted again. The Padres have had some rough outings from their bullpen too, so it's not impossible that they blow it. Let alone Texas does well and comes back. And someone used the example of the Bayern-Barcelona soccer game in the Champions League. Bayern won 8-2. These are 2 premier teams.
Yeah.
and they thrashed them. They absolutely wiped the floor with them, but they didn't stop at 3 because they know how capable the other team is.
Yeah, you have to add on runs if you can. It's I don't know. I think maybe the rules, the unwritten rules, it's not like it says in the baseball handbook you should not swing at 3-0 if you're up by 7 runs. But maybe the unwritten rules need to be changed. Of course, they're unwritten, so they're not really rules, right?
Right, you know, it's not set in stone. They're just, you know, it's similar with baseball players and their superstitions. It's like, you know, it's more or less just an excuse more than anything. I mean, if it's an excuse that helps you in the case of a superstition, go for it. But this is just holding players back when, I mean, what? He doesn't, if he's trying to pitch around you, then he should pitch around you and not throw you a strike there. If, you know, if he throws you a strike, are you not going to swing? You know?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I don't get it.
Full count to Lux. It's going to be outside, ball 4. So to a walk, we'll continue this 7th inning.
Now batting, the catcher,
Will Smith will step to the plate. Fresh Prince of LA, as I like to call him. He reached on the error, which began the disastrous inning for you, Darvish. Error by Javi Baez. That's what Smith reached on. Then misplayed bunt off the bat of Kershaw. Then all heck broke loose.
It's weird. I've seen a lot of errors from guys like Javier Baez who are, you know, top defenders. You'd expect much better.
And that was almost bobbled by Horner, but he ends up making the play, so that will end the inning. We stretch at Wrigley with the Dodgers up 6-0 over the Cubs. No Sharks, so we will not sing Take Me Out of the Ball Game. I'm sure they would put Harry Curry up on the screen right now. But,
leading off for the Cubs, the left fielder.
Who knows who it could be? There's so many guys who come in to do the stretch. I mean, heck, we can have Ryan Dempster, fellow Canadian of yours, dressed up as Harry Carey. Right. He does that a lot.
Yeah, I've seen him do that. Of course,
I'm a Dempster fan.
Rightfully so. I know you were talking about Ryan Dempster with J-Man the other day, and all he remembered was him pitching, coming out of retirement to pitch for Team Canada in the WBC. And I admire him for doing it, but it was rough.
Hindsight.
Yeah, well, as it should be. I mean, he was facing the Dominican Republic team. And most of the Canadian pitchers who were on major league teams did not want to pitch. So the Canadians needed someone to pitch, and he was nice enough to say, I'll do it, knowing that it would probably not end well, and it didn't. But guys like James Paxton, Jameson Taillon of the Pirates, missing some other guys, they just didn't want to pitch. 2-2 foul away. So the Canadians needed someone. Ryan Dempster said, I'll do it, and it ended up in disaster, as I expected it to. 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Hap goes down. Another strikeout for Kershaw.
Has Rowan Wick been on the Canadian team? I mean, I know 2017 he would have been early 20s probably, so he would have been a young player, but it's very possible.
Well, let's look it up. I don't remember, but it might have been. I'm trying to remember. I think Nick Pivetta, who was with the Phillies, was on that team for sure. Doesn't look like he was on the Canada roster 2017. He was on that roster. Okay. It's on his Wikipedia page. That's how I superficially looked it up. No one is outside. Can't remember if he pitched, but he was on the team.
I mean, he's 27, so he would have been in 2017. He would have been 24, so made his debut in 2018. So it's certainly, you know, in the realm of possibility.
Yeah, most of the names who are known. Strike 2 and 2. didn't want to participate. And Rowan Wick was not very well known at the time. Fell back. I don't know if he's that well known now, other than among Cubs fans, really. But not because he hasn't made a name for himself yet. But we also had in that World Baseball Classic Eric Gagne coming out of retirement, the ex-Dodgers. There's another strikeout for Kershaw.
Could have had Fergie Jenkins come out.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't, but he could have. Yeah, so it was just, if Team Canada wants to do well, they need their current superstars to come out. Joey Votto didn't want to play. We had Freddie Freeman. Of course, he's a very good first baseman, so it's not like it was a big drop-off, but Joey Votto didn't want to play. A lot of other guys didn't want to play. And Fire Scam, a.k.a. Cole, says that both the pitcher and manager got suspended for the Rangers for that. So I'm just trying to understand this. The guy hits a 3-0 grand slam up by a lot of runs. And then, obviously, intentionally or unintentionally, the next guy gets hit. So the guys who are unhappy end up getting suspended.
Well, why is... I mean, okay, no, I'm not totally not defending anything here.
Yeah.
But Chris Woodward, why is he getting suspended? Because his comments, while completely stupid, just because, he's arguing unwritten rules of baseball, what is he exactly doing? It's not like he's inciting anything. He's making a statement which is, pretty stupid, but if that's what he believes, what can you do? Obviously throwing behind the guy, that should get you suspended, but I don't get that part of it.
Yeah, this is I think everyone's being really, really sensitive. There's a lot of tension, I feel, all across baseball, really. Clayton Kershaw is going to get another at bat. Don't see that too often.
Clayton Kershaw.
Well, maybe a complete game shutout for worse.
I guess I should have scored his when he reached base at fielder's choice, because he's 0 for 3. There wasn't any nothing on the screen, so I put it down as a single. Well, that's okay. 34,701 people came out today to Wrigley. They might regret it. So far, the way this game has gone. 2-0. Alec Mills still out there. Falling behind the opposing pitcher is never a good thing.
Of course not. I mean, Kershaw can swing the bat too. I mean, he hit that homer off of Madison Bumgarner, I believe, some while back. I just know that happened, not when.
He can put together good at bats. He may not get a hit, but he will make the pitcher work. 3-0. He should be taking all the way, and he does, and it's a ball 4. It's not Tatis up there, so you didn't expect him to swing, and David Ross isn't too happy, and I don't blame him.
The right fielder.
Yeah, I feel like at this point, the Cubs not very, I don't know, I wouldn't say, they're not very positive. They've come back from a 6-run deficit in a 2-inning span before, and that was probably the best game I will ever see on Buff Ball, which was the game where they walked it off back-to-back-to-back style. I know you were on, your first game was right afterwards.
Right.
I remember that now.
I think the look on the manager's face says it all. You're down 6, and the guy throws 5 straight balls to start the inning. It's not good. Mookie pops it up. Fiers makes the play. That's the first out.
A lot of trust there from Chris Bryant just to stand there and say, yeah, he's got it.
There's a starter comparison. Ugly for Darvish. You see only one earned run. Obviously the miscues. His own misplay of a bunt didn't help him, but nevertheless, it was 6 runs, even if most of them were unearned. Muncy takes a strike. Walk, ground out, fly out, and hit by pitch for Max today, playing second base. He played first base yesterday with a lefty on the mound for the Cubs. Pitch is outside, 1-1. Second game of 4 between these two teams. 1-1 pitch, fouled away. As I mentioned, we'll have game 3 tomorrow afternoon, 1:45 Eastern, 12:45 Central. Eddie McCarthy and I will be on the call for game 3 of the series, and then you and Cookie will be on for game 4. I just don't remember the time.
Ball.
That will be at 7 o'clock Eastern, 6 Central.
And then you and I will be back. I don't. Are you doing Friday's game? I think you are.
Yes, Eddie McCarthy and I doing Cubs Cardinals, Wainwright Hendricks at 5:15 Eastern, and then you and I have the call at some time
on Saturday. I think 7 o'clock. I'm not sure off the top of my head.
Take your word
But
for it.
a lot of Cubs baseball on them about ball this week. Obviously, they are a playoff contender, and I think we're going to show a lot more of these playoff contending teams down the stretch. So stick around. They're not looking a lot like a playoff contender today, but they've been pretty good all year as Max Muncy goes down swinging. 2 outs.
Now batting, the left fielder, Jorge.
Seeing a lot of Cubs Dodgers. I mean, it's nice to see that we get all 4 games, though I must admit that it's a little underwhelming from my perspective, but that's life.
So far, series hasn't gone so well for the Cubs, obviously, having allowed 14 runs to this point and scoring none.
Ball, that's up there.
As Soler takes one high. He's 3 for 3 with a walk.
Back up already? Jeez, this is flying.
That's ball 2.
Inside 2-0. Came into the day with 52 home runs, which leads the world, and 20 RBIs. 2-0 pitch, another hit for Soler. That one is off the wall again. Be another double. Kershaw will stop at third.
Quite the homecoming for Jorge Soler. 4 for 4. I mean, I don't know the last 4-hit game at Wrigley, but it's definitely not. Haven't seen many opposing players do it here. It's a hard place to get that done, and man, he's hitting for average. That's the thing, besides homers.
Here comes double switch. Let's figure out what it is.
All right. Well, it's going to be Morrow, but I don't know. Bets on David Bodie. Just random guess.
And batting in the 7th spot, number 15, Brandon Morrow. Now playing right field and batting 8, number 0, Billy Hamilton.
Ball, that pitch is out.
So Billy Hamilton comes in, and he's going to bat in the number 8 spot.
Do we know where he's playing? Because at this point, anybody could be coming out. He plays everywhere.
Nope, come on. What are you looking at?
Yeah, so Brandon Morrow came into the 7th spot, so he's going to play in right field. Okay. Billy Hamilton.
Ball, that's up there.
And 3-0 here. Real pitch. Does he have the green light? Maybe, but he takes a strike. Of course, Bellinger knocked Darvish out of this game with that grand slam. 3-1 pitch, fouled it away, full count.
Last thing you want's another grand slam. Well, even though they can't do it, but okay.
Well, now there's a ball 4, so another walk by a Cubs pitcher. Morrow's not too happy, facing his old team here.
Missed nearby.
Had a great year with the Dodgers at 17, which is what really prompted the Cubs to give him a contract where he didn't really live up to it because he was injured as per usual. That's been his thing. Turner takes a strike. Very good when out there, but he's not out there a lot.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to see some of these players that have such good periods and then just essentially fall off the face of the earth. And you know, people talk about like Andrew Jones and how could have been a Hall of Famer had he kept that young, stats that he had, and not have injuries down the way.
Same with Morrow. We talked about him the other day in Toronto. Always a very tantalizing arm with the stuff that he had, especially as a starter, but could just never stay healthy for long periods of time. He deals low, 1 and 2. Talked about his one hitter that he had against the Rays back in 2010. Some excellent games for the Dodgers in 17. He was setup man there towards the end of the year. As Justin Turner has a fly ball to center field. Oh, and it's over the head of Almora. That will score all 3 runs. And that'll make it 9-0. It's going to be
Now batting.
a 3-run double for Justin Turner. That blows this one, which was already almost out of reach, but that blows it wide open.
Yeah, I think. Well, first off, what is he doing? I think you have to attribute that to. I think this whole game, really, you can, put it down to mental lapses on defense. Realistically, this could easily be a 4-run game, and you'd be totally in it. But, as you said, an error, a misplayed bunt, this an overrunning in the outfield. That's, 5 runs right there at least?
Yeah. I really thought Almora had a beat on that, too. He reached up and just over his head. Jock Peterson gets another opportunity to strike out here, though. 0 for 4 with 4 Ks. Replace the golden sombrero with the batting helmet here. Fouls it off.
What do they call 5 strikeouts? Looking this up.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I've heard that question being asked. I don't think I've ever gotten an answer. 1-2 outside, 2-2. I'm sure Jock doesn't want to find out, because that's a lousy day. Even though the team is up by 9, he has not had a good day.
Well, let's see if he strikes out first. Then I can use the term, and then if not, I'll bring it up.
All right, so it's a full count here. Another full count. Turner at second after the bases clearing double. Morrow fires, full count pitch, fouled away. Jock really doesn't want to strike out a 5th time, I can tell you that.
Morrow wants to get to the bench and get out of here.
Full count, popped up. Well, he won't strike out, he'll pop it up to Wilson Contreras, and for the Cubs, that will mercifully end the inning, but 3 more runs on the bases clearing double for Justin Turner. Makes it 9-0 in favor of the Dodgers. 9 runs on 10 hits as we go to the bottom of the 8th.
So 5 strikeouts in a game by a batter can be called a platinum sombrero because, well, one better than golden, or the Olympic rings, since there are 5 Olympic rings.
Oh, that one I never heard. I think I've heard of platinum sombrero.
And 6 strikeouts in a game is called a horn, named after Sam Horn, who was the first to do that in 1991. Not something to be named after you, really.
No. Billy Hamilton getting his first at bat after coming in on that double switch. Pops it up in foul territory, and Justin Turner can't make the play. Billy Hamilton, switch hitter, batting right-handed. 0-2, fouled off, acquired from the Giants along with Jeff Samardzija. (0-2), fouled away. Kershaw still out there. He led off that last inning with a walk and ended up scoring.
Surprised he's out there.
I got to count 1 and 2.
Yeah, 100 and plus pitches now. It seems like most times I do a Kershaw start, he pitches 8 innings and throws 120 pitches. So it's on pace to do that. So Hamilton fouls it off.
Yeah,
First
he
game
still
I
hasn't
ever
had
did.
injury.
Yeah, first game I ever did, which was right after that crazy one you called, with a Kershaw start against the Mets. He pitched 8 shutout innings and about 100, almost 30 pitches even. He misses there. Then I did another one against the Tigers where he did the same thing at Dodger Stadium. Hamilton puts another one in play. This one not caught either. So he's just getting his first at bat, but he's having a very nice plate appearance here.
Are you sure that's Dave Roberts out there and not Dusty Baker in the dugout? Because that certainly seems like a Dusty Baker usage right there. Run them until their arm falls off.
On the ground and knocked down, and there's not even a chance they'll ever get Billy Hamilton. That's an easy single for him.
Well, you know, you can always make this a respectable score. That's you know, the first step you gotta take.
Almora is 1 for 2. Kershaw deals a strike. One for 2, and I would call a miscue out of the outfield, even though obviously no error was charged. Just the ball went over his head.
I don't see why that can't be an error, really.
0-1.
No.
1-1. Well, never touched the ball, right? There was that thing with Hunter Pence just last week where he missed. He lost a triple in the lights that ended Johnny Cueto's no-hitter against the Dodgers.
Yeah. I don't know about you, but go ahead.
That's a ball that should be caught. I mean, most outfielders catch that. You lose it in the lights and you didn't touch it, so you can't give him an error.
The count is 1 and 2.
As much as I don't like all the analytics, I think simple analytics are fine, but I digress here. But what do you think about maybe having error be based on catch probability? You know, they use that for outfielders. It's got to be an easy way to assume how likely player X is to catch a ground ball that's hit to him.
That could be interesting. There's certainly a case for that. And I think that ball that was hit by Turner had a pretty high catch probability if we looked at it through StatCast.
I mean, certainly it'll have its flaws, but it's not like it's unrealistic.
I hear it's a very interesting concept. Maybe they should take a look at it, especially because of what we know now, all the data we have that we didn't have just 5, 6, 7 years ago. 2-2 pitch inside, so full count. Cubs, for what it's worth, might still be worth something. They are making Kershaw work a little bit here.
Well, David Roberts doesn't want to take him out until he finishes in the 8th inning, so plausibly you score 10 runs in the 8th, you have a chance.
Full count pitch on the ground. Turner goes across the diamond and takes Peterson off the bag, and there's another error in this game.
And that is an error, and that rightfully should be an error. That's not a good throw, and maybe it's a case of Peterson playing first base. I don't know. You know, maybe a different guy catches it. No, man, not an full 8 innings. Come on.
So Kershaw is going to be done for the day. He's not too happy. You're up 9-0. What's going to happen if these two guys score?
Throwing 130 pitches. Your arm is still there. That's quite the achievement. You haven't had surgery yet.
Your attention, please.
And looks like Keone Kela is going to come in for the Dodgers, acquired for the trade deadline from the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Is this the opening trade of the
I believe so. I think
of
that was
everything?
the trade that was made.
I shall check. Yes, it was. Caleb Ferguson for Keone Kela, July 4th at 11:19 Eastern Time.
Yeah, I remember that. You saw the numbers there, very good, and right-handed hitters 089 against Kela, and the lefty's not doing so well either. He's going to face righty, lefty, another righty. Single and error have put 2 men on here for the Cubs, swing and a miss. I think Kela has gone a lot better since he's come over from Pittsburgh, mainly because, first of all, you're not on Pittsburgh Pirates anymore, which are a really, really bad team. gonna be in the dirty block by Smith. And then he's not a closer here as he was in Pittsburgh, so maybe less pressure on him. So he can use the middle relief roles. Take it easy a little bit. Pirates, I don't know if they're still the worst team in ball or if the Royals have passed it, because the Royals have played terribly too, but those two teams are among the worst. Pirates, I don't even know how many games back they are of the Cubs now.
30-something.
As Bryant swings and misses. So, I mean, you go from a team with Pirates who are just lost and then probably beginning of a very long reboot to a World Series contending team. So that should help you get better, I would think.
I believe the Pirates are 37 games back, and they are about a game and a half ahead of the Royals for worst in ball, I think.
Have they been eliminated yet, or just a formality?
They will. They have a magic number of 1 to be eliminated.
So,
I believe a Cubs win or a Pirates loss.
Yeah. So if the Pirates lose today, the Cubs could still win. I mean, you never know. There are 5 outs left, but if the Pirates lose, they'll be done. I think they're playing the Detroit Tigers, so you never know. Tigers are not a very good team either, so Buccos could conceivably get a win and remain alive for what it's worth.
Tigers are actually surprisingly better. They're 10 games ahead of the Royals. Can you imagine that? I mean, I know the Royals are bad, but...
Yeah. So we'll find out later when the Pirates-Tigers game is simmed what happened exactly. 1-2 on Rizzo inside, 2-2. Of course, Rizzo not scared to get hit.
The highlight of his career.
He's going to be on the ground. And once again, Muncy steps on the bag and goes to first, and that will do it. So double play ends the inning, and we go to the top of the 9th inning. Still 9-0 in favor of the Dodgers.
Leading off for the Dodgers, the shortstop, Gavin Lux.
Brandon Morrow gets ahead here. 0-2 of Gavin Lux. Inside, 1-2. I think Cubs just want to get this one over with, go home, try again tomorrow.
Yeah, that's probably going to be what it's like. Brandon Morrow's just eating innings at this point. He's not going to be available tomorrow, I guarantee you that. And it's better than wasting another bullpen arm for 20 pitches or so to get out of a meaningless inning at this point.
Be interesting what happens tomorrow. Cubs used both the long men today, both Alzolay and Alec Mills. Alzolay had a pretty good day. Didn't give up anything. Obviously, a spot came up in the order, so they had to pinch hit. But Mills, he looked good for a while, but then that leadoff walk and all that other stuff. Walking the opposing pitcher to lead off an inning usually doesn't end well, as that one didn't end well for Gavin Lux. He's called out.
Now batting, catcher.
Cubs are slowly, they had the mantle for the best team in ball, and you look at the standings now, they are, actually behind now the Yankees, and then we're at 77 and 48 compared to the Cubs 76 and 49, and the Twins and Indians both have surpassed the 80-win plateau, guaranteeing themselves a winning season. That is assuming that they lose all of their games. And the Cubs will be, with this game, the Cubs will be 1 game ahead of the Reds. Could be only half a game, depending on how that goes.
Another strikeout looking. 2 outs here on the 9th. So yesterday, Joe Kelly got in the bat, and today Keone Kela will get in the bat.
I can't blame Dave Roberts here. You're winning by a fair amount. Just eat the innings with another guy you don't need tomorrow.
Kicks a ball. I was wondering if they're gonna just pinch hit or just give him bad like they did yesterday. And Dave Roberts says, go right ahead. I wonder if he told them just take until they tell you to go back to the dugout.
I don't know. You know, there was that one reliever for the Mets in like 2000 and I don't know, early 2000s, who his first plate appearance against some nobody, he was almost out of the zone, got called out on strikes, decides, all right, lefty against Randy Johnson, let's get in here, let's hit a double and then get home on a bunt. It's happened, you never know.
And I guess there wasn't a take sign because Kella swung on that previous pitch. 2-2 to him. Of course, there's always the thing with position players pitching, as there's a strikeout. So Brandon Morrow strikes out the side here in the top of the 9th. Worth a highlight, even though the Cubs are down by 9. But David Ross, the Cubs manager, hit his first major league home run off a position player.
That is true. And can you name what position player it was?
I do believe it was Mark Grace. Okay. Doug's favorite.
Doug's favorite. I love me some Mark Grace too. Well, that was with the Diamondbacks, where he won his World Series ring.
And there's always that thing. Well, you hit off a position player. Like I've seen that happen with Blue Jays. You know, they're leading by a lot. They bring in a position player. Then some guy who's like 0 for 4 hits a home run off the position player.
I mean, we want to talk about, unwritten rules of baseball. I mean, there's several guys who hit homers off of position players when they're winning by like 8 or 9. Yeah. How is that considered less offensive? It's equally as fair a game, in my opinion. I mean, the Cubs routed the Indians one time in 2015. Chris Bryant hit a grand slam off of the Lonnie Chisenhall, maybe, or something.
Yeah, that happens quite a bit. I mean, these guys who are position players, they come in and, it's seen as padding your stats. But still, even if it's 9-0, 10-0, 15-0, I mean, baseball isn't over until 27 outs are recorded. And number 25 will not be here because that's a walk. So, I mean, so you have to add on, because even down by 15, teams can come back. So that last pitch looked pretty good, but Kell didn't get the call.
Off of David Murphy, the other Murphy.
Yeah.
In the 9th inning of what was a 10-0 game and became 17-0. First series of Kyle Schwarber's career, too. He went 4 for 5. I think he debuted the day before, potentially.
It was a fly ball to center. 1 out. Yeah, I mean, these unwritten rules, again, since they're not written, I think we're better off for them not ever being written. If that makes any sense. In the 9th inning of a 9-0 game.
1-0.
Ian Happ, who was inserted into the lineup in left field with the injury to Kyle Schwarber, takes a ball. And he's going to get a base hit. Maybe more. All the way to the wall, so there plays it off the wall. Runner will go to third, and it's going to be a double for Ian Happ.
The first step, avoid the shutout. And, I mean, I think Ian Happ, it sounded like, was going to be making the lineup either way. Prior to the Schwarber injury, and now it seems like he's fighting to make it a permanent spot now. Maybe him and Nico Horner, the guy at the plate platoon or something at second base, because they've both been very good.
Horner takes a ball, so the Cubs put Schwarber on the injured list and called up Jason Kipnis, former Cleveland Indian and a local guy from Chicago. I saw Brandon Moore on deck, but I'm gonna bet that he's not gonna.
Really?
Yeah. See, there he is right there behind Nico there, but I'm gonna guess it might be Kipnis for all we know.
Him, David Bodie, Cameron Maben is another option. I think they exhausted Caratini and Hamilton, so it can't be them.
1-1, swinging a miss, 1-2.
Requires them not to ground into a double play, however.
This game, I mean, you would think that they would not show the pitcher on deck because there's a zero possibility that he will hit, and I don't know what the umpire saw, but he just wants to go home. I look a little low, but he's called out corner for the second out.
Man, we've been talking about how it's not over till it's over.
Ooh.
That's a borderline call, and I think borderline calls go the way of the pitcher in a blowout game.
Cameron Maben will get the appearance here. 9-0 Dodgers, bottom of the ninth here. Game 2 of 4 between the Dodgers and Cubs, which is outside. One-0 pitch, fouled away. Killa fires the 1-1 and Maben fouls that one away. Cubs are down to their final strike here today. Maben acquired from the Detroit Tigers.
Has a pinch hit homer for the Cubs against the Reds.
1-2, fouled away again. Keeps the inning going, keeps the game going. Still quite a bit of fans here in the seats at Wrigley. 1-2 pitch, another foul. I guess give him a finish is what Maben's thinking. Be a difficult out, you never know. Billy Hamilton will be next if Maben keeps things going, and he does. That hits him. And that will load the bases with 2 outs. Last thing Dave Roberts wanted to see. Last thing I want to see.
Well, Hamilton's got that infield single or whatever. I guess it was an infield single earlier, and he's had a couple good times off the bench. You never know what can happen, as they say.
Pitch to Hamilton is right there for a strike. Curveball. I'm sure Dave Roberts does not want to bring in another pitcher.
Don't know what their bullpen's like.
That would not make him happy. I can guarantee you. 0-1 to Hamilton outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. One, swing and a miss. 1-2 once again. Cubs down to their final strike. See one guy leaving there in the background, but everybody else is still around. 1-2 with the bases loaded and 2 outs is a swing and a miss, and that will do it. Dodgers once again win in shutout, blowout fashion, taking this one 9-0 after the 8-0 drubbing yesterday. Clayton Kershaw will pick up the win. Darvish will be saddled with the loss. So the Dodgers have won the first 2 games of this 4-game series. We'll be back at it tomorrow afternoon at 1:45 Eastern. Eddie McCarthy and I will have Game 3 of the series, and then Hines and Cookie with Game 4. We'll get some highlights in the next couple of minutes. So, player of the game today will be Clayton Kershaw. It's a very, very good start once again. There were a lot of options for player of the game, but they went with Clayton. The veteran lefty Mookie Betts got us started with the scoring in the top of the 4th inning, I think. It was all blurred out there. So there was the 2-run single, and then the grand slam for Cody Bellinger made it 6-0. That was the 4th inning, of course. That knocked Darvish out of the game. A couple of miscues, fielding error. Then Kershaw lined to the right fielder Hayward. That was the excellent play that we saw, where he laid out and made that grab.
41,649. As always,
then Justin Turner with the bases clearing double in the top of the 8th, making it 9-0. You see there, it goes maybe off the glove of Amor, I'm not really sure. Whatever the case, he did not catch it. That made it 9-0. And then Keone Kela loaded the bases, but struck out Billy Hamilton to put an end to this one and put Hines out of his misery for today. The Dodgers take it 9-0. Kershaw with the 7th inning pick up the win. Darvish, 3 2/3, will be saddled with the loss. There's the box score. And we are now joined in the booth by Jaden Becker, Jeremy Goldstein. We are going to see the other Chicago team. They will be at Target Field to take on the Minnesota Twins. That's the White Sox, of course. How are you guys doing?
Very sad.
Very sad day for
It's
us.
a sad day for
Very bad.
Why is it a sad day for you?
You want to tell them or I tell them?
I'll tell them.
Okay.
They just officially announced that our college semester will be fully online. We will not be returning to campus. So a lot of tears will be shed in the broadcast today. But at least we got some positive vibes in the Twitch stream before we got in there.
That's true. But that it's also a good thing because that means that we'll be here until I think the end of bot ball. However,
That is a very good.
yeah.
That is a very good.
We'll be here down the whole stretch. You're not getting rid of us anytime soon. So
Well, I'm happy about that. Jada and I have had some nice games. I've not yet had a call with Jeremy, but maybe that will happen. So we're about to head out to Target Field. Hines, any final thoughts on this?
This abomination. I don't know. It's mental errors. You can't be doing that against a team like the Dodgers who are going to capitalize. So just got to get their heads back in the game and let their bats and their gloves do the talking. But hey, c'est la vie, as they say. What can you do?
Indeed. So, final here from Wrigley. Dodgers take it 9-0. We'll be back with you tomorrow. Eddie and I at 1:45. We will go to see the AL Central White Sox and Twins with Jaden and Jeremy at Target Field. For Hines and Brandon Ross, I'm EB from Toronto. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, EB. Thank you, Hines. Everybody, welcome to Minnesota for this bot ball broadcasted game of this White Sox Twins matchup. I'm Jeremy Goldstein. Alongside me is virtually Jaden Becker. And Jaden, you got a nice division battle in the AL Central today.
yeah, two teams duking it out. And at one point, Chicago and Minnesota were both really going at it in that AL Central, almost fighting for that top spot. Obviously, the White Sox has fallen off, but they could still try and fight back.
The Twins currently stand in first place in the Central. The White Sox in third. Kenta Maeda, do you want to talk about him?
Oh, what a superstar Kenta Maeda is, man. You can just look at his numbers. 193 ERA, has 151 strikeouts on the season, and a whip of 101. And all those numbers are up there in the American League, around second and third for almost all those numbers. But hey, a lot of people recognize him from what he was able to do in Japan. Now in the major leagues, has 3 years here underneath his belt, ready to perform.
Garcia, our leadoff hitter playing center field, is taking a strike. We'll go through that White Sox lineup. After Garcia will be followed by Tim Anderson and Nomar Mazara, shortstop and right field respectively. Then we have Edwin Encarnacion, the designated hitter. Then Eloy Jimenez, the left fielder. Former Red Sox prospect Yoan Moncada bats sixth, batting seventh. The first baseman Jose Abreu. Jonathan Scope, the second baseman, bats eighth, and Yasmani Grandal bats ninth. That's popped up backstop near the third base coach. On to make the catch is Mitch Garver for out number one, and that'll bring up the aforementioned shortstop Tim Anderson.
And what a superstar Tim Anderson has been, batting .344 on the season with the .949 OPS. He really broke out last year, and now has even continued with the bat even more this season, second in batting average in the American League.
Yep, Tim Anderson, one of the favorites of, I'd say, the young viewers of Major League Baseball, as he sort of symbolizes the "Let the kids play" slogan. As you know, a lot of the controversy surrounding these bat flips. Some people like them, some don't. Anderson sort of symbolizes the side that says, you know, we gotta be progressive in this game and allow some more enjoyment for a lot of our younger viewership, so that hopefully drives it up. Anderson now ahead 2-0 on Maeda. Maeda, former Los Angeles Dodger.
And I think that's now more than ever. We've even seen that now with everything going on with, as we know, with the Padres and how that whole debacle went. Fernando Tatis hitting a grand slam And I believe they talked about it in the previous game, but I don't know, how are you going to get in trouble for hitting a grand slam? You're getting in trouble for literally playing a game? I think not.
Anderson drives one to right in deep. That ball is going to get off the wall, fielded on a hop by Kepler. He's going to throw it in the second. Polanco fielded on a bounce. It's a double for Anderson, and the White Sox get going early here in the first.
Look at that swing there. Able to pop that ball, and it traveled really, really well. Balls here in Minnesota really start to move. I'm going to take a look at this swing here. Great leg kicking. Notice those hands there, driving them out and making sure that ball meets the barrel of the bat. Had his eyes right on that one. Had a double in his last game and has a double here early.
It'll bring up the former Texas Ranger, Nomar Mazara, playing right field today. Mazara, not known for his defense, but I did call a game last week with Cole Ringeisen. It was White Sox Angels, and Mazara had a series of web gems in the outfield. I doubt we'll see that from him again. If the 0-1 is swung on and missed up and in the count 0-2.
Yeah, not known for his glove, but definitely can use the bat to his advantage and has hit pretty well this season.
That's popped up shallow center. Buxton coming in will make the easy catch. Retreating back to second is Anderson for the second out. And now that'll bring up the Edwin Encarnacion, the designated hitter. Encarnacion, becoming a journeyman, started his career with the Cincinnati Reds, where he played a lot of third base, then became a primary first baseman with the Blue Jays. We saw him sign a short deal with the Indians, then was dealt to the Mariners, who was then dealt to the Yankees, and is now in the midst of a one-year contract with the Chicago White Sox.
And boy, are the White Sox happy. 34 home runs on the season. Hit a home run last game, went 1 for 4. Strikeouts have been an issue last game. Did strike out 3 times. So needs to improve in that department. But when you have the power that he has, sometimes you take the strikeouts with a grain of salt.
And Jaden, I was about to say that a lot of players these days, as home runs have sort of skyrocketed in the league, we've seen record totals over the past 2 seasons. A lot of the players who lead the league in home runs are up there in strikeouts as well. So I think that's become a trade-off a lot of teams are willing to take with these players, as Encarnacion takes strike 2 in the inside corner.
And I'd be happy too if I had 34 home runs. Yeah, I'll take the strikeout every once in a while, but he's also batting .290 right now, so he's really up there, and there's a reason why he's batting in that 4th spot, because even though he's at this point in his career, journeyman, as you mentioned, a little late in his career, definitely still able to do it with the bat.
Encarnacion tells that to the right side, and absolutely, I think sort of in the previous decades of baseball, a lot of managers would rather have the players get the ball in play, and if it was a ground ball, maybe they'll make an error, but they've sort of given up on that hope, so to speak, and now we're in a home run era. It'll be a 1-2 to Encarnacion. He's fouled off the last couple of pitches. Anderson leads off second. Here it is. Swing and a miss at the knees. He's in the zone, but Encarnacion swung right through it. Maeda gets around a 1-out double. We're going to the bottom of the first here in Minnesota. It's 0-0. Back here in Minnesota, Lucas Giolito. Jaden, give us the rundown.
3.03 ERA and was an all-star last season. A lot of people remember him from his time in Washington, then found his way over to the Chicago White Sox. Obviously flourished last season and finally coming into his own as a pitcher. Strikeout numbers, had 180 strikeouts on the season. What a superstar he is, and one of the focal points in this White Sox rotation. I don't think we could have found a better pitching matchup here between these two teams. It's going to be the highlight of this series.
Back to Kepler, the leadoff hitter for the Twins. One of those power hitters takes the low on a breaking ball. Jaden, you mentioned Giolito played for Washington. To be honest, I had never realized that until just now.
Yeah, way back, and that's where he started his career back in 2016. But obviously, with the White Sox, he's made his name, and that's really where it appeared last season in that all-star push.
Kepler swings and misses. Giolito seemed like after the 2018 campaign that he was going to be one of those pitchers that didn't pan out, like Dylan Cease and Carson Fulmer, that the White Sox were really banking on to become young, powerful arms in the rotation. But Giolito really turned heads in 2019 with that all-star appearance and is now definitely the ace of this rotation behind their young and well-improved offense here in 2020. The 1-2 is fouled to the right side, so it'll stay 1-2.
Talked about Kepler's power earlier. He set an MLB record for home runs in a single season by a European-born player last season, and obviously has done his best again this year.
There's a swing and a miss. The 12-6. The hammer dropped again. In the strike zone, however, Kepler unable to produce timing on that breaking ball, and there will be one gone. But you're right, Jaden. Kepler, the German native, setting a new standard for European players here in the MLB.
Gonna have a tough time against Giolito in this one. He keeps on swinging at pitches like those, but Giolito really firing it in there.
Here's a switch hitter, Jorge Polanco. Polanco served a PED suspension not too long ago, and then came back for the Twins playoff run where they were ultimately swept by the New York Yankees in 3 games, but has emerged as a number 2 hitter shortstop consistently for this team and really produces good numbers, hitting 289, as that's hit into center field, but not having to move much at all is Leury Garcia for out number 2. And that'll bring up the catcher, Mitch Garver. And Garver, another one of those players who sort of came out of the blue in 2019. The 29-year-old catcher just was a minor leaguer for a very long time. Finally got the chance with the Twins. They kind of lost Jason Castro, and that kind of, they weren't able to really sign a productive catcher. Williams Astudillo, they didn't want him to be. They took a chance on Garver finally, and he really proved to be worth the wait, hitting 329 in his second consecutive All-Star appearance here in 2020. Pitch is just...
Yeah, 106.6 OPS, and he's just been so good for this team. And it's very surprising to see a catcher find his way into the 3 spot as a hitter. But look where he is, and he's been at that spot almost all season because he's just been that good at this part of the lineup.
3 spot was a promotion from the leadoff spot. He started this season batting there, and he played there all 2019. Here's the pitch, grounded left side and through the shift for the first base hit of the night for Minnesota. It gets by Garcia. He's going to try to stretch it to a double. They'll throw it a second. Not in time. Garver, great base running. That baseball IQ shine right there. It'll be a single and an E8 for Leury Garcia. And now Nelson Cruz will have a chance with a runner in scoring position with 2 gone.
Pretty rare to see a catcher try to stretch a single into a double, especially after an error in the outfield. Just dribbled away, wasn't super far away from Garcia in the outfield, but he tried his best there. And damn, Garver was moving. Did a great job there, find his way to second base.
That turn was well worth it, as before he retreated back to first, he saw that he really had a shot to swipe second. And I thought he was going to be a dead duck, however, he proved us wrong. You 1-1 on the way to Nelson Cruz, who yesterday set a record for the oldest player since David Ortiz to homer twice in a game, as that swung on and missed. Breaking ball in the dirt, that 12-6 proving effective for Giolito early on, and the count 1-2.
And Giolito looking pretty good right here. Only one mistake by his outfielder, causing a runner to be on second base. Needs to control himself here against Nelson Cruz.
That pitch is shanked outside. Now we're even at 2. Nelson Cruz bouncing around teams like the Orioles, Mariners, and Twins at the end of his career. How long do you think he's going to stay in this league, as that's going to be dribbled up the middle for a base hit? Garcia will field, fire in, but not before Garver is able to score, and that'll be a 1-0 Twins lead, solely off of the error by Leury Garcia.
Take a look at this replay here. Great swing, ball down the middle of the plate. See what this was, maybe around quad high. Able to make good contact on that one. You asked me how long he's going to be able to stay in this league. As long as he keeps on doing things like those, he has a wide open spot in this league.
That ball by Eddie Rosario is punched through the opposite field gap for a base hit. First pitch swinging again. Eloy Jimenez fields into left. Halting at third is Cruz. He does not run well. It'll be a 2-out double for Rosario. That's 3 straight 2-out hits for the Minnesota Twins. And now a big chance with runners to second and third and 2 outs for the former Blue Jay and Grave, the third baseman Josh Donaldson.
Rosario, a free swinger, swung at the highest percentage of pitches last season, and proving why he's so good with the bat right there. First pitch swinging right there, and right back up the middle. And the run could have scored there if there was another runner on base.
Yeah.
Nelson Cruz, as you mentioned, not really good on the base pads anymore at this age, but that's the give and take that you have with him. So now runners on second and third with Josh Donaldson up to bat.
Donaldson sort of lost his defensive abilities with a series of leg and foot injuries, excuse me. However, he really is just progressively gotten better with the bat. Had a very good 1-year stint with the Atlanta Braves in their playoff run last year.
And now comeback player of the year.
Yeah, signed a 3-year deal with the Twins in this offseason. As the pitch, benefit of the doubt going to Giolito there, inside corner granted. Count 1-1. Giolito throwing his 20th pitch of the inning. Here it is, swung on and missed. Dialed up the fastball at 95 to count 1-2.
And no comeback player of the year, as I mentioned. A lot of people, when he fell off back in Toronto, expected him to not play as well, but really found his own back in Atlanta. Now with the Twins, obviously his numbers haven't been the best, but if he can provide in big spots like this, Twins definitely would love to keep him even longer.
That pitch is poked out to right, and it gets down, and it gets into the right field seat, so it's a ground rule double for Donaldson. 2 runs will score. And after seeing like Giolito is going to have a quick 1-2-3 inning here, you get to sting after the single through the shift by Mitch Garver. All of a sudden, the Twins are up 3-0 on a 2-out rally.
Call that a cheap double because it was a ground rule double that bounced into the seats that, you know, if the seats weren't there and we're another ballpark, you know, that should just be a single, maybe 1-run scores instead of the runner coming in also from second base. So now a runner on second for Luis Arraez to do even some more damage.
Arraez pokes that into center field. Garcia lets it drop. Scoring is Donaldson, and again, a Twins runner crosses home plate. It is a 4-0 game.
Arraez with a great swing there, but a surprising play by Garcia on letting that one drop. Hope we get a replay of what happened to the mind of Garcia in center field, but look at this swing. Hands out in front, rip that one over towards the center field. I'm not going to see what was going through the mind of Garcia there, but we do know a run does come across.
Gene, I keep wanting to back up your points and further them on. However, these Twins hitters keep swinging first pitch and making it hard. Here's Miguel Sano, obviously much better against the left-handed side of pitching. However, he can still hit for a surplus of power regardless of who he's facing. He just has trouble making contact sometimes, so that's what I know. Sano an abysmal 3 for 19 against Giolito with 8 strikeouts. So if anybody's going to help Giolito get out of the inning, it might be his opponent.
Not sure about that here, Jeremy. Anything could happen here with the Minnesota Twins, how good they've been hitting here in this first inning.
Get 2-0 to Sano. Again, Giolito, it just takes one of those singles. It got that Garver single. I want to keep going back on that because that could have ended the inning. They had 3 infielders on the left side, and Garver still found a hole. And just like that, it resulted in 4 runs. It'll be a 2-0 to Sano. And now it's 3-0. So, Jade, you might be right. Despite the good numbers Giolito has against the first baseman, he might be losing him on 4 pitches.
Doesn't look like that. He's pitching around him, just cannot find his spots over the heart of the plate.
And that misses the inside corner for ball 4. And all of a sudden, if you're Rick Renteria, do you get the bullpen going here? As the Twins extend their base runner total to first and second with 2 gone here. And their 9th hitter, Byron Buxton, coming to the dish.
I think it really depends on what Buxton does here. Obviously, Buxton is very fast on the base pads and great with the glove. Just cannot find his way on base. That offense, his OPS has been very low throughout all of his career just because he's not that strong with the bat, but the speed does help him out. If he's able to get a hit off Giolito here, definitely could see the hook coming in very, very soon.
Buxton, another hitter with poor numbers against Giolito, 1 for 10 with 3 strikeouts, but he is 7 for 18 across his last 4 games, so he is hot.
He went 2 for 5 last game with 2 RBIs and 2 stolen bases, so when he gets on base, he's able to run for sure.
The 1-0 to Buxton is pulled foul to count 1-1. Buxton, a lot of injury trouble. He was up there with Chris Bryant in terms of prospects at one point, but his inability to stay healthy as well as produce with the bat has cost him. That's going to get by the third baseman. Throw a first, not in time. Jaden, it looked like Moncada struggled.
Yeah, Moncada usually sure with the glove, but that one slapped off his glove there. No way of getting Buxton out at first base with how fast he is running down the base pad. So able to knock it down and stop from any runners coming in. Just cannot make the play there over at third.
Yeah, Moncada, not known for his glove, but that was scorched off the bat of Buxton. And once it dropped, you knew with Buxton's elite speed, it was going to be unable to be thrown out. No runs did score, however. It'll be a bases-loaded opportunity for Max Kepler, who, believe it or not, led off the inning. And now,
he struck out in his first at-bat. 9 batters to go.
That is driven into center. Well hit. Garcia at the track. It's going to get off the deep part of the wall. 3 runs will score. It's a bases clearing double for Kepler. Redeeming himself for his out earlier in the inning, believe it or not. It's his 39th double of the season, and it is 7-0 Minnesota.
Well,
Here
I'm
in the
speechless.
first. Can you believe it?
I'm speechless. I can't believe it here either. And he's calling for the bullpen. Wow, that's going to be the end of the line for Giolito here in the first inning.
I have to highlight it again. If you're just joining us, Giolito here in the first got the first 2 outs with less than 10 pitches. And then Mitch Garver hit a bouncer into the shift on the left side with 3 infielders playing, and it barely found a hole, and the rest is history as Dylan Cease looks to be the new starting pitcher here today. But he's going to be pitching with a deficit.
And he's the long relief arm for the Chicago White Sox here. 4.96 ERA on the season with a 153 whip. Has struggled from the long relief position. Drafted out of Milton High School, same high school as Dexter Fowler, other familiar name, out of Georgia. Made his MLB debut last season. So now in a tough spot. Just needs to get 1 out to get out this inning.
Getting fun fact, if Polanco gets on, as he sees a 1-1, every Twins hitter will have reached base on the inning. That'll be a 1-1 to Jorge. That is poked to the left side and not get down. Right there is Eloy Jimenez. But what a ride that first inning was. Believe it or not, it's 7-0 Twins. And we're back, top of the second here in Minnesota. You can look at the scoreboard and you can see what's going on for yourself. Eloy Jimenez, I'm pretty sure this is not how he wants to be making his first at-bat of the day. Career high 18 home runs on the season. And, you know, this reminds me of NLDS Game 5 from 2019 when the Cardinals dropped 10 runs on the top of the first on the Braves. Not as bad, clearly, and not as paralyzing because it's not the playoffs, but if you're the White Sox and you're trying to compete for a wild card spot, I mean, this really doesn't help, especially since it's coming from your ace. We were talking up a pitching matchup, and Maeda is the last one standing after 1 inning as Eloy Jimenez, just wild flail there, fouls it off count 0-2.
And Kenta Maeda coming into this game, 12-0 win-loss record. I know wins and losses obviously have been questioned nowadays when it comes to pitching statistics, but obviously this helps him a bunch, and I think it's going to be very difficult for Maeda here to blow the win opportunity, given that they're up 7-0 here in the top of the second.
Oh, well, there you go. Good morning, good afternoon, good night. 3-pitch strikeout to Eloy Jimenez by Kenta Maeda. As Eloy Jimenez whiffs at the fastball in the zone. Second strikeout of the night for Maeda. There's 1 gone.
And Jeremy, you know what that's called? Putting it right in Jimenez's blind spot, right there in the upper corner of the zone, coming in towards the hands. And you notice that the barrel of the bat dropped underneath the baseball, right into his blind spot.
And there's Moncada, dribbler to Sano. Quick out number 2, so I guess the White Sox are making up the game time here.
And we talked about in the on-deck circle how we had some technical issues before the game, and maybe this one would fly by. And if Maeda can keep up the pace here, maybe he'll help us out just a little bit, given that we're starting this game a little late.
Here's Jose Abreu, and I think it's safe to say he's been waiting a long time for a competitive White Sox team. He was signed out of Cuba earlier in the decade, in the 2010s decade, 2012, so to speak. And he has not had a playoff appearance once, despite his good numbers. Been an all-star multiple times, yet he's never come close to a playoff berth as the 2-0 to Abreu is fouled off to the right side.
And at this point in his career, a lot of people forget that he was AL Rookie of the Year back in 2014. So he does have the potential, but we've been saying that for literally 6 years. He has the potential, but the team has never been able to pan itself around him.
Well, thank you for that correction right there. I don't know why I had 2012 on my sheet, but it'll be a 2-2 coming. The first baseman, Abreu, swing and a miss, and a pitch way out there. Looks like Abreu gave up. And we're through 1.5. The Twins have maintained their 7-0 lead. It'll be Garver, Cruz, Rosario in the bottom of the second. So we're back here in the bottom of the second inning. It'll be Mitch Garver leading off here for the Twins. The Twins do lead 7-0 here against Dylan Cease, who relieved Lucas Giolito after 2/3 of an inning. Garver increased his average to 331 with that single back in the first. Sorry for that interruption, Jaden. Go ahead.
Garver was the one to start the action back in the first inning, and it's funny to say back in the first inning. It was literally 3 outs ago, but he was the one that got the whole party started. And if we can get it started here again, I'm scared for my score sheet and how ugly it's going to look at the end of the game.
Keep Jordan's score sheet in your prayers in the chat, as that is a strike on the inside corner to count 1-1. Maybe Dylan Cease will prove himself a little bit. You know, he's been working really hard at the age of 28 here to find a spot in that rotation. However, he really did not pitch well following his major league call-up, and he's been given multiple chances. But if he can prove effective in the bullpen, maybe that'll be his value. After Garver swung and missed at a high fastball, here's the 1-2 to the catcher. And that is ripped to the left side, and it will bounce in front of Eloy Jimenez, and that is Garver's second hit in 2 innings.
Yeah, Cease had his struggles in previous years. Last season, a 5.79 ERA through 14 games started. They just gotta look at Mitch Garver, man. He has just been non-stop. Look at those AL numbers. 4th in batting average leaders. So he has just been a superstar behind Tim Anderson for Chicago White Sox.
Jaden, you saw Yordan Alvarez's name up there. You know, in late July, he was hitting in the 370s.
Yes, at that point of the season, he was just another superstar for the Houston Astros, and what a young guy too. Really a great piece for that Houston Astros organization. Don't want to give the Astros too much compliments here and there, but yeah, I guess you have to give them where it's due.
Well, as Cruz takes ball 1, Jaden, you can give Yordan Alvarez credit because he was not called up until last year, so he really can't be.
Okay.
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt as Cruz whiffs at that one inside, even it up at 1-1. He's dialing up his fastball at 96, so he's relies on his fastball and his high velocity more so than a pitcher like Giolito, who uses that 12-6 curve more often as Cruz fouls that off. We've seen a lot of 1-2 counts, and we're seeing one again here to Cruz.
Yeah, Cease trying to find himself once again on the mound, and when you come into a game and you're down by 7, sometimes it's better for a pitcher. You get to relax, don't really need to try to maintain a lead. You just need to try to pitch your best game.
Cruz swings and misses. There's Cease's first strikeout of the night, and now with 1 gone, the double play ball is in play as Eddie Rosario steps up to the dish, and Eddie Rosario, following Cruz's RBI single that brought in Garver, had that explosive opposite field double that drove in, that brought Cruz to third. He eventually scored on the bases clearing double by Luis Arraez. There's ball 1 to Rosario.
And it moved so fast back in the first inning, couldn't even say anything nice about Eddie Rosario, but I mentioned that he is a free swinger, and that free swinging ability allowing him to just really go for that baseball has made him one of the big home run hitters on this team. You see a graphic on the right-hand corner of your screen. 31 home runs on the season. You're not going to hit a lot of home runs if you don't swing. And he's been able to rip some out of the ballpark very, very fast and very hard.
It'll be a 2-1 count now on the way to Rosario. Rosario, a longtime Twin, homered in the ALDS last year, homered in the 2017 wildcard game, so I guess you can say he does find playoff success. Only if they can find themselves a good matchup and be a higher seed so they can play an easier team, because they do not have success against that Yankees team in the playoffs. You know the story with the Twins is the 3-1 is a strike in there. Got swept by the Yankees in 2009, got swept by the Yankees in 2010, lost the wild card game blowing a 3-0 lead to them in 2017, and got swept by them in 2019 as there's a walk to Rosario. So there's a big curse. The Twins have not won a playoff game against the Yankees in their last 10 games. So there's a lot, at least 10 games. So maybe you want to see them match up against a different team, right?
Yeah, the Twins haven't made the World Series since 1991, and they definitely want to get back into that picture. This year definitely could be the year for them here in ML Botball, just because of how well they played in a very strong AL Central. It's not like they're getting the free bid all the way to the playoffs. They're one of the main reasons why this AL Central is so strong, because not only them, but the Indians and even the White Sox for a while were strong competitors throughout this season.
Donaldson fell to the right side. After that 2017 wildcard berth, people thought the Twins were finally emerging as a new competitor in Major League Baseball, as that fell off again. And then in 2018, they had an awful season, and the Indians sort of took that division with so much ease. A team that the Tampa Bay Rays didn't make the playoffs in that season, and they had a much better record than the Indians. So in 2019, when they sort of broke out like they did and took over the Indians, who did not make the playoffs, it became a contender once again, and they're looking to stay there as Donaldson whiffs through the slider that sort of hung a little bit, but Cease gets a good break. There are now 2 gone here in the second.
Yeah, Donaldson whiffed on that one. Pretty surprising. Don't really see that often from him. He does strike out, but not on a whiffer like that. And Luis Arraez had that single in his previous at-bat, trying to do some more damage here with runners on first and second.
Luis Arraez sort of went an under-the-radar breakout Twin last year, bat 9th in the competitive series, so to speak, for Minnesota, but people are very high on this kid, and people remind him of Rod Carew, another former Twin second baseman who hit for high averages. That is bobbled by Abreu, but he recovers, gets it over to Cease, and the White Sox escape. The Twins leave 2 on, but don't score any. It's 7-0 Twins. We're going to the top of the 3rd inning. Up the 3rd inning, Jeremy Goldstein and Jaden Becker on hand here for this White Sox Twin matchup. The Twins have exploded out to a 7-0 lead. And here comes Jonathan Scope, the 8th hitter for the Chicago White Sox, facing Kenta Maeda, who's had a smooth sailing first 2 innings. Here's the pitch. In there, strike 1.
And smooth sailing indeed. And you don't really have to do too much damage control here. Almost put it on autopilot. Got to be careful here. Don't want to allow anything too crazy to happen, but Maeda has just been so good all season. When he gets run support like this, the Twins are almost unstoppable.
0-2 from Maeda to the former Tiger is laid off for ball 1. Scope bounced, sort of had a tenure with the Orioles. He was really good friends with Manny Machado in Baltimore as they played the left side of the infield together. But then Scope was dealt to the Brewers, where he really struggled. Then was with the Twins, actually, last season. Then signed to deal with the Tigers and is now dealt to the White Sox. So he's bounced around quite a bit. But he does strike out there. 4 early strikeouts for Kenta Maeda, and there's 1 gone here.
Tough job swinging at that one. All-Star back in 2017. High point of his career, but fielding really has been a big issue for him.
Now he has Manny Grandal. New contract he gets to show off to his friends and family. He played with the Padres, Brewers, and Dodgers to start his career. An All-Star last season, and now signing a 4-year contract with the Chicago White Sox at the age of 30. So this is definitely his prime deal. And 160 home runs on his career, as you see that graphic pop up. And he's ahead 2-0 to Maeda, his former teammate.
This Bop season, he hasn't really done much with that contract that he's gotten. 217 batting average on the season thus far. Yes, he does have some power numbers, 19 home runs on the season, even hit one last game on a 2-for-3 effort. But the 217 batting average is definitely what is hurting him now. And to think he's a switch hitter, I expect more from him, especially being able to bat from both sides of the plate. So he really needs to step it up in the batting average department.
Well, I think it's safe to say he's a lot more powerful from the left side. That's definitely his primary side. 3-1, dribbled foul. So Maeda has worked his way from a 3-0 to a full count, and we'll see the payoff pitch coming up right now. Here it is. Grandal, no one on base, looking to get on for the White Sox, get something going as he dribbles that pitch near the dirt foul. Count remains full. Maeda. Very easy 1-2-3-2 second inning as he deals ball 4 to Grandal. The White Sox have their first base runner since the first. And that'll bring up the leadoff hitter, Lurie Garcia, who you could say maybe is to blame for the implosion in the first. You really can't point enough fingers. But what the White Sox got to do here is just buckle down and score some runs and see where it takes them.
You could point those fingers in many directions back in that first inning. Defense was an issue, pitching was an issue, and things just crumbled underneath the feet of the Chicago White Sox. Garcia now wants to make up for it in any way, shape, or form. Really needs to be strong here with the bat popped out in his previous at-bat. Now with the runner on first, might be in a better situation to do some more damage.
Jaden, what's crazy to me is it's not like Giolito was struggling to find the strike zone. He only really threw about 30, 35 pitches. He was serving up a lot of meatballs, a lot of pitches easy in the zone for hitters to hit. And that's why we didn't see a lot of walks. We saw a lot of gappers instead.
And we saw a lot of first pitch swinging from the Minnesota Twins. And they were just able to go nonstop, swing after swing after swing. And when that happens, it's tough to stop the piling on.
There's a ground ball to Donaldson, and what a turn as he barehands it, gets it to Polanco, who dishes it off. The first baseman Sano, a big double play for Minnesota. They have officially regained 100% momentum if they didn't already. We're through 2.5. Its score remains 7-0 Minnesota. We're back right away, bottom of the third inning. No commercials here on ML Ball. As Heidi Watney reminds you to donate to Meals on Wheels. They're our current charity here on ML Ball. They're helping a lot of people, especially the elderly, during this COVID-19 pandemic.
Meals on Wheels
help
supports
people
more
find food. You can go finish it off. Go for it.
Meals on Wheels supports more than 5,000 community-based programs across the country that are dedicated to addressing senior isolation and hunger. Jeremy, this network serves virtually every community in America, enables America's seniors to live nourished lives with independence and dignity. You can click the PayPal button in the Twitch description or type in the chat !donate.
Did you look up on the website, or did you write that yourself?
It's a little spiel. Got to make sure that it's there. I always like to say, I don't want my grandma going to the store, and I'm sure you don't want yours going either. So now's a good time to donate to Meals on Wheels. Now is just a better time than ever, really.
Absolutely. My grandparents, I think they order some sort of delivery. I don't know what yours do.
My grandparents are trying their best. I'll leave it at that.
There's a strike to McGilson. No. Enough talking about. We're going to get right back to this baseball game over here. As Sano sees a 2-1 from Dylan Cease. That's dealt outside the count 3-1. On deck is Byron Buxton, who hit a ball that could have very easily ended the inning, Jaden. However, it was unable to be played cleanly by Moncada, and that led to the big Max Kepler bases clearing double, and the rest is history. It'll be a payoff pitch to Sano. Sano started off playing third base, but now is playing first base for the Twins, as that's hit to the left side, but right there, making the play cleanly, is Moncada for out number 1.
I was going to say something about Miguel Sano. A lot of people look at him, as we look at the American League Central Standings, a lot of people look at him and think that he's a lot older than he really is. Kid's only 26 years old. He's a young guy. I know he looks big and he hits for power and all that, but he still has a lot of room to grow into his MLB career.
Started off in 2017. That was his breakout season. Played in the home run derby that year and lost to Mike Moustakas in the first round. Well, he lost in the semifinals, I think, to Judge. It was one or the other. However, that doesn't matter. 2018, had a lot of injury problems with his hip and his knees. Then that's when he started to make the transition to first base. Plays a little bit of third still, but he's in the bat to hit. He's in the lineup to hit. That's been made very clear. As the 1-1 to Buxton is checked inside, count 2-1. Slider from the Cease.
And Sano's the type of guy that maybe a couple years down the line could be a designated hitter. And if he's fortunate enough to be on an American League team, or the rules change in one way or another, the DH will be definitely a good place for him if he can continue to hit at a high level.
Absolutely, Ed. But as long as Nelson Cruz is on this roster, the DH spot is deservedly so his.
Yes.
But Miguel Sano obviously can be a very occupant of that designated hitter position, because he does hit for so much power, as Buxton fouls it off. But you're right, he's 26, he's young. And he does have time to adapt to that first base position. And that's a position where a lot of players who are older but still play the field sort of find themselves. As that swung on and missed from Buxton for out number 2. Dylan Cease really productively pitching well following the early exit from Giolito. He has retired all but 2 Twins hitters that he's faced.
Yeah, Buxton put a lot into that swing. And no profit on that one either, as he just whiffed at that one that was breaking away. Not what you want there.
As Kepler smokes that to right, but foul. Kepler, that would have been his 24th home run if it was just a little more fair. He's 1 for 2 with a double. This is his third at bat in 3 innings. He's been a very productive hitter for this Twins team across the entire season. Here's the pitch, and there you go. Deep to right field, and he got it that time. Goodbye baseball, as you like to say. 8-0 Minnesota off the solo shot from Kepler.
Thank you for incorporating me into your call, Jeremy. We're going to take a good look at this swing. I want you to dissect it with me here a little bit because Kepler, he's just so good with the bat. 387-foot shot. And I'll show you the reason why as soon as we get a good look at it. 102 miles per hour off the bat as well. Oh my goodness, he has just been a superstar with this team, especially at the top of the lineup. Big leg kick. Look at those hips. He drives them up through and to the baseball. And that one was gone, as everyone knew it in the whole stadium. That one was gone right away, all stemming from those hips there. What a shot right into those seats. Woo! Kepler doing it at an amazing rate.
And if you went on to Google and typed in productive pull hitter, you think Max Kepler would come up?
I think so. He wouldn't be the first one to come up for me, but I think he definitely is up there.
I'll take your word for it. Here's Jorge Polanco. Twin do not reach base. Let's see if he can do so here in third. Also his third at bat in 3 innings. That is swung and missed at the curve. Count 0-2, so Cease ahead early. Here is that 0-2 pitch. Well in there, almost hit him. Thankfully, there's no one on base because that went all the way to the stanchion. There's ball
I don't know, Jeremy, if that one was intentional or not. No one on base.
No.
I don't know, Jeremy. I don't know. I think we need to see what's happening forward. Another pitch inside.
And there's a jam shot. 99-mile-an-hour fastball from the hands of Cease, but not before. Max Kepler, after almost hitting it before, gets redemption in his at-bat and smokes one over the right field fence in Minnesota here. The Twins extend their lead. It's 8-0. We're a third of the way through here on ML Ball on Twitch.tv.
Leading off for the White
And here's Tim Anderson.
the shortstop.
Shortstop, the only White Sox hit so far. As the pitch here, hit to the right side. Right there is Sano. He struggles, but dishes it off to Maeda for out number 1.
That's a great thing about having a pitcher who can feel their position. When the first baseman struggles there a little bit, got a pitcher that can run their way over.
And there you go. That's we talked about how Sano would be a good occupant of that DH position, and that shows there. He really just couldn't make an initial clean play on that ground ball. But thankfully, Anderson's not Billy Hamilton, and wasn't in first base in 2 seconds. Here's Nomar Mazara. Blew out his last time and pokes that foul the other way. Count 0-1. Mazara hit one of the longest home runs of the season, 491 feet for Texas last year. Unfortunately, the Rangers were not able to make a playoff push, and he was dealt it to the White Sox in the offseason. As Mazara takes inside to count 1-1.
Mazara's a great player and a good piece to put in the outfield. Definitely plays very well in a bop ball season. And White Sox should be happy to have him. Notice his unique stance, that right foot sticking all the way out down that first base line.
You know, it allows him to... I was watching MLB Network one day, and they were talking about that unique stance of his. And they say what it allows him to do with his foot so far back, it allows him to really load up and just provide a lot of power into the baseball when he's swinging.
You notice the big leg kick as well. Yeah, really coming into that pitch as soon as Maeda gets into his motion.
Here's the payoff to Mazara. And that's poked left side. Drifting back is Buxton, and what speed. That was a great shift.
Up next for the White
Put on
Sox.
Mazara, and he makes the catch for out number 2.
Yeah, able to track that one down almost near that warning track. And we noted how well that he's able to load up. And when you load up strong, sometimes it comes off the bat strong as well. That one had a good amount of distance, but Rosario able to flag it.
Well, here's Edwin Encarnacion and Jaden, as that's in there for a strike. We talk about leg kicks, and the thing about leg kicks is you can get provided with so much power, but however, it often causes hitters to be off balance, so that's why a lot of them don't do it. But Encarnacion's the opposite of that. he is very stiff in his stance. As that's popped up right side. Sano drifting back, cannot make the play. A blue single for Edward Encarnacion. The White Sox get a little two-out base running here.
Now back.
Hitting opposite of the shift. You know, with the leg kick. That one popped up, and he popped up into no man's land. When you hit opposite of the shift there, notice all that green area in the outfield. That is going to be a spot where it can fall. It almost ran into each other there, Kepler and Sano. Kepler would have been taking the brunt end of that one for sure, given the size of Sano, but that one fell in nicely.
Eloy Jimenez crushes one out to left. Rosario is back, and he makes the catch. That was really good off the bat, but it died at the track. White Sox still have a donut on the board. We're through 3.5, and the Twins have an 8-run lead. Bottom fourth, Mitch Garver, 2 for 2 on the day, 2 singles. Jimmy Cordero is warming up for the White Sox in the pen, but Dylan Cease, aside from that Max Kepler home run, has done a solid job as he deals up and in to Garver to count 1-0.
Well, Cease been pitching inside the past couple batters and really trying to get inside. I'm not speculating anything here, Jeremy. I'm just saying, I'm noting the obvious here. A lot of pitches have been inside trying to jam hitters.
Mitch Garver absolutely obliterates that one to left. No call needed there. It is gone. A home run for Garver. Same distance, 387 feet as Kepler's. 108 off the bat. That was absolutely smoked. And the Twins just continue to trounce the White Sox here. It is 9-0.
You're going to have to lend me a pencil sharpener here, Jeremy. A lot of these squares I'm filling in here on my score sheet again and again and again. 9 runs here, all of them coming on the Minnesota side. Look at this swing. Right, barreled it up perfectly. Couldn't have done any better myself. And got a good backspin on it as well. Look at 108 miles per hour off the bat. And you just know that ball doesn't want to stay in the ballpark anytime soon. When you get good backwards rotation on it and you hit underneath that ball. Woo! Oh my.
Well, Jaden, it says if I take the Sprainbook Parkway, it'll be about 50 minutes to Queens. So I can provide you a pencil sharpener, but the game might be over before I'm able to give it to you. That's okay.
Darn, I'm going to have to find one in the house then. My apologies, Jeremy.
All good. Nelson Cruz takes strike 1. I will file off in the chat. How many runs do you think the Twins are going to score today?
Let's see.
That catches outside. Thank God this is not Diamond Dynasty, because if the Twins score one more, the Twins scored one more, this game would be just ended. Mercy rule.
It'd be a mercy rule like how I do to you all the time, Jeremy.
Oh, well, that proved differently. 1, I won the Bot Ball League tournament, and you did not.
No.
2, we split our games in the league so far, so I don't think you have any mercies on record with me.
Well, Jeremy, we have one more game left, bud. We have one more game left, and I just got to make sure that you're ready for someone that is definitely ready for you.
Well, Cruz swings and misses at the high heat fastball upstairs for the first out. You know, Jade, I just got a big new addition. I got 98 Pete Alonso on the team yesterday.
Oh, really?
I don't know if he'll be starting, but I was doing some conquest. Got a free home run derby set 2-pack, and boom, elite round Alonso. I already got the best hitter in that pack, and Aaron Judge. But Alonso is I wouldn't say close second, but he's second, and he is now on my team.
Okay, we saw a little graphic there of Lucas Giolito, 2/3 of an inning, giving up those, what was it, I believe 7 runs back in the first, and 7 runs that you really just can't allow in the first inning. Now he's sitting on the bench, going to have to watch this whole game. A very sad look on his face.
You know, here's Eddie Rosario, who's 8 for his last 22. That is foul. And we keep the amount of 1-2 counts we've had in this game. I feel like a broken record if I don't sound like one already. All right, Dylan Cease will make a change to that count unless this is fouled off. And here's the pitch. Upstairs, the count even now, 2-2.
Speaking of Lucas Giolito, I believe he was the White Sox representative in the MLB Players League.
Yes, he was, as that is poked to the left side, and it gets through for a base hit. So, if you want a fun fact, actually, I think he played with Jeff McNeil in the semifinals because he lost in the semis. Blake Snell won the tournament. I want to say McNeil lost to Snell in the finals. So, and then the other player in the semis, it was McNeil. It was Ian Happ, I want to say.
Yes, it was Ian Happ. Yes.
So Ian Happ.
2 Chicago teams.
Yes, unfortunately, my favorite Yankee representative, Tommy Kahnle,
Terrible.
lost in a play-in game. Well, he was playing Lance McCullers live on ESPN for his last game of the year. He lost his last 3 games when he just needed one to make the playoffs. Went on ESPN, and it was unfair. It was unfair because they didn't let him use Aaron Hicks because of the whole they were gonna have pitchers hitting thing. They were not having pitchers. There was some weird rule that didn't allow him to use Aaron Hicks, and Aaron Hicks was the MVP of the Players League. If you don't know, so I call unfairness, but I've moved on.
You can cry all you want about your Players League Yankees, but you gotta admit, both your bot ball Yankees and the real life Yankees have been playing pretty strong at this point.
Yeah, as the 1-2 is swung on and missed. Donaldson goes down chasing on an excellent curveball from Cease for the second out. And you're right, Jaden. Yankees in real life 16-6. Just finishing off a 4-game sweep from the Red Sox. I don't want to get too off course here because we're talking about the Twins and White Sox, but Jaden, the Red Sox are abysmal. I don't care. I'm not talking. The Yankees are good, but I'm not even going to credit it to their abilities. They've lost their 3 best players to injury, yet the Red Sox just could not even compete. As that is thrown out to left, the catch made by Eloy Jimenez. Potentially more Major League Baseball talk when we get back, but for now, we're 4 innings through. It's 9-0 Twins. We'll get another look at that Garver home run blast. Top of the 5th now underway. Kenta Maeda, he's got to be feeling zero stress right now, Jaden.
Gotta be feeling zero stress, walking out on the mound, chewing some bubble gum, having a good time. And hey, I would feel the same exact way if I was him as well. Because when you're pitching as well as he is throughout this whole season, and as I mentioned, you get this run support that you definitely need in this league, you can just go out there and pitch your game without any worry on your shoulders. And that's what Kenta Maeda has been doing all season behind an amazing Minnesota Twins offense.
Well, let's talk Yoan Moncada here, and I think it's safe to say. Well, I'm not going to say it's safe to say. Who do you think won the trade? The Red Sox dealt Moncada and Michael Kopech and a couple other prospects in exchange for Chris Sale. The Red Sox did get a World Series with Chris Sale on their roster. Moncada, he has not been the player he was expected to be, but he is a very productive bat. Michael Kopech opted out of the season because of COVID-related issues. However, he is expected to be a very dominant arm in that White Sox rotation. So do you think it's too early to call who won the trade yet, or is it safe to say the Red Sox won because of their World Series?
I would say the Red Sox are winning at the moment because rings trump everything in this league. And, we saw that with the Chicago Cubs and with Chapman and that move and everything like that. So if you get a ring out of a trade and you could sort of tie it to one particular move, then I think that's really what trumps it at that point. But Moncada had his #1 prospect type season last year, had career highs in many type of categories as hits and doubles, home runs, RBIs, batting average, and really formed into the #1 prospect that they expected. But either way, a ring from the Red Sox is still a ring at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's a full count to Moncada here. And I sort of line it up with the Yankees-Cubs trade for Aroldis Chapman, as the Cubs did get their World Series with Chapman. He was a very valuable piece, but the Cubs were almost being foolish because they let a guy like Gleyber Torres, who's going to be a superstar in this league for years to come, go to the Yankees. He's now a dominant hitter. The Yankees got Chapman back as Moncada gets punched out on that fastball. But would you say if the Yankees even get 1 World Series out of this, it's safe to say they win the trade because of how much
the Yankees need to get at least 1. They haven't gotten 1 yet.
I agree.
17, 18, 19. I'm not sure if you can count 20 and maybe get to look forward in these next couple of years.
We're not going to debate the 2020 season on this.
Hey, listen, everyone knows where I stand on the 2020 season, but at the same rate, you got to look forward, and obviously Gleyber Torres is a great player. Just need to see what he does in the future.
Jose Abreu gives lift off to that baseball. There it goes. Goodbye. Home run for Abreu. 442 up into the upper-lower deck. Upper-lower, what am I saying? Upper deck. It's a home run for Abreu. The White Sox get one back. It's 9-1.
I don't blame you. Abreu shocks me too. He makes me a little flabbergasted as well because you see that from him throughout most of his career, but in moments like this where it's sort of unexpected, talking about other things and not sports. You got to make sure you focus on this game here. Look, uppercut type of swing, and these uppercut swings nowadays, obviously they're going to help with power, but they're going to hurt you in batting average department. But it helped him there very, very well, as that one went a far, far away for him. And Maeda is going to be upset about that one, but the game is definitely still in his control.
Well, before we let go of this conversation, I'm just going to make a point, and I want the Twitch chat to sound off on this because I want to hear opinion. Michael K, as much as I may not love him as a broadcaster, made a very good point about how legitimate the season is. And he says, I understand there's less games, no fans, and a lot of just restrictions that you wouldn't see normally, as that pitch is a strike. But you have to take into account the difficulty this season brings, and how much these players are sacrificing to play, how many guidelines they have to follow in order to play successful baseball. So in order with that, and the amount of teams that are going to be in the playoffs and how difficult it is to make a run, I think you got to give the season credit. And it means more than the Astros World Series, and they don't have an asterisk next to it officially. So if you're me, I am counting the 2020 season 100%. Here is Jonathan Scope. He sees a 2-2.
You have to let me speak, Jeremy? Oh, my goodness.
We all know your opinion. You already said, you said everybody's well aware.
I think...
Go for it. Go for it.
I'll let this batter slide first, and then when we hit to the 9-hitter, and then I'll make my full point.
Scope fouls that off the count 3-2. Maeda up to 65 pitches. It might make sense for the Twins, maybe after 6 or 7, to just say, you know what, we'll sit him down regardless of his count, because they don't want to waste his arm too much on this kind of game, as that's thrown out into left. Rosario makes the catch for the second out.
Now, the 2020 season, Major League Baseball, obviously very different, and we'll be lucky if we get to the end of it with the rates of COVID around certain areas. But hey, listen, I think obviously these players are playing hard and playing, with the full credibility of a full season. But at the same time, got to remember, it's only 60 games. It's not even half a season. It's less than half a season. And some of these games are 7 innings. That's Little League to me. That's broadcasted league baseball. We play 7 innings, not the major leagues, and now that they're actually doing it. Obviously, it does put a damper on the game here just a little bit. And also got to note the players playing in the major league at the moment, especially for a couple teams, probably wouldn't have been up in the majors if it wasn't for this shortened season. I'm a Mets fan, so I doubt we would have seen David Peterson and Jimenez come up at this point in their minor league careers if it wasn't for the 60-game set. I think a lot of people are testing things out and testing the waters here in a 60-game season compared to a 162, where they know for sure there is going to be no question mark on that championship ring.
Well, I think it's definitely going to be a highlighted ring. What to say as, we're going to keep this conversation going, but Yasmani, there's a strikeout right there. Let's look at Jose Abreu's home run. We're through half. We're halfway done. 9-1 Twins. More 2020 season conversation when we come back. Well, Jade, okay, back to our conversation. It's 9-1 Twins. Obviously, this ring is going to be highlighted. It's going to stand out. But yes. To say a team didn't earn their ring, I think is it's not legitimate, because the season's difficult. It's not like because 60 games.
No, I'm agreeing with you. It's a difficult season.
So the team should get full credit for their ring because they're working hard for it.
Jeremy gets very intense in these type of debate conversations. But I just say look at it from a fan's perspective. Just here for a little bit. Let's say you're a Minnesota Twins fan, haven't won a World Series, haven't been to a World Series since 1999, right? And now they finally win one in 2020, but it was in a 60-game season during the COVID pandemic. If I was a fan waiting long for a ring, I would want it to happen. Of course, as a Mets fan, but if I was waiting as long as I am, I would want it to happen in a moment where there's no question mark about it, or a regular, normal season at that.
You know what? There's a ground out there, so no. But you make a very good point, Gene, and I'll give it to you because
thanks.
When you want. I'm a Yankee fan, so obviously I really don't know what this feels like. But when you have a baseball team, when you haven't seen your baseball team win a World Series, it must be difficult because You want them to win a 162 game season. You want them to win like a normal season because that's a feel good moment. But
Well,
what
Jeremy,
Garrett
it's been
Cole
since
said-
2009. It's been since 2009.
I was a fan though. I was a fan. It hasn't
understandable.
been that long. It hasn't been that
Understandable.
long.
It's been since 2009, and now you wait 11 years of your life. You've actually lived it and saw it and breathed it and went through all of it, and they finally get it in the season that played the least amount of games is going to be the most questioned. That hurts the most to me.
But look at what Garrett Cole layers a fly ball to the left. Drifting back, Boy Jimenez for out number 2. Garrett Cole says something really cool in my opinion. He's
Very cool.
He's on the Yankees, right? But he has not won a World Series in his career. He was not on that 2017 Astros team.
Mm-hmm.
He said, if I'm a player, and a lot of players did get behind him when they said this, if I'm a player and I haven't won a World Series, I have extra motivation to win this season just because it's so cool to win during this type of season. But that's just his opinion, and obviously we all think differently.
Yeah, it would be cool to win it in this
but
type
he
of
said-
year,
he
but
says
in
he's
an expanded playoff format, which we've never seen before,
Where every game matters this season. You really can't go on a 3-game losing streak without losing a lot of ground. So I just think there's more up for grabs with every game. That's just the way I look at it.
I think it's 2 different seasons that are being played. That's why you can't really give them the same type of award.
Well, I'm going to conclude it with this. At the end of the day, in the record books, it's going to go down. Whoever wins the World Series this year is going to get a ring. They're going to get a banner.
1 and 2.
And really nobody can say anything about it. It's going to go through this official total.
Very true. But a different thing about this is that's a strikeout there. A different thing here, and we'll finish it on this, is that when seasons ended earlier or in a different type of light in other years, they didn't have the light of social media upon it. Now there is.
All right, we're through 5. It'll be 9-1 Twins. Here's Lurie Garcia here to kick off the 6th. Michael Pineda and Randy Dobnik.
Center fielder, number
2
28.
interesting guys warming up in the pen for the Twins. Pineda started his career with the Seattle Mariners, then became a New York Yankee via the Jesus Montero trade. When the bust catcher Jesus Montero, the Yankees saw something they didn't like in him, and they dealt him to the Mariners, and very intelligently they did. Michael Pineda dealt with a lot of injuries and a lot of suspicion as that's grounded to Polanco throw a first down in time. Garcia's speed wins. Michael Pineda now a Minnesota Twin after dealing with a lot of injury and suspension. Out of the starting rotation and now warming up for them, and also warming up for the Twins is Randy Dobnik, someone who started Game 2 for the Twins last season in the ALDS. Everybody knows his Uber driver story and now has had a very successful run with the Twins legitimately in 2020. In this ML Botball, though he has not been able to stay in the rotation, he is now a reliever.
Jeremy, you're a little bit like Dobnik there. Like to drive around, help people out during this pandemic. That's the type of deal that you like to do.
I'm Team DoorDash, though. I'm not Uber. But what I could do is I've been thinking about this. I just turned 19, which makes me eligible to work for Uber. So I was wondering if I can maybe sign up to be an Uber Eats driver and just play for both sides.
So
now that we're home from
a good Uber Eats driver,
I think I would. And now that we're home from college this year, I think we might have to dabble in a little bit of both.
Okay, you too. All right, I see how you're gonna work it. Drive around, get the food and stuff like that. Have you ever snuck a bite of any people's food in Uber Eats?
No, but I've been accused of it.
Oh, really?
Should I tell a story while this blows?
Yes. I beg you to tell this story.
So I'm in Pleasantville, New York.
Okay.
And there's a place called Wow Burger, and I take it. I think this one father was ordering for his family, and I drop it off, take a picture, leave it at your door. The bag is sealed, by the way. The bag is sealed.
But
so I don't know where he got this idea from. I think that's what it's called, yes.
Okay.
So I deliver to the house, and I'm driving, and I get a call. Pull over, because I don't really like to use the Bluetooth when I'm driving. Is that ball is dripped to the left center field gap, and on the run, Rosario, great jump. For out. No. Oh, did he get down? Did that ball get down, or did I miss a sip?
I thought it was a clean grab, too, from the way that he flashed his leather there.
Yeah. Oh, well, that'll be it. For Kenta Maeda, maybe they're just preserving his arm as they maybe want to use him in a more competitive game. Great line for Maeda, though. He goes 5 1/3, giving up no runs and 3 hits. Am I correct on that? Or am I missing something?
You're correct on that there. Big round of applause by the Twins fans as Michael Pineda steps on the rubber for the Minnesota Twins here. We talked about him a little bit earlier. The Yankees obviously had him for a bit. Right now this season, of course, 77 ERA. All-star back in 2011, definitely had his time to shine. Mariners and Yankees, and received a 60-game suspension last season for PED use. Re-signed with the Twins for a 2-year contract worth $20 million, trying to find some way, shape, or form to contribute to this Twins team. Hasn't been able to do that in the starting rotation. Now in that long relief role, still having some struggles.
Well, here's Nomar Mazara, and I'll get back to the story. We'll update you based if there's a ball in play. So yeah, I pull over to take this call, and it's from the father who ordered the burgers.
Okay.
And he goes, "There's chicken nuggets missing from my order," and I'm like, and I go, "All right, I'm sorry. There's really nothing I can do about that. The bag is sealed. I evidently did not open the bag." I said, "You can call DoorDash support and get your refund." And he goes, "I don't want a refund.
He wanted chicken nuggets.
Exactly, for his kid." And I'm like, I get that. However, there's nothing I can do. I don't work at the store. I'm instructed because of the virus not to go through the person's food. And he goes, "So what I'm hearing is you took the chicken nuggets." And I'm like, "I absolutely would not take your son's chicken nuggets. Again, call DoorDash support. They will solve all of your problems. I promise you, I did not take any of your food. The bag was sealed." And then he hung up on me. So this was just an extra angry caller who was victimized by poor service at a restaurant. But you'll get that occasional call if you do delivery driving from an angry parent or an angry customer who was given the wrong order or just was giving someone else's food. I don't know. There's a double play ball from Nomar Mazara. The White Sox continue to not be able to get any rallies going. We're through 5.5. It's 9-1 Twins. We're here at the bottom of the 6th inning, and as Jorge Polanco still remains the only Twin to not get on base. Jaden, if there are any other stories you're looking to hear as this blowout rages on?
I just listen. Like I said it 1,000 times to you, Jeremy. Just the king of terrible bad first impressions, and that guy really just found it very
way to expose me in front of the entire
the king of terrible first impressions, and that dad just really did not like you that day. And
no, he didn't.
DoorDash was not helping you out there either.
I also was delivering. Do you know the salad place Chopped?
No, I do not. But
so it's very popular here in Westchester.
Okay.
And I delivered that to some woman, and I got a call from her once after. So basically, what happened was her name was. I'll just make up a new name. Say her name was Jaden. All right.
Okay.
And
sure, that could work.
The name on the bag was Jaden.
Okay.
But Chopped put a different order in the bag. She accused me of swapping her order out. That's grounded through the shift for a base hit. Polanco is on base. And that makes every Twin has now collected a hit. But going back to the story, I didn't get a call from her. She accused me of switching the orders, asking me if it's a joke. I'm like, why would I want to just mess around with people's orders?
And you're not a salad guy, Jeremy, right?
Actually, no. I'm a big fan of Chopped. I had them yesterday. I get it a couple times a week. I'm a big fan of their Mexican Caesar salad. I'm a big fan.
Wow.
Yeah.
Very healthy eating.
I try my best, but I could definitely improve in that department. I'll admit it.
Too much chicken.
Garver, double to the pitcher, onto first. Garver beats it out, double play avoided, so a fielder's choice for Mitch Garver
The designated hitter.
for the first down.
Through.
Now let's expose you a little bit now.
What did I do?
Obviously, you don't do anything wrong, which is making me hard to even out the score here. Obviously,
if you can't tell that dynamic between me and Jeremy, we're very good friends. We go to college together, Ithaca College in upstate New York. That's how we met. And the 2 semesters that we've gone through with each other, we've gone through a lot. Yeah, we've gone through 1.5, but we've gone through a lot. And you can just tell we and him are just a mess at times, but I think we'll be okay when we find our way back to Ithaca.
I'll tell you this. Obviously, we'll be home. But
Yeah.
if we can get this vaccine,
We might find our way back to college.
And get back to college in February. We're gonna make sure we have an extra fun semester. We're gonna
just for our bot-ball fans.
We'll do a live if Mark and Garrett let us. We'll do a live broadcast from Ithaca.
I don't know if they'll let us after this.
No.
After how this one is gone.
As Dylan Cease continues to deal, there goes Nelson Cruz on strikes for the second out. And then with 2 gone here in the 6th, that'll bring up Eddie Rosario.
That's a strike that you're going to get pretty often from Nelson Cruz. Obviously, it'll help you out in the power department. That's 100%. But when it comes to strikeouts, he's also to come there with it. So it's the give and take there, and we've seen that throughout Major League Baseball pretty often now. A la Joey Gallo, right? He has just been either a strikeout or home run type of guy. Flip a coin, take your pick. That's what's going to happen. And that's just really been his role, and a lot of other power hitters as they mature throughout the league.
Indeed, I'm going to ask a question, and this is also for the Twitch chat. I'm trying to come up with some fun conversation while this game remains a blowout. The 1-1 to Rosario here, and that is foul. So, you know who Phil Hughes is?
Yes.
Phil Hughes, so he's former Yankee, former Twin, former Padre pitcher, now YouTube channel runner. He opens baseball sports cards on his channel. Does pack wars, does box displays, crazy. So I have a couple cards up here in my display.
Oh, you're a card? Yeah, I remember that.
I was into it a lot more a couple years ago, but I still like to open some stuff up once in a while. On my shelf right now, I have a autographed Vlad Jr. This is before he was called up. It's out of $299, and it's sold for over $1,000 on eBay before. As that's caught by Mazzara. We're through 6. There'll be Encarnacion, Jimenez, Moncada. More baseball card talk when we get back. We're just finding everything to talk about here. It's 9-1 Twins. Here's Edwin Encarnacion, and now, so I decided to take a gander and message Phil Hughes on Twitter. And I asked him if he wanted to buy my baseball card. I also got a nice
bad first impression here.
I did not.
Really? The rare opportunity that these happen.
I know. I also have a Bo Bichette up here. I also have an autographed Bo Bichette. I wish we were on Facecam so I can show these cards to viewers.
EB from Toronto, if he's listening, he would be very happy.
Yeah, EB, look. EB, I got a signed Vlad, and I got a signed Bo Bichette. Obviously, Bo Bichette just had a devastating injury, but he's up there. I asked Phil Hughes if he wanted to buy my Vlad, because I wasn't ready to sell it right away. I just wanted to see what his price was, because I know he knows a lot. And he actually replied, I'm not going to name prices here because I don't want to get rid of information, just throw out information that I don't know if he wants it out there. But he offered me some money for it. And he said, he actually admitted it to me.
Did you consider selling it at that time?
I did, because I don't know. But he did admit to me. I decided no officially because he actually admitted to me he'd buy it for more during the baseball season. Because he says that's when it's worth more. This was done in December. I haven't.
He's right. He's
right, and that shows how great of a guy he is. He's just helping me out, looking out for the best.
Wow, rare thing for someone to do to Jeremy Goldstein.
As there's a fly ball to Buxton in center. There's the first out. Now, Twitch chat. I don't know if people are watching this or listening. How much value do you think this Vlad card has? Because he's off to a little bit of a slow start, and a lot of friends I have who are not into baseball just told me to sell it. It's a piece of paper, but honestly, it holds more value to me than that. So I'm very interested in seeing what guys like E.B. Toronto would do with that card. As Eloy Jimenez fouls it off for
currently, Jeremy, as my mic stand, so I have it parallel to my mouth exactly. I have it stacked on 2 boxes of 2020 Topps Heritage. So the cards have been taking a beating for quite a while. So literally since I started here, I've been using these exact 2 boxes for that. So I hope there's no auto on the top.
Creative. I appreciate
Thanks, Jerry.
I appreciate good creativity.
I try my best here. I do it only for you.
There is a strikeout to Eloy Jimenez. Michael Pineda off to a good start, getting the first 2 outs here.
I wish you saw this more with the Yankees, right, Jeremy? Even being able to fire these in there. And he had his moments with the Yankees, 100% for sure. It's just maybe some pine tar would be here and there. I wouldn't say that too much.
Here's Yohan Moncada.
Like the Nova Smith.
Michael Pineda, I'm done with it. He was very consistent, always hurt with the Yankees. I'm happy with what we have now. It will be a 1-1 to Moncada. Jaden, I'm running out of stories. You've got to help me fill out the broadcast.
I'm trying to help you out of here, Jeremy. And we were supposed to go back to college in the middle of September.
I was so sad this morning.
I was sad
mood.
too.
I still am, but
we were supposed to go back in the middle of September. That was a planned day for Ithaca College. Both of us are broadcasting majors at Ithaca, and Bopball has been an amazing outlet for us to be able to grow even more.
Moncada goes down on strikes, Jaden. You'll finish this off in the bottom of the 7th. It's 9-1 Twins. Pineda gets the 1-2-3 inning.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for
Jimmy Cordero. Gene, you want to give us a rundown of him?
Jimmy Cordero, 2.91 ERA on the season, made his MLB debut back in 2018. Spent some time with Washington and EB's Toronto Blue Jays. Struggled back in 2018, but settled down into a 2.89 ERA in 37 and a third innings pitched last season. Came out the same high school in Dominican Republic as New York Mets reliever Luis Familia. Found that as a fun fact for him. But Cordero, definitely one of the stronger arms in the White Sox bullpen.
Yeah, Cordero, one of those up-and-coming guys who just throws high heat for the White Sox. White Sox seem to thrive off high-velocity arms. He's done that with Dylan Cease for so long. Dylan Cease, I got to give props to him. He did give up he gave up 2 long balls to Garver and Kepler. However, he came into this game down 7-0, and he really just kept the damage at that level. It could have just exacerbated to a 15-run deficit, but he didn't let it get to that point. And I think that's got to give him brownie points with the management.
Yeah, I would say so.
If Donaldson pokes that to right, there's a shift, so there's nobody there. It'll bounce and go all the way to the corner of the wall. He'll pull into second, and he's got a leadoff double.
Donaldson with a good piece of hitting there, and rare for him to hit opposite of the shift. 20th double of the season, and really just poke that one out there by that 328 sign. Good job there swinging.
Here's Luis Arise.
Continuing our college endeavor. Me and Jeremy are supposed to go back in September, middle of September, but we just got the email today saying that we're not going back. That is just not an option anymore. Only online classes from here on out.
Yeah, how we were supposed to have some classes that were going to be a mix of online and offline.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, my guess is I don't want to cause controversy.
Mr. Speculative, Jamie Goals.
Yeah, my guess is, so Cornell, who's our neighboring college, as of now, is still happening. My guess is something had to have happened in the high ups, because that just came out of nowhere. We know it didn't. So a lot of speculations coming from me. Here's Miguel Sano.
The king of speculation, Jamie Goldstein.
That's fouled to the right side. Count 0-2.
But that gives us more time. And we said this before the game started, but I guess we're here all the way through into the end for this Bopball season. How awesome has it been to do ML Bopball, and the chance just to be able to broadcast the game a couple times a week in front of an amazing audience and an amazing fan base here at Bopball. And what a community we have. If you want to join the Discord is in the Twitch description, and you can also type it into the chat. It'll pop up there as well. We have just had an awesome time calling almost every game that has come through the original 2020 MLB season. And now we're here all the way almost towards the end of August, August 18th. Can you believe how far we've gone in this amazing Bopball community?
Yeah, Jaden, I've been waiting so long to call a baseball game on play-by-play because that's grounded to third, and Sano is thrown out for the second out. But I'm going to open up a little bit here. As an aspiring broadcaster,
Jeremy,
a lover,
open up,
a lover of the game of baseball. been my dream to just call a play-by-play baseball game, and all this is virtual, and it does provide me with some fun and some good reps for when I do get the opportunity to call one in real life. So
Very true.
we do have a good time here. On the seventh, though, this game sort of flown by after that first inning.
Yeah, that first inning definitely was a barn burner, and obviously the Minnesota Twins fans here in attendance and all the fans watching in the Twitch chat having an awesome time seeing the Twins on top. But it's really been a one-sided affair throughout almost all of this one.
Nope. Ball one.
Be a 1-2.
I got the count 1 and 2.
On the way from Cordero, Donaldson had a double. However, he's bounced back and got the next two. It'll be a 1-2 coming to Buxton. Here it comes. Just missing the inside corner of the count even. 2-2, 99 from Cordero there. Off second, Donaldson. 16th pitch coming on the way for Jimmy. Here it comes. That is low when we're full. So Beardy Buddha, Jaden, just commented in the chat if you want to hear what he said.
What do you say, Jeremy?
Beardy Buddha says, the only practice I get while calling games is beer drinking.
Now, you see, that is a great way to do it, because now not only are you having a great time calling the game, but you're also getting a little bit excited during the call. You know, Beardy Buddha, he knows how to get things done. Been here for a while doing all this bat ball stuff, so he's a superstar in the community.
And you get practice doing that while watching the Mets?
Sometimes. Sometimes. Depends on the day. Depends on if
Jaden's a devout member of the 7 line.
I am. Thank you for outing me, and that's also a great time being a part of the 7-line army. Jeremy Goldstein, what thing can I say about you? Likes to catch foul balls at baseball games. That is a fact. You showed me one today.
Once a day? We're gonna exaggerate? Okay. So, all of you, now that you brought it up, I gotta talk about it.
Oh my goodness.
The game in 2018 where Giancarlo Stanton hit a walk-off home run against the Mariners. Top of the 8th inning, Ryan Healy facing off against Jonathan Holder. Jonathan Holder gives up a foul ball to Healy. We'll talk about in the 8th. Ground ball to Arise. Not Arise. Wrong team, Jeremy. That was Jonathan Scope. 4 through 7. It's 9-1 Twins. As we're going to the top of the 8th, he was facing Ryan Healy. Ryan Healy hit the pop-up right side, and Aaron Judge obviously cannot make the play, so I had to help him out a little bit.
So you had to make the play.
Yeah, I catch the ball on the fly. I get 2 seconds of TV fame. It's a great moment.
Do you have that clip anywhere on the internet that we can find it?
No, but I have it in my camera roll. Because my cousin was watching the game, and he saw me. Crazy, my uncle was supposed to go to that game, but he ended up having something for work, and he ended up giving me his tickets, and look at that.
Very special, Jeremy. Very special. One of a kind.
I cannot wait to go to my first Major League Baseball game with you. We're going to have a good time. But unfortunately, Jaden says he refuses to go to a regular Yankees game, so I might have to accommodate him.
I will not go to a regular Yankees game. I will go to a Mets Yankees game. Even if Jeremy could provide
him
sweet.
You would not pass up. Okay, if there's a pop up there. Arise makes the catch. The Yankees Legend Suites have literally all you can eat buffets, meats.
But why would I want to go?
Desserts. If I gave you free Legend Suite tickets, you would not. You pass it up.
I would pass it up. And I would say no to it.
What better thing could you do that day?
Go to a Mets game. That's 1,000 times better.
What if they weren't playing? What if it's off day for them?
I would rather stay home than go to a Yankees game.
Twitch, you heard it here first. Jaden would rather stay home and lie in bed all day instead of go to a Yankees game in the Legend Suite where you can get all the food he wants. I mean, I don't care if it's a Red Sox game. I'm going because I just love baseball. But it's beyond the fact. I don't care if I hated baseball. If I hated baseball, that'd be awful. But if I did, I'm still getting a bunch of free food, and that's good enough for me. You don't have to pay for food for the day. It's just, oh, it's incredible.
Another fun fact about me, I competed in a premium sausage eating contest at Citi Field.
Well, there's a ground ball to second base, so you can tell us more about that. We're through 7.5. Luis Rise is busy that inning. It's 9-1 Minnesota.
Leading off for the Twins, the shortstop, Jorge Polanco.
Hey, Polanco, reading off the bottom of the 8th. Jaden, talk about your sausage eating.
That's a way to put it, Jerry. It's a premium sausage eating contest. Obviously,
We'll restart. We'll restart the intro. Polanco flies out to center. Welcome to the bottom of the 8th inning. 9-1 Minnesota. Hey, Polanco was just flown out to center field. 9-1 Twins once again. Jeremy Goldstein, Jaden Becker on hand. Jaden, tell us about your premium sausage eating contest.
There you go. You got it. Right in the nose, Jeremy. Good job. But hey, it was at Citi Field, and it was Premio Sausage Day at Citi Field. They were giving out a free shirt Friday. Premio was the sponsor of that shirt, and it just so happened to have a Premio Sausage Eating contest. So I walked by it. I was there a little early for the game, and I was like, hey, I'll join. Free dinner at that point. And I ended up getting third place, $25 gift card. I wish I won that one, because if I won, I would have been able to throw out the first pitch of that game. But
wow.
I could not be the glizziest of gobblers, but at that point, what are you really going to do?
Well, one that's impressive, and I'm sure I cannot. If you do it again in 2020, I will make sure I'm there to watch.
I would invite you to come.
2021.
Come for sure.
20,
yes, 2021.
You wouldn't.
I would. I want you to be.
Okay.
I need someone to record me.
I'm gonna be completely honest, Jaden. If I was throwing out the first pitch, I'd mess up. Like I'm not even.
You have a noodle.
It. I do.
I've seen you throw a baseball before.
It might be around. I like I tell everybody, I have the yips. I can't. Ever since I stopped. Not that I was good when I did play baseball, but ever since I stopped playing baseball, I really just forgot how to throw. I have been playing baseball with my friends over the summer, so I'm gonna go out on a limb and say I have. What's like the next level up from a noodle one?
And a next level up or down?
The next level up, because I've gotten a little better, but not good still. A pencil arm. How about a pencil arm?
Fine.
I have a pencil arm now.
I'm trying to. Oh my goodness.
Well, we're entertaining the viewers. I already know we're driving.
I hope
viewers
we
up
are.
here today.
I hope we are. Still at 15. That's okay. But I was going to say.
I've seen all day.
So would your throw be better than Fauci's?
I was going to say that. I think it'd be in between Fauci and 50 Cent.
In between Fauci.
You know, what I think would happen is I'd throw it and I'd just spike it in the dirt. I'd just lob it over the plate. I wouldn't throw a hard strike because I would know I'd just really embarrass myself. But I think I would just lob it, and if I lobbed it, I can maybe just get a breaking ball, meatball strike. It would start very high, and it would be an easiest.
So like a pop-up type of pitch. Very easy to hit.
It's better to do that because you're not going to make House of Highlights in a bad way that way when you try to throw it.
Okay.
Unless you throw it. Exactly. You know what I'm saying?
Fair.
If I was to go through a first pitch, the goal would be do not make House of Highlights. Because nobody goes in House of Highlights for throwing a good first pitch unless you're George Bush during a historic game.
Mm-hmm.
It was an incredible moment, and I cannot wait because I hope we do get to attend this game together, the 9/11 anniversary game.
That would actually be
the Yankees and the Mets. I think we should definitely make sure we try to get to that one.
I 100% would definitely try to go to that. That one's at Citi Field, correct?
Yes, it is at Citi Field because that's where the first game was played after the attacks.
It was. What was that? Shea, technically.
Yes, but if you are not accompanied by your 7-line friends, regardless, I'll still try to get a group together and go. But I would love to attend that game with you. Chance. We're through 8 innings here. We got 3 more outs to go, believe it or not. Unless the White Sox can score 8 runs, it's 9-1.
Your attention, please.
Taylor Rogers, Twins closer, who has been struggling. We have seen Tyler Duffy get a lot of 9th inning reps in close games. But Taylor Rogers, now stepping up for the 9th. Taylor Rogers has a brother, a little bit younger, 2 years younger, Tyler Rogers, who throws for the Giants. And I don't know if you've seen Moneyball, but he throws like that guy Chad Bradford.
Okay. So it's like an odd rotation. Okay.
A sort of very submarine-like rotation from the guy.
Okay.
Here's
so
Lurie Garcia under the left side.
Rogers comes into this game at 2.86 ERA, 33 saves on the season, only 2 blown. Blew one recently versus the Red Sox, I believe, in 2 series ago. But 2 saves throughout this point, 2 blown saves throughout this point of the season is pretty good. And hey, he's been a career Twin. My question is, why do you bring him in here? You're up 9-1. I think you just want to make sure that he's staying fresh, so when he does need to be in an important moment. But he's in the game now.
There's a hopper to Polanco, throws on to first for the first out. So Jaden, takeaways from this game. This game is obviously maybe over from the first, but you have to think Giolito. You go back to that Mitch Garver lucky single that really got everything going, and then you look at Dylan Cease's performance. So imagine if Dylan Cease maybe started this game, or Mitch Garver hit a couple inches to the left. This game could have been so much closer, so much different, and so much maybe earlier in the game, considering feel. But the Twins may have gotten a lucky break here, because of what happened in the first.
Yeah, obviously they struggled a little bit further down the line of this game, but you got to remember, now you're taking that foot off the gas pedal here. You know, you have that big first inning. You're up 7-0 going into the top of the second. You know, you at that point, and you have your ace on the mound. At that point, I think you can take the foot off the gas there a little bit. You know, you don't want to be hitting a grand slam on a 3-0 count. You know, that thing just seems to be illegal nowadays, but.
So
illegal.
That he had to apologize for that, and the fact that his own manager got on him for that. I think the Padres have to fire Jace Tingler after that, because that is just not how you defend your player. As that is popped up third base side, Donaldson makes the catch, and that'll do it. Sox by a score of 9-1. Kenta Maeda gets the easy win. Lucas Giolito gets the loss. No save opportunity here in this one. The Twins further their first place lead, while the White Sox make it harder for them to come back in this wild card race. They recently lost their second spot. Jaden, what are your takeaways from this Twins victory?
Big win for the Minnesota Twins here. 7 in a row now at this point. They came into this one winning 9 of the last 10 games, and they're just really hot right now, sitting atop of that AL Central. Obviously, the White Sox trying to claw their way into some form of a wild card race, and they can do it, but with performances like these from the Chicago White Sox, definitely not going to help. Maeda 13-0, still hasn't lost one throughout this whole season so far.
Yep, Maeda 13-0, incredible, sort of Garrett Cole-esque. Garrett Cole hasn't lost in real life, hasn't lost a regular season start since last May. Max Kepler is your player of the game, 2 for 5, had that big 3-run double in his first at-bat, in his second at-bat in the first inning, actually led off the game with an out.
Yeah, funny to think about that. It was still in the first inning.
Then hit a massive double, a home run. Then the lead to 8-0 at the time. We're going to the bottom of the first. Here are some highlights. Nelson Cruz with that 2-out ground ball single. We thought it would just be it after that. But then Josh Donaldson pokes one to that right side. And like you said, maybe only one run would have scored if it wasn't for that short wall. But just like that, it becomes a 3-0 Twins lead. Bottom of the first, Luis Arraez joins the party. Pokes one to center for a single. That poke analogy is a fun one to use. Becomes 4-0 Twins after that. And then, bottom of the first, Max Kepler, second at-bat of the inning, drives one to the depths of center field. It's off the wall. Probably a home run at any other stadium. The Twins have some of the deepest fences in the league. 3-run score with the bases being loaded. It is then set 7-0. Then it becomes 8-0. I'm speaking a little quickly here. Highlights are going fast. Max Kepler drives one to right, 387 feet, gets out of here. And it ultimately becomes 8-0 Minnesota. After that, Mitch Garver, very next inning, decides he wants to hit some blasts. That was his third hit of the day, his third hit in 4 innings. 2 singles and a home run at the time for him. Mitch Garver gives the Twins a 9-0 lead. Top of the 5th, the lone White Sox run was a mash job by Jose Abreu. 442 feet to left center. Again, it's hard to hit home runs here in Minnesota, so impressive feat for Jose. And then just like that, from the 6th inning, Dylan Cease. We got to talk about him. Very good relief for Lucas Giolito. I did not expect that highlight to be included in the reel. On top of the 9th inning, Nomar Mazara facing Taylor Rogers. It's a measly pop to third. Donaldson makes an impressive running play. And that was it for our game here. Again, your final score, Minnesota Twins 9, Chicago White Sox 1. Your player of the game, Max Kepler, who went 2 for 5 in this one. Jaden, any final thoughts for the second time in a row?
Minnesota off to a great push here towards the playoffs and trying to stay consistent all the way through. Obviously, they're going through a nice upspell here. We're now winning 7 in a row. And you got to be careful as you head closer and closer towards the playoffs that you don't want to dip down. But once you start dipping down and you had some bad momentum going into the playoffs, you could see some issues like you've seen from years past.
Right. Well, we are now joined in the chat with Jaden Becker's arch rival in the Botball League, Broadcaster League, P. Mister. How you doing, man?
He's to me. You don't like me.
I wouldn't say arch rival. I'd say good competitor and good batting practice in some cases. But yeah, I'm doing all right. I mean, I gave Cookie a bit run for his money yesterday if I went and had to watch that game for a little bit. And then, of course, my pitching decided to drop our number 2 on the field there and basically gave the game back up.
Wow.
Let's talk about, before we get into your next game, guys, Botball League, we don't talk about it all in these chats. It's your good friend Don has beaten me twice, and he is just a very good player.
Yeah, he's definitely one of the sneaky ones, especially for someone like me who's relatively new to this whole community. I had no idea who he was prior to playing him, and then all of a sudden I think I was like 3-0 and like 5-1 or something like that. I'm like, oh, this kid's actually good.
Yeah, I beat him twice already, so I don't know what you guys talk about.
But I beat you, Jaden. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Once. All right.
Also got J-Man in this chat. How are you up? What are you up to today?
Today is Taco Tuesday. I'm really looking forward to that. My roommate makes the best chicken tacos like every day, every Tuesday. After I'm done with the Botball game, I just go right down and tacos are ready for me. It doesn't get better than that.
All right, well, what game do you guys are doing? The Indians A's? It looks like you guys are about to start, so Jaden and I will get off your hair, or out of your hair. I think that's what the phrase is. The Twins beat the White Sox 9-1. The Twins beat the White Sox 9-1. It's been a pleasure calling. Jeremy and Jaden, we'll see you tomorrow in the booth. Jaden will be doing the play-by-play. I'll be on the color. Have a good call, guys.
All right, thank you very much. With Minnesota all over the White Sox in that one, and that's a big one for Cleveland today. They are now officially 2 games back of Minnesota heading into today's game, but in very good wild card position. And they're facing, this could be an American League playoff race again. Cleveland versus Oakland. Oakland in first place in the AL West. Mike Fiers is getting the ball today for the Athletics, and it should be a good one today.
Yeah, definitely, especially after the fireworks yesterday. Cleveland pulling out I believe a 4-3 win the other day, so really it was a very tight game, very fun. Saw one of the weirdest homers you will ever see in the top of the second. Ball clanging off the right side of the right field foul ball pole. He pulled some type of Houdini magic, just got to graze the pole for the homer there. Forgot who that was.
Lindor.
Lindor, yes. Fortunately, my head is completely spun around over the past 24 hours since calling this game yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a really fun series. That was a really close game yesterday, 5-4. Oakland coming out on top of that one. I think that one... Cleveland came out on top on that one, excuse me.
Yeah,
that one's hit on the ground to Simeon, and that's going to be the first out here. Yeah, Cleveland has won 9 in a row coming into today.
Yeah, Cleveland's a really hot team, and they're on a real nice streak right now, but Oakland really showing them yesterday that they can hang. Again, having the lead for most of the game. Really only coughed it up in about the 8th inning there where they gave up a couple bad hits, and Cleveland was able to bring in the 2 runs they would need to win the game.
Yeah, the pitching has been very good for this Oakland team, but I mean, up and down the lineup, too. They've got a lot of good players with Simeon, Chapman, Olsen, Canna. Laureano is amazing out there in center field. This is a very good team, and I'm very surprised at the numbers Mike Fiers has put up so far this year, a 2.27 earned run average coming into today. That is by far the lowest of his career.
Yeah, no, Fiers being absolutely dominant right now. Again, you could maybe argue he's not playing in the strongest division in the world, again, out in the AOS, but still having an ERA at 2.2 at this point in the season is very impressive. And honestly, he might have a chance here to really quiet this Cleveland bats who, honestly, this is a little bit of a hot take on my part. Cleveland has the best batting lineup in the majors by far.
Really?
In my personal opinion, yes. Just 1 through 9, they all can rake. They can all drive it over the wall. They all make very solid contact. It's just you can't really rest on any one particular player unless it's an interleague game.
Yeah. Well, I think the bottom of that lineup is pretty weak, though, with Naquin, Perez, and DeShields. That's a big swing and a miss there on a slider. Woo, nice pitch there by Fiers.
There's a reason why. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to say Fiers is that beautiful one outside making it look safe, but yeah, no, even the bottom of the lineup, yes, it may be a little bit weaker than average. It's still not really that terrible. I mean, they're still, I believe they're only hitting about 220, 230 a pop there, so it's not like they're Jackie Bradley Jr. last year hitting 180 in the 9-hole basically for the Red Sox. You know, they're still serviceable, and honestly, that's all you really need out of a 7-8-9 is to get a couple hits and make the pitcher think, hey, these guys might be able to start tagging me at any point.
Yeah, I know you're a Boston guy. You're not going to like me saying this, but I'll take that Yankees lineup.
I think anyone would take at least the top half of that Yankees lineup with Judge, Stanton, DJ LeMahieu. And again,
don't forget Kleber.
Yes, Kleber, obviously, but you have to remember they do play in arguably the best hitters ballpark in the game right now in New Yankee Stadium.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you can see like this ballpark has an insane amount of foul ground.
Again, I mentioned it on yesterday's broadcast. This is why these types of stadiums are dying. These multi-purposes, just not set up for baseball whatsoever, and football can get really rough on the setup. I believe they do a fairly decent job of covering it up, but just at this point, these types of stadiums need to go, or they need to figure something out.
Count is full.
Not being very fine here with Lindor. Lindor, of course, hit that home run yesterday. We mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast. 26 home runs on the year. That's a lot of power for a shortstop position. Average is a bit down for Lindor this year at 255 and a 327 on base. So not typical Lindor numbers, but still very good.
Exactly, and honestly, I think the power numbers kind of make up for that lower average. Again, there's kind of a weird thing in baseball where you can be hitting 250, 260, but if you're putting up 25, 30 homers, you might be considered an all-star. Where if a guy's hitting 270 and has like 2 homers, he's considered not doing enough. So It's just kind of a yin and a yang of the whole thing. So that's going to be a slapper up the middle.
Yeah, and that shows he's more than just a power guy right there. He can use the whole field, go up the middle there. And just a nice job of hitting, just putting that ball right up the middle with 2 outs.
Yeah, it's a real nice way to drive it, kept the hands back a little bit, and just a good fall through this, put a little English on that to run it up the middle in the gap there.
Yeah, he's going to be a free agent coming up pretty soon, too, after next year. So Cleveland has some decisions to make on him. Do they try to trade him, or do they just keep going with this playoff team that they have?
I mean, ideally, it would depend on how their financial books are looking, because I know the Yankees and the Red Sox, along with some other big name markers, going to be looking for his services in that free agency year. But Carlos Santana right here, recent acquisition in 2018 from Seattle, already has 35 homers on the year. So heads up in the outfield here. This one might be adding 36.
Hit 34 all of last year. Part of his late career resurgence in 2018 with the Phillies. He looked like he was done, only hit 229, but he just something about Cleveland. He really loves Cleveland, and they really love him here.
Yeah, definitely, and he's going to work a walk there, but Cleveland playing with a Cleveland's a really interesting ballpark there because it has hitters parks dimensions, with the walls, I would say, on average being 15, 20 feet unless you get into center field. It really plays more like a pitcher's park.
Yeah, that wall out there in left is a little bit reminiscent of the Green Monster out there in Fenway. I mean, what do you know the dimensions off the top of your head? What how high the fence is at Fenway and how high it is in Cleveland?
I know Fenway is about 42. If I had to take a stab, I would say 30 feet in Cleveland. If you give me 30 seconds, I can look it up though.
Absolutely, you can have 30 seconds. Jose Ramirez is having a pretty good season this year, 297 average coming into today. I remember in 2019, everyone was panicking. They thought Jose Ramirez was done as a hitter. They had a really great second half in 2019, and enough to convince the bot ball algorithm, at least, that it was just a blip on the radar. 1-1 pitch here to Ramirez. Swung on and missed 1 and 2. All right, you got that in full for me now? I gave you a lot of
a lot of seconds. Still working through the bunch of data here. Another 30 seconds probably, and I'll have it. I'm on the right page now, I think. I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, big caught looking there from Jose Ramirez. Fiers strikes out 2. He gives up a single and a base on ball, but Cleveland unable to cash in those 2 runners. We're going to the bottom of the first. 0-0. The pitcher for Cleveland is Zach Plesac, and he's a very good pitcher. You see 135 strikeouts in 149 innings and that 2.65 ERA. We got 2 really good starting pitchers in today's game.
Some fun pitches duel here right now, but I do have the stats now. That wall in left field is 325 down the line, and it's 19 feet tall. So about half the size of the Green Monster. And then, according to this, the center and right field walls are 9 feet high. The wall over in right looks a lot bigger than 9 feet. I'd have to double check that number.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, then it does have those little planters out front of the box, so I'm not sure if it's going to count that or not.
Well, VR shows bunt there and bunts it foul. Well, VR was acquired in a trade from the Marlins, the deadline. Longtime Baltimore Oriole, Milwaukee Brewer, even played for Houston. Name of his game is speed, though. 28 stolen bases this year. Career high 62 in 2016.
No. Yeah, definitely didn't. It is 9 feet. I was getting Minnesota and Cleveland confused. The 2 parks are fairly similar in sizes and dimensions.
Where the old Metrodome, they had that weird right field with those little baggy seats there or whatever.
Trash bag out and right. I think that's what people call it. That's going to be a beautiful four-seamer high and tight from Plesac there.
Plesac got all of his pitches working. The four-seamer, change-up, slider, and curve is how he likes to attack hitters. And he's got a very good fastball. And he gets a lot of strikeouts out of it. We just saw right there. Brings up Marcus Semien. Disappointing season for him after the... Well, excuse me, I don't know why I said disappointing. Looking at the wrong numbers. Very good season for him. And he swings and pops that one up to left field. There's DeShields. Makes the catch for the second out. Now, DeShields actually had a quote today that I was reading about the controversy with Fernando Tatis swinging 3-0 and about the unwritten rules of baseball. And DeShields is, one of these unwritten rules is you never steal bases when you're up by big amounts. And DeShields said he doesn't follow that rule either. We stole 100 bases in the minor leagues is because pitchers weren't paying attention to him.
Exactly, and honestly, there's some of the unwritten rules. That one, myself personally, I think that's a fair and valid one. Because again, you're not trying to run up the score. So you just try to keep yourself intact, in check there with the steals. But at the same time, in the minor leagues, you're trying to get some practice and some training. Go ahead, start stealing left and right. Try to get your timing better.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know where you fall on the Tatis side, but I am 100% on his side, and I thought that was terrible what his manager said. Didn't have his own back.
Yes, Plesac with the slider, making him look silly there for strike 3.
Ooh. 2 strikeouts in the first inning for him. He's got it going on today.
Leading off for the Indians, the designated
Go to the second inning,
Domingo
and Mike Fiers is going to start things off against Domingo Santana. 6, 7, and 8 for Cleveland. Now, Santana's another one of those guys that's having a pretty good year for Cleveland.
Yeah, again, 2 pair of doubles in last night's game to keep the Cleveland offense rolling there. They kind of subbed in recently, as that one's ripped foul. And again, one of the fun things about being here in Oakland is that the bullpens are in play and in fair territory. So if there's a hot foul ball, you could see some pitches scattering for the win.
Yeah, it's just such a huge foul ground there. And it's just such a joke, a running joke in the game about the state of the ballpark. That one misses low, 2-2. You saw Moneyball. There was the joke that they had to pay for their own snacks out of the vending machines. Of course, there's stories of sewage leaking in the Coliseum. Doesn't sound like a very fun place to play, but it sounds like a very lively atmosphere there. It's one of the parks I'd like to go to.
Yeah, you might not have much time left. Supposedly they're going to be breaking ground on their new stadium starting next year if everything's going according to plan here. But of course, with the recent health pandemic, we'll call it, some stuff may get shifted around as far as timelines are concerned.
Yeah, you hope that they at least keep the atmosphere of the ballpark. And that's one thing I'll say about new Yankee Stadium. That thing has none of the soul of old Yankee Stadium. It feels weird when you're there. It doesn't feel the same.
I've only been there once, and it was for a soccer game, and I could feel just the corporate echelon and the soullessness and just the straight money grabbing of the stadium, because I was in the visitor team supporting section, and of course the place was like half full, if that, so they could have put us, somewhere close to the field and been okay. No, they stick us in the upper deck, basically down the right field line, the first 3 or 4 sections, so you couldn't see the corner that was right underneath your feet for like the first 20-30 yards of the soccer field there. It was borderline ridiculous how poorly that was set up there.
Yeah. I mean, they only really care about the 100 section, really.
Yeah. The worst part was we were the only ones up in that entire upper ring there. Felt like we were in our own little prison section up there.
Yeah, and they didn't even do anything special with the food. Like, Citi Field was built at the exact same time, and that ballpark is fantastic. I love that ballpark. I love going to that one. I love the food there. I love sitting out there. Oh, that one just misses. I thought that one was in the strike zone. Not sure where it missed. Naquin takes the walk.
Yeah, definitely. Fiers just missed with that one. But again, Yankee Stadium, the only place I have ever seen a beer more expensive than at Fenway Park. I think it was $15 for a small beer.
Yeah, it's pretty similar at Citi Field, too. It's New York prices.
Yeah, but, I mean, at Citi, it's probably, $11-12 in the ballpark there, which is a bit more reasonable for sporting events.
No ball.
Yeah.
One strike.
Yeah.
I got a Tito's lemonade and vodka, and that was $15. That was... I couldn't believe that one.
Yeah, I think that's the running rate up here, too. Might be 14 at the TD Garden in Boston, which is kind of the better sporting venue, quote, in the city, because, again, Fenway has a lot of history. Facilities are minimal at best sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, that one was built, the turn of the century. And it's a park I've never been to, and I really want to go. And I know there's, like, a lot of obstructed seating there. Have you ever sat on top of the Green Monster? This could be too. 6-4-3, nicely turned by Simeon.
Yeah, no, actually, I was up on top of the monster for one game. I think it was in April or May, because I remember it was misting all day, and my hands were just freezing because it got down to like 54 degrees up here at night.
Yeah.
So it was, weather was miserable. Game was okay though, but if you're up on the monster, you want to get in that front row, because if you go 2 or 3 back, you start missing the play right up against the wall, so you kind of have to, okay, I'm going to assume he's down there.
Yeah, there's a lot of obstructed view too. Even at Yankee Stadium, though, you sit in the bleachers. If you're too close to the wall at center field, you miss all the plays.
Yeah.
Right in front of you at center field, you can't tell if the guy caught the ball, where it's hit, and that's where the used to be Monument Park, and it was all like just black batter's eye. Now swing and a miss there. Plesac 3 strikeouts now for him. Now it's the Mohegan Sun Sports Casino, and you can't see around it. You can't see it. Yeah, and those are the bleacher seats, and that's why I say it's lost its feel.
Yeah, definitely. Actually, for Fenway, for the grief it gets for obstructed seats is not actually that many. As Chapman puts a ride in that one.
Oh, Chapman gives that one a ride. That is his big shot for him. 27th of the season. A solo shot, putting Oakland up by 1.
And just a real nice charge on that one. 108 off the bat, so that's an absolute missile out to left field.
Chapman is one of the most underrated players in the game, in my opinion. We don't talk enough about how great he's been. This is only his 4th season in the league, and the numbers he's put up at third base, I think we're watching a potential next Josh Donaldson that the Oakland A's are producing.
Yeah, definitely, and that's kind of the thing Oakland's become really good at, is developing those, young prospects into really good MLB players. As that one's driven out to left.
Oh, Canna gets a hold of that one. Did he get all of it? It is! Back-to-back home runs by the A's. Mark Canna says, anything you can do, I can do better. He's now got 28, so he's got 1 lead over Chapman. And Oakland now has a 2-0 lead over Cleveland.
Yep, and Canada hitting it farther than Chapman did, 405. Little less power off the bat at 107 speed to exit velocity, but still an absolute shot out to left. And Houston, we might have a problem here, as that's 2 pitches, 2 homers for Oakland.
Well, Plesac, if you want to nitpick him, he gives up a bit of home runs. Those are home runs 14 and 15 he's given up already on this season.
Yeah, that's really rough sometimes, but heading back to the point I was making before the power surge from Oakland about Fenway, in general, there aren't actually that many obstructed seats, because if you don't get the behind the field grandstands, if you get like the outfield, you can see everything. Ooh, there's a
nice diving stop there by Lindor. Just a good play to get the glove on it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, but if you get like the outfield bleachers at Fenway, you can see the whole game. It's just if you get the quote-unquote infield grandstands, the blue seats kind of in back is when you start risking obstructed views here and there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but my recommendation, if anyone ever goes, it's a section called, I believe it's the right field roof box. It's next to the, I believe it's Sam Adams Pavilion now. If you get a little away from the luxury boxes, you got a beautiful view of the whole field.
No, I just wrote that down. Right field roof box. Whenever we're able to travel again, I'd love to check it out.
Yeah, if you look at this, I believe it's called the Sam Adams Pavilion. It's on the deck down the right field line. There's about 5 or 6 sections right before that on the top roof.
Well, nicely turned double play there by Santana at first base. Yeah, they get out of this inning, but Plesac giving up back-to-back home runs to Chapman and Canna. Oakland's got a 2-0 lead.
Leading off for the Indians, the left fielder.
Now we're going to the 3rd inning, and now Mike Fiers has a little bit of breathing room here in the 3rd. Going to face 9-1-2 DeShields, Mercado, and Hernandez.
Yeah, the Shield's having Fiers' number, though, a 348 average lifetime in this matchup here. And that's a cheeky
shows
little
bunt
there. And the third base coach is just going to casually pick that one up.
I would not try to bunt for a base hit against Chapman down there at third base. I think he's the best defensive third baseman in the American League.
Yeah, he's definitely up there. Probably top 5, top 10 defensively. As that's going to be a beautiful slide in there again. Fiers just absolutely cooking right now.
Fiers has that slider working for him. You see, he comes in today top in the league in wins with 14. It's a stat I don't really care that much about, wins, but one loss record in the standings is what really matters. It's just the pitcher's win-loss I don't care about.
Exactly. Pitchers win-loss can be so arbitrary sometimes because you can look at a guy out in the bullpen. He may be 5-2 on the year for a pitching record, even though he's a bullpen guy. It's just that he's happened to come in at the right time when his team gets on a rally.
Hit up the middle. That's going to be a base hit there for Mercado. Ooh, Laureano, yeah, boots it a little bit, but no harm, no foul there.
The batter number 7, second baseman, Cesar
Game history, so he's on fire right now.
Yeah, he's been a very pleasant surprise for Cleveland. Yeah, outfield is not great for them in real life. And actually, Mercado has been sent down to the alternate side in the real world.
Ooh.
But hitting 312 here in the ball world with 20 home runs. That's impressive power for him.
Yeah, definitely is. Again, Chapman has play there, having to go over his shoulder.
Yeah, that is a very, very difficult play. Cesar Hernandez just hit that one very lightly over his head. Tough play going back. Almost like a football play there. He's like a wide receiver running back on that one. And he makes the catch for the second out.
Yeah, a little bit of a floater from insert quarterback name here.
I don't know who the quarterback for the Raiders is, or even if they play in Oakland anymore.
No, the Raiders have moved out to Las Vegas. Last check, it was Derek Carr. Although, who knows really with this upcoming year how anything's going to work.
Well, Fiers gets out of this one. He strands a single from Hernandez. Gets Lindor to pop up there. He just missed that one. But we're going to the bottom of the third. Oakland up 2-0. Bottom of the third, and it's Austin Allen leading things off for the A's. Austin Allen acquired in a off-season move from San Diego for Jurickson Profar. Profar now in the ball world plays for the Atlanta Braves.
No balls, one strike.
Do you have problems remembering which player is on which team in real world and ball world? Because I've had a couple of issues already this season.
I just look at the screen and hope for the best at this point. I give up trying to keep track of where people are at this point because, again, the deadline, there was a lot of wheeling and dealing between several teams. So, honestly, at this point, it's kind of a dice game as far as whether somebody's on this team or the other one.
That is the fourth strikeout there for Plesac, and Allen is not happy at all about that one.
Yeah, I know, just got absolutely fooled there. He's gonna have a nice chat with the batting coach there about, hey, can you not swing at one down at your knee next time?
Brings up Jonathan Villar. Takes the first pitch strike there. 1 for 5 in the series, and Villar's a guy that can play all over the place. Can play a little bit of the infield, can play the outfield.
And that's something Oakland loves with their players, being able to play 4, 5, 6 different positions. Because again, they're a bit of a smaller market team. The payroll's a little bit limited, so if you're able to step into 4, 5, 6 different spots, if a guy goes down, it just increases your value to them exponentially.
Ooh, and another strikeout there for Plesac. He's gone back-to-back strikeouts to start this inning. And he's got 5 on the day.
Yeah, and this could be kind of a revenge tour here after giving up the back-to-back homers last inning.
Yeah, that's what you want to see from your starting pitcher if you're a Cleveland fan. He gives up the 2 home runs in 1 inning. You want him to come right back out that next inning. Be aggressive, attack these hitters, which he's definitely doing. First pitch strike there to Simeon.
Yeah, he's attacking. If you look at the pitch count right now, he's only at 28 through 2 2/3 here, so being very efficient with his pitches, going right after him.
Ball.
Cleveland did not have to go it deep into their bullpen yesterday either.
So we've only had to use 2 guys out of the pen yesterday, and really, they could have gotten away with 1, but it was just such a tight game. You want to be sure about it.
Yeah, they used Wood, Hirano, and Hand. And of course, Brad Hand is their closer. Got his 40th save already on the season. How about that?
Yeah, and just absolutely dominating right now. When he comes in, it's like Enter Sandman. It's game over.
That one's ripped down the line. This one has extra bases written all over it. And Simeon is in the second base with a 2-out double.
Yeah, again, good job being able to pull it and just keeping it fair there, giving about 5-10 feet to the line there. So nice piece of hitting and nice job paying attention and rounding around to go to second there.
Yeah, those extra bases, they matter, especially in a 2-0 game. You want to score all the runs you can, and especially if you can get a guy in scoring position for Chris Davis, you want to take it.
4-5 coming up right now. You want to be on second, so that way a drive to the wall scores you easily.
That brings up Chris Davis, 0 for 1 today. Takes a first pitch strike there, right down the middle. Do you think he gets to 40 home runs this year?
There's an outside shot. Again, we're getting late in the season, so there's something. What the?
Oh, he's heading for second. What happened there?
I think he saw the throw home and thought he could make the round for second, trying to catch a napping, but not today.
Yeah, Davis assumed, I guess, Simeon was going to go to home on that one, thought the throw was going to be there, and he was a dead duck at second base.
Leading off for Cleveland, the first base.
Speaking of dead ducks, Matt Versergen, Mark DeRosa, and Dan Plesac all have decided to hit the road today, so you're stuck with myself, P-Mister, and J-Man for this wonderful call of Cleveland and Oakland.
It's nice of them to let Heidi Watney stick around with us, though.
Yeah, give some professional opinions here. Unfortunately, we get a dang mic working, but that's a whole separate issue.
Oh, Mike's still not working today?
As far as I know, yesterday it still wasn't working.
I really thought we were going to get to the bottom of that by the end of the season.
I think we all know Garrett has 15,000 other things to worry about. And just for reference, Garrett's our lovely janitor, custodian, tech man, almighty power being in the server.
Now, if we didn't mute Heidi, then you would actually be hearing Plesac and Excursion and all those guys. So that's why Heidi Watney is always muted for us.
Sad face emoji. And yes, we've asked several times if Heidi wanted to do a broadcast, and her people have not gotten back to us, so don't expect any miracles here late in the season.
Brings up Carlos Santana, 35 home runs already on the year. Base on ball to start his first at-bat. Yes, last year he walked exactly as many times as he struck out. But he strikes out looking there. I'm not sure about where that one was. Fourth strikeout for Fiers. I thought that one was a bit low.
Definitely was a bit low, but again, umpire, that's in the 50-50 zone where you have to expect the umpire to maybe call it. It seems like, in general, umpire has a wide strike zone tonight, so this game, these guys better be swinging or else they're just going to get rung up all night.
Jose Ramirez 0 for 1 today. Had a base hit in yesterday's game and scored a run. It's 1 for 4.
Ball.
Fiers misses with that one, and it's 2-0.
No, that's the ball.
Missing again, 3-0. So that has been the one blemish for Fiers today. He's already walked 2 batters. Well, Jose Ramirez didn't get the green light on 3-1, and his team was only down by 2. I'm not sure about that one.
Yeah.
3-1, he's swinging, and Laureano's got a long way to come, but he makes the catch on the run. It's hit to Laureano in center field. It's probably going to be caught.
Yeah, definitely. Laureano probably top 5 center fielder in the game right now defensively. Of course, I think we can all guess, at least in my opinion, this might be slight home bias. Jackie Bradley Jr. being the best center fielder in the game right now. As far as the defense is concerned.
I was going to say Kiermaier.
Kiermaier. Yeah, I could definitely see an argument for Kiermaier, but again, the bat-wise, Jackie Bradley Jr., one of the worst outfielders. So
yeah, same with Kiermaier. That one's hit on the ground, a base knock for Santana. So with 2 outs, Cleveland's got themselves a base runner. Yeah, I mean, Jackie Bradley Jr. is a very, very good defensive outfielder, and you've got Kevin Pillar, who used to be a very good center fielder. So, and Verdugo out there and right, I mean, that's just a very, very good defensive outfield that Boston has.
Yeah, but especially in Boston, whoever gets stuck up against the Monster that day, trust me, the Monster's a whole different beast compared to a lot of other walls. Because one of the things is I believe they still use like metal rivets and nuts and bolts on the scoreboard. So if a ball hits right, it could go one of 30 different directions depending on where it hit on that thing. So you have to be ready for all possibilities. Plus, there's still some dents from all the people that smack it too hard into the wall. Because I believe it's still metal up above like 10 to 15 feet.
2-0 pitch hit deep to left field. Canna back makes a dive, but he can't get to it. Santana's going to score all the way from first, running on contact. And if you make a dive like that, you got to make the catch.
Now batting, the catcher.
He pulled it off in yesterday's game. Had a great diving stop along the left field line there to grab the out, but not today. So guess sometimes Lady Luck's with you, other times she's off on a vacation or something.
Yeah, I mean, you got to... That ball was behind him, so... Maybe if he hadn't dove and played it off the wall, he could have held Santana at third. But yeah, that dive is what enabled Santana to score all the way from first. And it's cut the lead in half. Brings up Roberto Perez, light-hitting catcher. They had a top catching prospect, Francisco Mejia, but they traded him to the Padres for Brad Hand. And Mejia has not been great so far for the Padres. The defense was always the question for him, and it's not great when you're a bat-first catcher and then the bat fails you too.
Yeah, because then at that point you're very liable to go down to the minors because, again, you have to be extremely defensive behind home plate there. Because if a ball gets by you, that's easily a runner, a base in most ballparks.
Perez sends this one out to right field. Piscotty's got a beat on it, and he'll make the catch for the final out. But Cleveland gets another run on the double by Tyler Naquin, scoring Domingo Santana all the way from first. We got ourselves a close ball game going to the bottom of the fourth. It's 2-1 Oakland. At bottom of the fourth, Matt Olson going to lead things off for Oakland. And I don't know if you've been watching the real games, but Matt Olson has a fantastic mustache right now.
I can only imagine some guys are having grade A facial hair right now coming out of quarantine. They haven't really had to keep themselves up over the past couple months. And then they're coming in with just beards and mustaches left and right.
1 ball, 1 strike.
It's one of the reasons why if I had any talent at all, I wouldn't be a Yankee, just because that facial hair thing.
Did they?
12, 1
I
ball,
thought
2
Aaron
strikes.
Boone axed that policy. If I'm
Nah, they still got it.
They're the last holdout of that.
Well, I think the Marlins are one of those teams as well. Derek Jeter, Mr. Yankee, he's got to bring that thing in.
Yes, and don't have to
Swing
remind me
and a
about
miss there. Well, it's fun to remind you that Derek Jeter owns one of the worst teams in baseball.
That is true, and honestly, Miami might get shipped out of town fairly soon, depending on how the local community responds, because Derek Jeter basically blew up a potential playoff team because they couldn't afford the payroll at the time. And yes, it is sad, yes, it is rough, but at the same time, by doing that, you may have officially sunk your franchise chances down there, because now people aren't showing up, period. And I believe the Miami Marlin man, who somehow got internet fame by being all the games, has basically said, F this team, I'm out of here.
I hate seeing him at playoff games with that ugly orange jacket.
Yeah, again, they have to work on the color scheme a little bit. The one thing I
well,
did
they changed
like,
the color now. The colors are a lot better now. I think the uniforms are actually a step in the right direction.
They finally embraced the Miami Vice look that they had as an alternate for a couple years.
I think it's got like a soft blue that looks really nice that they only wore in spring training. I don't know why they don't wear it more often.
Yeah, there might be
But
something.
That's the general story of the Marlins. 97, they won it all. They tore it down. 03, they won it all. They tried for a couple years in 04 and 05, but after that, they tore it all down. They didn't win anything in, I forget what year they did the teardown, 15 or 16.
Something like that, yeah. I thought they got the NL East that year as a consolation type prize. So did they get blown out in the last week?
I'm forgetting the 2013 teardown when they traded Reyes, Burley, and Josh Johnson as well in there. So there's a lot of teardowns in there in the Marlins. They never won their division.
Right, and I think that's kind of lying to the previous owner.
Chapman strikes out there. Perez throws down to first to complete the strikeout. 7 strikeouts for Plesac. Yeah, they've made the playoffs twice. Never won their division. Only been the wild card teams twice, and won the World Series twice. And actually, they had an interesting stat. They'd only had 2 winning seasons in their whole history, which were their 2 winning World Series years.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the general reason why Miami has kind of not taken them up yet, is because they haven't had a constant success streak of 5-6 years where a team has actually been good. If you look at a lot of the crowds in Miami, if the Red Sox or Yankees are in town, they're pulling very good. If it's the Kansas City Royals, you're getting maybe 3,000 people.
No, I've been to a few of those Marlins games down there. I went to a World Baseball Classic game in 2017, actually. That was fouled away, 2-2. And the stadium is not easy to get to at all. The old stadium was actually really easy to get to. It was right off of an exit ramp off of the highway, off the turnpike. This one, it's not off of the highway. It's not close at all. You're driving into a little neighborhood that just got the stadium plopped in the middle of it. This one's popped up. And then the seats aren't great. There's a lot of obstructed views, even on the first level. When you're sitting there, they've got the seats hanging over you. So when you look up to see where a fly ball went, all you see is the seats overhead of you. I don't like that stadium. I don't like where it is. It's they got a lot of issues down there in Miami.
Yeah, it seems like both Florida teams have a lot of issues. I was attending a couple games down in Tampa Bay. It's less prevalent as far as the obstructed seats, but again, basically out in the middle of nowhere, and really no one goes to the games, and the stadium's average, I would say.
Yeah, well, the thing with Tampa is it's not in Tampa. It's in St. Petersburg. So if anyone wants to go to see the game, there's only one bridge you can cross to get into St. Pete there. And so the traffic is horrible. It's terrible. And just not as many people in St. Pete as there are in Tampa. But my sister lives in St. Pete. She loves it. And she's like, please don't move it into Tampa. And she loves going to the games in the summer when it's only $5 and you don't have to run your air conditioning because Tampa's running the air conditioning for you.
Basically, yeah, no, but people say move Tampa. I'm like, there is a decent fan base there. It's just the same. It's such a bad location. If they moved it maybe over by where Raymond James is, or even, God forbid, the downtown, because I believe the Tampa Bay Rowdies, the soccer team, have a fairly decent-sized plot in the middle of downtown.
Oh, Laureano almost made an amazing catch there. It just went off his glove, and DeShields is on base with a single.
Oscar
Yeah.
Mercado.
Oakland outfielders trying to do everything they can to keep the outs rolling here, but just not having any luck diving today.
Well, now it's going to bring up the top of the order with nobody out. And DeShields, like I said at the beginning, stole 100 bases in the minor leagues one year. This year, he's got 20 stolen bases and only 5 caught stealing. So it'll be interesting to see if he goes there. Mercado is 1 for 2 today. He singled his last time up. Yeah, I mean, there's talk of moving Tampa to Montreal. That would, of course, then have a nice rivalry with Toronto in the AL East. Of course, Nashville is always mentioned when you want to move a team somewhere. Charlotte. And then, of course, if you want to move a team to the West Coast and have more teams there, they always bring up Portland or Vegas.
Yeah, actually, just looking quickly at Tampa proper, the Yankees actually have their facility right downtown, their spring training facility. So, God forbid, if the Yankees ever up and left that facility, I think Tampa would just slide in there, and it looks like there's plenty of room to build a decent-sized stadium there, with Raymond James Stadium being right across the street from them.
Well, yeah, sometimes they build these stadiums with the idea that they can expand upon it later, which actually, speaking of Toronto, they're playing in Buffalo. 1-2 pitch here to Mercado is sent deep to left field. Canna giving chase, but he's going to be there to make the catch. DeShields thought about going and tagging up to second, but he'll remain at first. Yeah, and like I was saying, Buffalo, they built that stadium with the intention of they could build it up to seat 40,000 people at a moment's notice. They thought they could get a major league team in Buffalo.
Yeah, again, that would have been a little bit of a pipe dream for them. But again, I think their AAA team draws about 15 to 20,000 a game, so the stadium definitely isn't going to waste there.
I actually believe it was done by the same guy that did Camden Yards. Same architect company, so it's that retro sort of ballpark kind of look. It's not a bad place to play.
Yeah, and just looking from the couple highlights I've seen of Toronto's games there, it looks like they did a very nice job setting that up for the Blue Jays.
Nice bunt. Yeah, a nice bunt there by Cesar Hernandez. His bunt right past Fiers, so I mean, there was really no play at first. There was no play really at second. Just a nice bunt there by Hernandez.
Yeah, great bunt there, but I have to wonder on the spin and throw, if you saw Fiers breaking over to first, you could have tried just flipping over to first, because I feel like that would have been a bit easier play to make.
Yeah, it would have been a lot easier play. But I always see in these ball games, the fielders always throw to the lead base. It's something I see quite a lot, and they usually get them, but they don't get DeShields there. DeShields runs very well. And Lindor hits the could be possible double play, lined right up there. And did they get him? They did not.
No. No, that would have been a very BS call if that was called out at second there. He was in, not by much, but he was in.
Well, now it comes down to Carlos Santana. Runners at first and second and 2 out. DeShields is that tying run out there at second. Third time through the order for Fiers.
What is the definition of a lorder?
It's a guy that lords things over you. Like I got a base hit off you earlier. I'm gonna lorder it over you. Or maybe a nickname for Lourdes Gurriel, a little lorder.
That could be an idea. But yeah, you've seen a lot of these newer stadiums now, initially built, especially in the minor leagues, to hold maybe somewhere in the range of 7,000 to 10,000, with the potential to expand out if the team's really popular. I know the Paw Sox are moving to Worcester, Massachusetts, and I believe the new stadium is only going to have 10,000 out of the gate. But it looks like they have plenty of room to expand down the lines in case that team gets popular.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of Boston fans, they love going to those minor league games. You got the Portland Sea Dogs up in Maine, too, or the AA team. That's a really nice stadium. So, I mean, that whole northeast area, too, it's just Red Sox country. And I've been to Maine for a little vacation in the summer. It's really lovely up there. Fiers loses the batter there, Santana. The bases are going to be loaded now for Jose Ramirez. That's not what you want to do.
Yeah, definitely. Especially right now, you want to get Ramirez out as quickly as possible.
You know, already his third walk. He's at 87 pitches. This is probably going to be Fiers' last inning.
Yeah, probably with that pitch count sitting where it is.
First pitch swinging there is Ramirez. Fouls it back at its 0-1. 327 with runners in scoring position on the year. A base hit would put Cleveland on top.
So,
Shields, the runner at third. Hernandez at second.
You mentioned Maine earlier. Fun fact, the Phillies actually had their AAA team in a town called Old Orchard Beach, Maine, which only has about 100,000 people in the summer. Had their AAA team there for about 6 years before they moved out. And I believe the Sea Dogs came in a couple years after that.
Portland's a great town. It's a great food town, too. So, I mean, when you can travel again, go to Portland, see a game, and get some food there. There's one place I got, I think it was just called, like, duck fat or something like that, where they just cooked all the food in duck fat, and it's just, oh, my God.
That sounds like Maine. They use every single part of a kill. Because, again, Maine's kind of like
Chapman makes the catch in foul territory and Fiers, escapes a bases-loaded jam. We're going to the bottom of the fifth. It's still 2-1.
Yeah,
I mean, if you've never had duck fat French fries, you haven't lived.
Okay, that sounds already clogging, and I'm usually one of the guys that's up on that type of stuff, but that's a little bit too much there.
Oh my, no, it's not. It's so good.
That's fair.
It's
but,
very, very rich, but oh my God, it's good.
yeah, no, but Maine, whatever, big hunting place up there, so whatever you kill, they use about 95% of the stuff, whether it's in food or other type of products there.
Well, Zach Plesac is right now the losing pitcher of record, but he's only thrown 54 pitches through 4 innings, and he's struck out 7 guys so far.
Make it 8.
Excuse me, he struck out 8.
Yep, Plesac's been
is
cooking.
Now batting.
Yeah, outside of that second inning where he gave up back-to-back home runs, he's been absolutely filthy.
Yeah, definitely no chance at all there.
Yeah, and that's why win and losses really don't mean a lot to me. He would be a loser today for this game.
Yeah, for this performance, when really it's his offense that's let him down.
Stephen Piscotty, the batter, longtime Cardinal, came over to Oakland in 2018. Sends that one on the ground to Cesar Hernandez, who fires onto first for the second out.
Now batting. The catcher, Austin.
Yeah, outside of that second inning, Oakland really hasn't had anything going, and outside of those home runs, they haven't had a base runner past first base.
Yeah, and honestly, that's what Plesac's been very good at. Again, outside the 2 homers, he's been absolutely dominant shutting these guys down.
That's not true. Simeon hit that double. I misspoke.
Oh. Let's put it this way, we all misspeak every once in a while, it's fine. Especially in Botball universe where stuff switches around so much and our feed up here is not exactly the best in the world.
Well, we're doing it like the professionals are doing it this year. You know, we're just looking at a feed of a camera. Sure, they've got more camera angles for them, and more people doing stats for them.
More stats people and more people just look at random nonsense that comes up.
Ball.
I think we're doing very good with the information, though. Big swing and a miss there from Austin Allen, and that is 9 strikeouts for Plesac. We're going to the 6th inning. Cleveland trailing by 1. See if we get a new pitcher. We do get a new pitcher, and it is Chris Bassett. 96 innings for him, and he's actually starting for Oakland in the real season, but coming out of relief here. This is his 42nd appearance and already 96 innings, so they love the long reliever in ball.
Yeah, Bassett, they're looking for 9 outs from him to get to the 9th inning where you can bring in your closer to shut the thing down.
Yeah, and Oakland has one of the best closers in the game, Liam Hendricks. Bassett, 3.26 earned run average coming into today. He's given up 16 home runs, so the long ball's been a bit of a concern for him. But 72 strikeouts and 43 walks, so a 1.38 whip, not the greatest. That one sent into foul territory. Chapman, a lot of room there in that foul territory, and that is an out, which should have just been a ball fouled away into the third base seats. And that is a big out for Bassett.
Yeah. And by far having the largest foul ground territory would be 10 rows deep in most other ballparks.
Yeah, at least. Naquin sends this one to right field. Piscotty giving chase at the wall, and he's going to make the catch up against the wall. Tyler Naquin gave that one a ride, but Piscotty's there at the track to bring it in.
And Bassett really using his D right now to help him get these outs. Not really relying on the K so much, just weak contact, so it could backfire on him, but right now he's absolutely cooking.
Yeah, a couple lucky 2 outs here in the 6th inning.
Ball.
Yeah, you know, that would have been a home run in Yankee Stadium, the right field.
Any long fly ball to the wall in any other ballpark is a home run at Yankee Stadium, let's be honest.
Boston has one of the deepest center fields, though.
Deepest center fields, and I would argue top 5 or 10 deepest right fields, jumping out to 380 when you get 10 feet left of the right field pole there.
Yeah, it's a very tricky ballpark out there in Fenway.
Yeah, the only hitter's part about that ballpark is the green monster and left.
Now, I read a rumor, the 2-2 pitch fouled away. Back in the day, Yankees and Red Sox wanted to trade DiMaggio and Williams because each hitter swing would have played so much better at the other's ballpark. Ted Williams in Yankee Stadium with that short porch, can you imagine the numbers he would put up? Joe DiMaggio with that right-handed swing just peppering the ball off the wall.
Yeah.
But of course, you would never make that trade between those teams. Just a fun what if.
Yeah, exactly. And back in the day, depending on when that trade was being proposed, I could potentially see them doing it. 2 of them legends of the game at the time.
There's a big swing and a miss there. Bassett gets the final out here in the 6th inning. We're going to the bottom of the 6th. Oakland still up by 1. Yeah, those are 2 teams you don't ever really expect them to ever trade. Boston and New York. Same thing with New York and the Mets. Those 2 teams don't ever trade. But I was making I guess a dark joke. You know, it's 2020, dark times. I was saying, you think Boston maybe would knowingly trade a player with COVID to the Yankees, sort of Trojan horse the team?
Yes, and Eduardo Rodriguez over, because I believe he did have some COVID issues to start the year, and then I think he came down with like an elbow or a knee injury or something, and he had to go for surgery. So no luck there, but I could potentially see the Sox doing that if it's a really bad year.
It's like, we're not going to make the playoffs anyways. May as well just destroy our enemies.
Right.
Ball.
Well, apparently the Red Sox did trade Kelly Johnson for Stephen Drew in 2014 with the Yankees, so huge trade there. Thank you for bringing that out, EB from Toronto in the Twitch chat, as VR is the 10th strikeout victim for Plesac here in the 6th.
Plesac is absolutely cooking right now. Honestly, just the 2 blemishes might sink his game today, and that's why I hate the win-loss record of signed pitchers as a hard-line stat.
Yeah, definitely a quality start is what he'll get credited for. Now, Marcus Semien hit a double off of him his last time up, but he was stranded there. Didn't try to score on the single from Chris Davis, and Davis was picked off trying to advance to second. 27 home runs already on the year for him. Hit 33 last year. He's got 40 more games to hit 5 home runs. So with any bad luck, he'll surpass last year's home run total. And yeah, Semien acquired from the White Sox for Jeff Samardzija. So
that's a trade,
right?
Just Samardzija.
And that's a. Oh, I mean, Chicago, they weren't gonna be competitive. It was a silly trade when they made it, but I mean, they've got Tim Anderson at short, so they're really not hurting at that position. He's hit out to left field there. And the Shield's there to make the catch, but I mean, still, you hate to give up a talent like that.
Number 2, designated hitter.
Honestly, anytime you have to give up a potential young star here to try to either fix the books or try to set yourself up for a playoff run, it always hurts the management because they see so much in the player.
Brings up Chris Davis, Mr. 247 batting average. Hit 247 4 years in a row. And that streak was broken last year when he hit 220. 282 this year, so maybe we could do an average. Still, the average would be 260, I think, so still not great.
Ball, no.
32 home runs for him this year, 48 home runs in 2018, 43 in 27, 42 in 26.
No.
And it looks like Plesac is not trying to throw him anything he can hit here.
Again, the way he's been pitching all day, he's been able to get those calls just off the zone. So he doesn't really have to attack him straight in the zone, as that's a changeup.
Yeah. Tough when you can throw a fastball at 95 and a nasty change like that. 3-2 pitch got him looking on a four-seam fastball up in the zone. Davis didn't like the call, but it's the 11th strikeout for Plesac. We're going to the 7th inning. Oakland still leads by 1. Top of the 7th inning, it's 9-1-2 for Oakland. DeShields, Mercado, and Hernandez, and some action in the Oakland bullpen.
Ball. 1-0.
Joaquim Soraya and Jake Diekman warming up in that pen for Oakland. I guess they're hoping that Bassett can get through the 7th inning and then they can go with their setup and closer 8-9. That one's hit on the ground to VR, who throws the first for the first out.
Yeah, and really, if Bassett's pitching the way he is, reducing a lot of weak contact from these Cleveland hitters. Again, he might be able to get a chance in the 8th just to save the arm.
Well, you got to be careful. You're now at the top of the Cleveland lineup, and Oscar Mercado's got some sneaky pop in there. 20 home runs on the season, and to go along with 27 doubles. Sends that one foul, and it's 0-2.
Outside.
0-2 pitch. Oh, I'm not sure where that one missed. Seems like the ump's got a bit of a bigger strike zone for Plesac.
Yeah, definitely. Plesac and a couple favors here that Bassett, some of the other Oakland pitchers haven't really gotten all day, but honestly, at this point, you just got to work with the zone you're given.
1-2 pitch. Hit on the ground to Olsen, who's going to take it himself for the second out. Now, I just remember, I feel like umpires have gotten a lot better in the strike zone since the 90s, to be honest. I remember Greg Maddux getting so many calls well on the outside corner, and he would just nibble so much that at the beginning of the game, it would be right off of the plate. By the 6th or 7th inning, he was throwing that ball 6-7 inches off the plate and still getting strike calls. And if you want to see one of the most egregious examples of bad umpiring in a baseball game in the playoffs,
Angel Hernandez,
you gotta watch
500. Sorry, just had to get his name out. Whenever you mention worst umpires in Major League Baseball, Angel Hernandez has to come up. I don't care who you are, what team you're a fan of. I think most of us can agree that he is one of the worst, if not the worst umpire in the game.
It's bad when people know your name. Yeah, absolutely. Angel Hernandez, very, very bad. I don't remember the name of the umpire from this game. I just remember the strike zone. It was a 97 playoff game between the Marlins and the Braves. Levon Hernandez would get so many strikes on the outside corner. He was a rookie, too, that year, coming up from Cuba. And, yeah, you just watch that game. It's just hilarious. Throwing curveballs in the other side of the batter's box, getting called strikes. But I'm going to throw another name out there that I do not like as an umpire, Vic Carapazzo. Oh. I see it in the chat. Vic Carapazzo.
I haven't seen any of his games. I feel like he's more a National League guy than the American League, so the jury's still out on him, but I'll have to do some highlights later.
He just threw out Matt Shoemaker in a game. I'm a Toronto guy.
He was the guy that threw Shoemaker out for basically giving him a little lip. Oh my god, that was such a BS trigger. It's like, the calls were 50-50. You just have to accept it and move on. You don't have to toss the guy out.
Yeah. Well, he's got a history with throwing guys out in Toronto, too. He threw out Edwin Encarnacion on Canada Day in the very first inning. So, I mean, he's a very sensitive guy, Vic Carapazzo back there. And I forget the percentage that I saw, but someone ran the numbers on the amount of ejections Carapazzo has done, and I think like 40% of his ejections have been Blue Jays players. So, like, he's definitely not an unbiased ump at all. He is one of the absolute worst.
And we're coming in with the point, Angel Hernandez behind the plate for the O's Jays game tonight. I'm going to have to watch that just to see the lulls, and also somehow Baltimore's only like a game or two out of the AL East Division lead. What the heck is going on with that?
It's a funny season. It's a very absurd season. I mean, is Angel Hernandez on the same umpiring crew as Vic Carapazzo? That should be outlawed. I hope that Carapazzo went somewhere else.
Let me go to the stat book real quick just to confirm tonight.
Plesac still in this game, 85 pitches through 6 innings. He's got the heart of the order here, 4, 5, and 6. Olsen, Chapman, and Canna. Ooh, and another strike there, looking on the changeup. Olsen was not expecting that. I don't know what he was looking for, but that pitch was a beauty. 12 strikeouts now for Plesac on the day. Yeah, most of his strikeouts have been the swinging variety, but he's gotten 2 looking, and that was just the second looking strike there. And another changeup I thought was down and low. Given the call there, it's the first pitch strike to Chapman.
EB did my research for me. Thankfully, they're not in the same crew, but Will Little is on the one with Angel Hernandez, and apparently he threw out both Stroman and Russell Martin from the same game a few years back, so a little bit of a trigger finger there.
Yeah, and with no fans in the audience, you really see how thin-skinned these umpires are.
Oh yeah, especially when
It's
managers are just kind of like, oh, you got to give me a break or something like that, and they are liable to ring them up. And I believe you can kind of see it in I believe Grayson Allen the other day. This is going off a little tangent here, but he thought he had a clean block on I believe he was playing Portland at the time, so that's going to be a little dribble over the first.
Oh, a little foot race at the bag, and Plesac beats Chapman to it.
Yeah, so Grayson Allen thought he got a clean block on a Portland player making a drive. He gets whistled for the foul. He goes hopping mad, and if people remember Grayson Allen at all, he was the kid that was tripping everyone at Duke several years back. He goes hopping off mad. Everyone's kind of gets settled in. About 5 seconds later, you hear another whistle. The ref actually teed up Allen for the response, and I'm going to assume some of the language as we see the replay of one of the 2 homers earlier on there.
Yeah. Canna hit the second of the back-to-back home runs. That was in the second inning. That's been all of the offense for Oakland, and surprisingly, it's been good enough to win this game so far.
Yeah, definitely, but just with these COVID conditions and all these bubbles set up, players really have to watch their mouths and their emotions now, because there's no fan to cover up some of the language they've been using.
Yeah, I've seen umpires throw guys out that were just sitting in the stands too. It's like, come on. If you're not on camera, you're not on. It's at a commercial break. You're not in the dugout. Just get over it. No one's here to see you.
And I think that's unfortunately some umpires are a little
Could this be another home run hit pretty deep to left? The Shields is there at the track. Well, Canna gave it a ride, but the Shields was there to bring it in. We're going to the 8th. Let's see who Cleveland brings in. Do they stick with Bassett?
Your attention, please.
No.
They do not. They go to Joaquim Soraya, and you can see why. 2.65 earned run average in 39 games for him. He's been pretty decent for him, for Oakland. Of course, he's the longtime Kansas City Royal.
Lefty kill this year. Lefty's only hitting 220 against him, so he's just in here for the 3 outs to try to get through the heart of the lineup here. But
Hits
Ouchie.
Lindor, hits the first batter. Not what you want to do, put the first guy on.
The first baseman.
yeah, no, that one looked like it was a break. It just got away from him there a little bit late on the release. But going back to umpires, this year especially is going to be the one where the MLB can look at these guys and say, okay, this guy can actually handle the job, and this guy, is a little bit too quick with the trigger, we'll call it, and we might have to send him for some retraining or maybe down to the minors for a little bit, because I'm not entirely sure how the umpire system works, but I think they're all part of the same group, and they can move up and down depending on the needs that arise for that day. Somebody might be able to look that up, somebody more informed than I am.
Well, I went to school with a guy whose dad was a major league umpire, so I know they go to umpiring school. They, rise through the ranks in the minors. There's like a scoring system on everything like that. Major league umps are paid pretty well too. I'll throw that one out there. They get around 20 years ago they got around $400,000. So I'm assuming they've gotten a raise since then.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it's around $500K right now, but you have to think of the stuff they have to put up with. You're calling really the most arbitrary thing in sports, balls and strikes. You have people constantly barking at you, and you're on the road for, we'll call it 8 months out of the year. So you do have to put up with a lot of stuff.
Yeah. At the same time, you get to watch baseball every day.
That is true.
You make a lot of money doing it.
Oh yeah, set yourself up very nicely. But again, there's only maybe 60, 70 slots in the major leagues for umpires. So it's a very tough field to break into, and right now I think we're going to have a mass exodus over the next 5-6 years of umpires leaving.
Yeah, and it's not like, once they hit 38 or 40, their skills decline like a major league player, and then they're out of the game, and you can get a new fresh crop all the time. Like, it's very competitive. Those guys hang on to those jobs a long time.
Yeah, and EB actually making the point with that age bump of his Soraya with the four-seamer high and outside there.
Yeah, nice pitch there by Soraya to get the strikeout.
And EB making a point, though, is a lot of the older umpires actually opted out. So you're seeing a lot of the minor league guys, high up on that scoring system, get their chance here in the majors, along with some of the normal guys in the major leagues that are, third, fourth on the roster, actually get to be crew chiefs for the night.
And why couldn't Carapazzo opt out?
Why couldn't Angel... Did Angel Hernandez opt out? I hope that Lord he does.
Of course not. There's nothing good in this world.
No, and honestly, I love the
I think he's suing Major League Baseball right now.
That is working through the court system. Do you know some of the background behind it, or you kind of just know that he's doing it?
That's all I know. He's just suing him.
I believe, and somebody can correct me if it's been updated recently, it's a racial discrimination lawsuit saying that he didn't get playoff positioning because he was Latino or something along those lines. And that's like his whole basis. It's like, no, you're just by God one of the worst umpires, and I keep forgetting Joe Torre is in charge of the umpires. You do not mess with that man. He knows what he's doing.
That's funny.
Yeah, so
I didn't know Joe Torre was in charge of that.
Yeah, I think he only got the job a couple years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, umpires they're not required to speak to the media. They've got a very solid union. They're basically impenetrable and impeachable,
Yeah, definitely. JMR making the joke that it's a Joe Torre as a vendetta gets in for past calls, so he doesn't get looked for the World Series postseason. not because he has a worse vision than Stevie Wonder or anything. Which honestly, that it could be argued that Stevie Wonder does have better vision than him.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh,
3-2 pitch fouled away there.
Yeah, saw all that ball, just not able to put that in play.
Yeah, that was a pitch he'd like to have back for sure. Full count pitch again, fouled away. A lot of pitches in this at-bat. 10 pitches already. Yeah, Ramirez is putting up a very good at-bat here. Ooh, and pitch number 11, he finally gets him swinging on a fastball high and outside. That's his second strikeout this inning. Back-to-back strikeouts for Joaquin Soraya. And now Cleveland has 2 outs with a runner on first and Domingo Santana coming to the plate.
Yep, and if you're Soraya right here, you just want the out. You don't care how you get it, who gets it, you just want the out.
Hit to center field, Laureano back, but he's got plenty of room in front of the warning track to make the catch. And the Cleveland strands a runner at first. We're going to the bottom of the 8th. Oakland hoping to get some insurance runs here. It's 2-1. And Dominic Leone is coming into this game. Dominic Leone, as EB from Toronto in the chat will probably remember, this guy was traded from Toronto for Randall Grichuk.
And I'm guessing Grichuk isn't doing that hot right now, or am I going crazy right now?
Well, in ball, Grichuk is terrible. Last year, Grichuk was terrible. And this year, Grichuk is doing incredibly well.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's a small sample size, but he's got his average at 300. He's drawing walks. He's got a 380 on base, a 500 slugging. Guy's been hitting.
Yeah, and sometimes you just get those couple weeks where you're absolutely on fire and pull all the stops out. And
I've spent all of the ball season just saying how much I dislike Grichuk. It would just be the height of irony if he has an amazing season here in this shortened 2020 season. But I've not had to eat my words in the ball season. I've been correct about him being terrible in that.
Yeah, well, you win some, you lose some, but yeah, no, honestly, sometimes, especially in this type of year, you get hot for 2 or 3 weeks. You could see yourself with a 400 or 500 average at the end of the year.
Yeah. Well, I would love to be very wrong about Grichuk, and as you know, he was drafted one spot ahead of Mike Trout by the Angels, so Angels were looking for an outfielder, and they wanted Grichuk first. Well, that is the end of the line for Zach Plesac. I didn't even notice that. He's out of this game, and what a game he's pitched. He's in line for the loss. 7 innings, 5 hits, 2 earned, 12 strikeouts. Just those back-to-back home runs he gave up in the second inning is all the offense he gave up.
Yep, and I 1,000% blame his offense today for really letting him down, only driving in 1 run after pulling off 4 or 5 yesterday.
Stephen Piscotty up now 0 for 2 today. 0 for 3 yesterday. Well, 0 for 5 in the series. Coming in today, he was hitting .237. Not a lot of power for Piscotty. Only 8 home runs this year. Had a very good year for Oakland in 2018 when he almost hit 30 home runs and slugged around 500. But Oakland has not gotten that Piscotty this year. That one's hit on the ground to Cesar Hernandez, who's going to throw on to first for the second out.
We got a bit more like that, just a real easy ground out type of Piscotty. And for some reason, whenever I think of him, I think of the Piscotty cookie. I don't know why. I just get hungry whenever someone says his name.
Have you watched a movie called What We Do in the Shadows?
No, unfortunately I haven't seen that one.
It's probably one of my favorite comedy movies of all time. It's so great. Taika Waititi, who did Thor Ragnarok and is blowing up right now, he directed that one, wrote it. But there's a scene in there where they like to mind control their subjects, and he goes, "Do you like Piscotty? Yeah, but do you like worms?" And then the spaghetti looks like worms to them.
No.
But the way they say it in their weird vampiric accent, guy's like, "I think he just offered me a Piscotty."
Yeah, and it's nice to see I'm not the only one. EB from Toronto agrees with me on that one, so thankfully I'm not completely psychotic in that regard.
No, so if ever I hear Piscotty, that's what I think of. Do you like Piscotty?
Apparently Reddit had a great article a few years back. How many Piscotties could you buy with Stephen Piscotty's contract? I'm assuming you could buy the whole factory or close to it.
How many Piscotties for Stephen Piscotty?
That should be a giveaway day out in Oakland. Somebody get on the line with them. They get a free package of Piscotty cookies on that day.
Well, Allen pops up to end the inning. We're going to the 9th inning. Liam Hendricks into the game, and he's going to face 7, 8, and 9. And boy, look at these numbers. And EB in the chat can tell you how upset he is to not have Liam Hendricks anymore on Toronto.
Oh, well, we'll live and learn. Jesse
Chavez. That was the trade. Jesse Chavez for Liam Hendricks.
That's a very bold statement.
He's being very sarcastic.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say...
will forever be angry at that trade.
Oh, honestly, Toronto... But you have that nice core now in Bichette, Biggio, and Vladdy Jr. there. That's a botch.
Oh, big error there by the shortstop, Marcus Semien. You don't want to make an error to allow the first base runner in the 9th inning one-run game. Yeah, that's going to go down as an E6 in the scorebook.
Most likely.
Easy play there for Semien.
Yeah, just sleeping a little bit, but sets up a chance here for a double play to make up for it.
Yeah, Roberto Perez, a good candidate to hit into a double play. But Naquin's got a lot of speed there on the bases. He's grounded into 10 double plays on the season, so that tells you what we were looking for right there. Oh, 0-1 pitch is lifted, foul. It's 0-2.
Yep, but again, I feel bad for both Toronto and Baltimore. because the AL East is just so competitive with the Red Sox and Yankees. They can't really build anything up there. Because if you think about it, any of those two played in like the AL Central, at least not in bot ball, but in a typical year. If they played in the AL Central, AL West, they'd probably be a lot better. Wild card, you know, division leading.
Big strikeout though.
Yeah, beautiful four-seamer. And I'm sorry.
They were supposed to be moved into the AL Central when they did the realignment, but the president, Paul Beeston, said he didn't want that. He wanted the gate revenues from the Yankees and Red Sox games. So you can thank Paul Beeston for that one. But my thing about it is that if you want to win a World Series, which is the point anyways, you're going to have to go through the Yankees and Red Sox or whoever won that American League East. And you could have a team like Minnesota, sure, that wins the AL Central a bunch and loses in the first round every year to the Yankees. This one gets away from Allen, and advancing to second base is Naquin. So, yeah, you don't make the playoffs as much, but when you make the playoffs, you've got a really good team and one that has a chance to win the World Series.
Even just making the playoffs, even for the one game, that extra gate revenue, that can really help as far as setting up your payroll to potentially expand it and bring in that next big star. So that's kind of the double-edged sword a lot of these teams are playing with as far as whether to push for a playoff run now or hold off for a couple of years and try to lower the payroll.
Oh, now he shows bunt with the runner in second base. And honestly, I think the expanded playoffs is going to make teams be less competitive. 2-1 pitch. Shows bunt again, 3-1. Because if 8 playoff teams make it, and you think, well, I don't have a great chance of winning the World Series anyway this year, you're not going to then go out and acquire more players and trade prospects. You're going to just say, well, let's wait for next year.
Exactly, and I think they hit the magic number with 12 last year, with the wild card game being just the 2 wild card teams along with. No, wait, I'm going crazy again. It's 10-team playoff right now, right?
Yeah, with the 2 wild cards in a 1-game playoff.
Yeah, ideally the number would be 6 from each league, just because that gets you about a third of the league, which makes
I'm not a fan of the 1-game playoff. I think it just defeats the whole purpose of a 162-game season.
Yeah, but
yeah, if you expanded it to have 6 teams in each, then you would have a real first round. And I think, you have that first round, be a best of 3 that takes place at the top seed's home park.
Yeah, you at least get 2 games at the top seed park. Yes, I think we want to give the road team at least 1 game to try to at least get some gate out of the whole thing, making the playoffs, rather than just having all the games at the high seeds home.
Yeah.
So
you can't forget about gate revenue.
Exactly. So I think it'd be like you start with game 1 in on the forget. I'll have to figure it out at some point. My brain's not working right now. I'm stumbling on too many different ways to do it.
Well, big pitch here. Oscar Mercado with 2 strikes. Runner on second as Tyler Naquin is the tying run. 1-2 pitch. Chopped foul. Hendricks has made a nice comeback after that error from Simeon to start this inning. He's gotten back-to-back strikeouts and 2 strikeouts now on Mercado. Fouled away. Cleveland needs to win this game to keep pace with Minnesota if they want to avoid that wild card game that we're talking about right now. Speaking of wild card game this year, I mean, look at Cleveland's record compared to the Rays' record is a swing and a miss. Hendricks gets a big strikeout to end the game. Cleveland has like a 10-game lead over the second wild card team. But if they lose that 1 game, the whole season's in. That's something I don't like, I don't agree with.
And that's the pressure for winning that division so much. It gives the incentive to win the divisions. That way you're at least guaranteed the 3.
But it's not a balanced schedule. You can't just say, well, win your division when every division is so different. It's just the parity in baseball hasn't been there for several years, and that's why I don't even really care about this season's parity with the expanded playoffs.
Yeah.
Anywho's, Mike Fiers, big win number 15. I think he's number 1 in the league now in wins. And our player of the game is Liam Hendricks, getting 3 strikeouts in the 9th inning for the save. That's interesting. I would have thought maybe Chapman or Canna for the home runs, but no, it is Liam Hendricks, our player of the game. And this is all the offense we had. Mark Chapman homering in the 2nd inning to left, 398 feet off of Zach Plesac. Really, the only blemishes are these two. They were back-to-back. Chapman and Canna in the 2nd inning, almost identical, hitting them 405 feet, hitting them 398 feet. And that was all the offense Oakland needed. There in the top of the 4th inning, Tyler Naquin with a double. And that was an interesting play by Canna. You see, he dives here, and that allowed the runner to score all the way from first. It doesn't come back to haunt them, though, because that's all the offense Cleveland was able to muster. Plesac, though, was completely dominant. He's the losing pitcher in this game, but he threw a much better game in my mind than Mike Fiers, who got the win. You see there, striking out Laureano, one of his 12 strikeouts of the game. Here's another one of them, getting Jonathan Villar to strike out on a fastball.
Yeah, Plesac really dominant today. Again, really only the 2 blemishes on the day. And this is a grade A rough luck loss. There we go. I can probably start speaking again.
I won't lorder it over you.
Exactly. Yeah, as Plesac really 9 times out of 10 would win this game easy, but Cleveland just ice cold against Fiers for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, he's had a 2.27 ERA coming into today. He's just been missing a lot of bats so far this year. Here's the big one. Mercado with a runner at 2nd. Hendricks nailing it down. And he got 4 outs that inning. You count that error that Semien made. So yeah, looking at this box score, Fiers lowers that ERA to 2.25. And we are joined in the booth now by the next broadcasters. I see Carlos Zimmerman is in there. Carlos, how is it going?
Well, Jordan's here too, but I am doing
I couldn't see him.
Oh, okay.
There it is. Yep.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm doing great. I'm sure Jordan's doing great. He's kind of a little tuckered out from his classes today, but other than that, we should have a fun game of football today.
Oh my gosh, you guys are going back to class. I hope you're doing it online.
Somewhat. I honestly prefer to be in the classroom as much as I can. So, granted, most all of mine are in my degree classes, so it's not as much of an issue. It's not as much of a stress. So.
Well, be very safe, guys. I'm very nervous for you. Oakland wins this one, though. 2-1 over Cleveland, and a very good game pitched by Plesac and Fiers. Any final thoughts for the game, P. Mister?
Just a really dominant pitch duel from both Fiers and Plesac. And really, Plesac's 30 seconds of mental lapse, we'll call it, cost him the game today.
Yeah, 2 bad pitches is all, and that is the game. So a big win. You see there, Astros are 5.5 games back, and they're in wild card contention up against the Rays. So a lot to watch for. And so they're playing Seattle, so they want to win this one. They've got a lot riding in it to stay in the race. So I'll let Carlos and Jordan Smith call this one for you guys, and please stay safe out there.
Thank you very much, J-Man and P-Mister. An incredible game for Oakland today. They pick up a big win for themselves as they are trying to distance themselves from the Houston Astros. Zach Greinke will be the man tasked today to slow down these Mariners hitters. Hello, friends. Carlos Zimmerman, Jordan Smith here from virtual Minute Maid Park in downtown Houston, Texas this evening. Jordan, this should be an interesting one today, and especially this pitching match.
It definitely should. Zach Greinke, obviously a guy who's not afraid to go after hitters anytime he wants to. And then, of course, Wei-Yin Chen, the last time facing the Astros, absolutely shut them down. and was able to get his offense the much-deserved win that they had with that 12-0 victory just last week. So definitely something to watch for here today.
Greinke gets this one going against J.P. Crawford with a strike 0-1. His next pitch floats in, misses Maldonado and all the way to the backstop there. Wow, that was just not a good delivery. Excuse me, not Maldonado, Ramos. That was just not a good delivery there. The 1-1. This is inside again, 2-1. Astros defense lines up as this. Left to right in the outfield, Michael Brantley in left, George Springer in center, Josh Reddick back in the order out and right. Around the horn on the infield, Bregman at third, as that one is going to be a little bloop, and it'll get down in shallow left center for a base hit. A good start for J.P. Crawford.
Batting second.
Absolutely, the way you want to start off the lineup. And start off with a base hit, like you said, just a little bloop into the outfield. But it definitely sets a tone early on that, even though Zach Greinke's on the mound, you're not really afraid of him, and you're going to go right after him.
Rest of the defense for Houston, Corey Lee, he's at shortstop. Jose Altuve at second. Over at first, I believe, is Yuli Gurriel. Wilson Ramos, the backstop for Zach Greinke this evening. That pitch there fouled away by Kyle Lewis. We'll start off the count 0-1 here for Greinke.
One and one.
Fastball that misses high. Kenny Jansen calling balls and strikes. Mike Fillmore over at first. Rusty Valentine there at second. And Jerry Hillsdale, he is down the line at third. The 1-1 pitch to Kyle Lewis misses low. Back-to-back at-bats for Greinke where he's behind in the count.
Ball three.
The ever-dangerous Kyle Seager, he waits on deck. Don't let that average fool you, folks. The man has got some pop in that bat. Hoping to add to this inning here as it's going to be a 5-pitch walk to Kyle Lewis. And Greinke has given up a hit and a walk to start off the ballgame.
The third baseman.
Yeah, definitely not what you want to do here if you're Greinke. Just not a great start for him right now, these first two batters. He has got to shake off whatever is bothering him, and he has got to lock down.
9 pitches in, and he's already got a runner in scoring position. That does bring the aforementioned Kyle Seager to the plate. Batting .214 this season, and takes the first pitch and pops it up. Infield fly rule in play. Ramos will make the play a few steps in front of home plate, and that'll be out number 1 here. Big out number 1 for Zach Greinke.
The designated hitter, Daniel Vogelbach.
I'll bring up the free swinging Daniel Vogelbach. I think .234 this year, 23 home runs to his credit. Got a runner, J.P. Crawford at second, Lewis at first. First pitch from Greinke misses low for a ball. At the belt, he delivers, and Vogelbach will foul it into the left field seats. The 1-1. This is low there with the changeup. Does Greinke now make the count 2-1 as he's already up to 13 pitches. Another 2-1 is hit deep into right field. Going back on it is Reddick, and he will make the catch on the warning track, and that'll keep Crawford at second, not testing Reddick's arm. Another big out for Greinke. There's 2 of them.
When he hit that, I thought that one was out of here. If I was going to be honest, I thought that one was fixing to head into the seats, but just falling short. Reddick able to get to the warning track there and make the catch. And obviously Crawford not wanting to test that out. Very interesting decision there. But now he leaves that runner at second instead of putting him at third, and even more in the eyesight of Zach Greinke.
I'll bring to the plate the 5-hole hitter, Evan White. As the 1-0 to White, misses high, 2-0.
No strike.
That one grounded there. Greinke throws to first in an excellent play to get himself out of the inning. He strands 2 Seattle Mariners as they're only able to string 1 hit across. Bottom of the first. Up next for Houston, no score. And like you said, Jordan, very, very dangerous Wei Chen. We talked about him a little bit. What else can you give?
I mean, this guy, from what I saw last week, it was something special. Watch for this guy to utilize a good mixture between breaking pitches and some velocity. It'll be something to watch for how much he really changes up things when he's on the mound, depending on the situation, such like that. But it'll be interesting to see how he attacks these hitters today. Like we mentioned before, having that success last week in the game in Seattle. So having to pitch on the road against his team, we'll see if that fares any differently.
Altuve, first pitch swinging. Classic Altuve, makes the count 0-1 as he fouled it off. Lefty deals here to Altuve again, and that one catches the lower half of the zone, 0-2. See the Mariners' record, just a lost season at this point, just trying to salvage what they can and figure things out going forward as the 0-2 to Altuve is chopped over to short and through that hole up in the center, and there is a leadoff hit for the Astros here in the bottom of the first.
The left fielder.
That's classic Altuve right there. Like you said, getting that leadoff hit, that's what we expect from Jose Altuve time in and time again, and finally being able to get that leadoff hit. Haven't seen that in quite a bit, but
oh my goodness, what a stab by J.P. Crawford in the ship. He caught it. Altuve was just going, and he threw it back to first to double him off, and there's quickly 2 outs for Wei Chen.
I don't know how much better you can really get on that one, to be honest. I mean, like you said, just a great defensive play overall, and clears a base pass now, and 2 outs here in the bottom of the first, really demoralizing as you were fixing to have a guy on scoring position.
I'll bring up the 3-hole hitter, Alex Bregman. That one misses inside from Chen. 1-1 now the count. Bregman batting .325. Nearing the point where if you combine him and Alvarez's home runs, it's almost to 100 as that pitch misses. The 2-1 Bregman misses inside. 3-1. Chen behind him here with Alvarez on deck.
It'd be great for the Astros to get a runner on base here, to kind of return what they had before with that runner on base and try to alleviate him. Looks like they'll get it here.
There's a walk to Bregman here, as that will be a major one there, as Chen could not get out of the inning there. And strides in the defending Rookie of the Year, Yordan Alvarez. First pitch from Chen, swings across the zone but missed. 1-0. Yordan, 47 home runs, no longer leading the American League in home runs. I believe that distinction goes to one of the Bronx Bombers, Giancarlo Stanton, who is probably over 50 at this point. That one misses high, 2-0.
I don't challenge Alvarez here because he'll try to make a run for it if you challenge him. Like you said, he's not the leader anymore, but was the leader for quite a while And the fact that somebody was able to catch up to him, because at one point, I'm pretty sure he had a double-digit lead on that home run total in the American League. So to see Giancarlo Stanton come back and catch up to him is quite surprising and quite something to see.
Jordan pops this up behind the plate. Catcher Tom Murphy makes the catch, and that will be the end of the bottom of the first. Wayne Chen strands Bregman over there at first, and there is still no score here in Houston as we head to the top of the second.
Leading off for the Mariners,
Carlos Zimmerman,
the
Jordan
catcher,
Smith
number
bringing
2,
you the action here from virtual Minute Maid Park this afternoon. Just past the 6 o'clock hour in the Houston area. Zach Greinke back out for another inning of work, trying to have a much more effective top of the second here compared to his top of the first, but he starts Tom Murphy with a ball. That one in the happy zone, but Murphy didn't take it, the two-seamer. 1-1.
Two balls, one strike.
Murphy batting below the Mendoza line right now, batting 191. Surprisingly, sixth in this lineup. Guy who made the last out for the Astros in the bottom of the first as he fouls that one off to run the count even. Dylan Moore on deck. Greinke has got it to a full count here on the Mariners catcher. Three-two. Out. No! Called! Strike 3. Home plate umpire rings up Tom Murphy. There's the first punch out for Zach Greinke.
Okay, you see there on the replay, maybe just barely catching the zone, but that one looked like more than likely it was out of the zone. So maybe getting a little bit of a help there from the home plate umpire, but either way, out number 1 to bring up the number 7 hitter.
Is Dylan Moore. One out now in the top of the second as Greinke delivers a high fastball. For a ball, 1-0. Moore, former seventh round pick by the Mariners. He will swing at the 1-0 and foul it into the Astros dugout. 1-1.
Two, one.
1-1 runs in a bit there on the 91 four-seamer. Get the count to 2-1, and Jordan Greinke is already nearing 30 pitches, and he is only through an inning and a third.
That's ball 3.
I mean, we saw this, in the last couple of games that the Astros have had here on Bop Ball. We've seen that the starters have not been able to go fairly long. I mean, Forrest Whitley had this same exact scenario happen. I believe he only went maybe the 5th inning, and he got to about 35, 40 pitches through the 2nd inning of work. And it was just not a great start for him, but hey, there you go.
Dylan Moore gets rung up swinging as there's a strikeout again for Greinke. The off-speed got him there as that one caught a lot of the zone, but Moore couldn't pull the trigger.
And like you said, just wasn't able to, thought it was going to fall out of the zone, but that one just high enough to when it fell, it would hit right in the middle of the zone. Perfect spot there for Greinke, and he gets it inside right there for that 0-1 pitch, but just a good location for Greinke.
Here is Austin Nola, batting 185, second man in this lineup, batting below 200. The 0-1 swung at and missed. And Greinke right now closing in on striking out the side. Go to
1 ball, 2 strikes.
checked his swing, did Austin Nola, as that one bounced into the dirt. Good block by Ramos. 1-2. Greinke strikes and delivers the 1-2 pitch as Nola's able to work it back to a 2-2 count. That one called strike 3 on the inner half of the plate. Nola could not do anything with it. Greinke strikes out the side in order. That sends things to the bottom of the second here in Houston. Still no score.
Leading up for the Astros.
5, 6, 7 due up for the Astros here in the bottom of the second starting. For George Springer, who has turned it around quite a bit this year. Usually led off in the top half of the bottom of the order, but now finds himself in the middle of the order as he goes swinging at the first pitch from Chen 0-1. One from Chen, misses low with a ball, 1-1 as the curve didn't hit it. Defensive alignment for Seattle, left to right in the outfield. Kyle Lewis, as that's in there for a strike. Out in center is Malik Smith, Dylan Moore in right, Kyle Seager at third, J.P. Crawford at short, Austin Nola at second. Evan White, he's at first as Springer fouls another one off. And then Tom Murphy, he's the backstop for Wei Chen. This afternoon into the late evening here on ML Ball on Twitch.tv. 1-2 from Springer is corked into left field, and there is no way that one is coming back. That baby is gone. 418 off the bat of George Springer, his 17th on the year. It's 1-0 Houston.
You said it. You're not going to get much better of a swing than that from George Springer. I mean, just look at that one. Got all he could handle with it. I knew that one was gone as soon as he hit it. Out into the Crawford box. You see 109 almost off the bat. Bounce off the sponsor side.
Batting fifth, the first baseman.
And it's giving the Astros the early lead as Gurriel is going to swing at one in it right to the second baseman for a quick out number 1. Astros are getting a little jumpy there, trying to maybe bounce off of that momentum by Springer, but instead it's one out on the liner to second. I'll bring up the catcher, Wilson Ramos, adding 250 so far this year. He'll look at a pitch in the dirt, 1-0. You see his numbers against Wei Chen. Surprisingly, a good amount of at-bats for a guy that's spent most of his time this season and in past seasons in the National League. Wei Chen, he's bounced around quite a bit. We'll get into that in a second. The 1-0 misses in, 2-0.
Yeah, and of course, Wilson Ramos has always been a reliable guy behind the plate, you know, in New York, and that's what the Astros need right now, behind the plate, you know, for the remainder of this season at least.
Ramos gets behind that one and fouls it off 2-1. Wei Chen, he's been on 3 major league teams. This is his 3rd being in Seattle. He started with Baltimore. That misses up 3-1. Played the early bit of his career in the Nippon Baseball League out in Japan for the Chunichi Dragons. Spent 7 seasons as a pitcher for them before coming to the majors with Baltimore. Spent 4 seasons as a lefty pitcher for the Marlins and now has landed here in Seattle. The 3-1. Inside ball 4 as there's a walk for Wilson Ramos. 1 out here still in the second and a base runner for Houston.
The shortstop, Corey Lee.
I mean, good job there by Ramos to get on base and work his way to a walk, and now it sets up a runner on first and 1 out for Corey Lee, the young guy. See if he can get Ramos into scoring position.
Corey Lee, he's batting 154, but not many games to show for it, so that's why it is so low. hoping to add to this Astros lead here as he swings at the first pitch that was up and in and fouled it off. In his last 10 games, he has scored 5 runs, so he's scoring maybe 2 runs every other game. So let's hope it's, for the Astros' sake, it's every other game in this case as he fouls another one off 0-2. That one hang up in the zone. That is hit deep in the left field. Will it get out of here? Yes, it will! Up into the Crawford boxes. Corey Lee goes deep for his second career home run in the majors. And it is 3-0 Astros here in the bottom of the second.
It looked a little bit like that his first time out to the plate here at Minute Maid Park. That one got out a lot quicker, right to left field to the Crawford boxes. And like you said, now gives him that 3-run lead early on. And you see just a little bit of that adjustment time, just needs a little more time. You can see some things like that coming from this guy in Corey Lee, and I tell you what, he can keep that up. This one's got something special here.
I'll bring things around to the 9-hitter, Josh Reddick. Starts against Chen 1-0. Man, Corey Lee, he just got that one just out of here. Into the Crawford boxes in left as Reddick takes a strike. My goodness, yeah, like you said, he could be definitely something special. Spent most of this year down in AAA Corpus Christi. Reddick fouls one off there. So, with all these injuries, just the injury bug getting to the Astros, this was definitely a big pick-me-up for them. In Corey Lee, the 1-2 to Reddick. This is outside 2-2.
Yeah, and Lee was already up here for just a little bit to kind of get his feet wet in the major leagues and help them just a little bit, like you mentioned, with some injuries and just trying to bolster the depth at the bench a little bit. And it's just here right at the perfect time to now get some even more time, like you said, now the everyday starter at short because of the unfortunate injury to Carlos Correa with the torn rotator cuff.
Reddick went down swinging. That was the second out as Altuve hits this one well into left. That one will have to be played off the wall and nearly bounced away from Kyle Lewis. So this inning's going to roll on as Altuve is in with a 2-out double.
The left fielder, number 23.
Thinking for a second that one might escape just a bit. Hadn't seen the ball come down as quickly just yet as you see a replay here on the screen. Right about, if he swings just a tiny of a bit of a fraction more underneath that, that one probably skates into that corner in the bullpen or the Crawford boxes, and just a good piece of hitting there from Altuve.
That will bring up Michael Brantley, the 7th hitter in this inning against Wei-Yin Chen. That one catches the inner half of the plate 1-1. You see it in this inning, 22 pitches and about twice as many strikes to balls that Chen has thrown. Nearing the 40-pitch mark here in the second. 1-1 to Brantley. Misses low, 2-1.
2-1.
Altuve over there at second, 2 out here. Astros have brought 3 across, both by the long ball. 2-1. This is outside, 3-1. Alex Bregman would be next if Brantley is walked here. Chen's just trying to get out of the inning. The 3-1 to Brantley. Hit well into right field. Going back on it is Dylan Moore. And he is going to make the catch with 1 foot in the track and 1 foot in the grass, as that will end the bottom of the second. But George Springer and Corey Lee go deep here in the bottom of the second to give the Astros a 3-0 lead as we head to the top of the third.
Leading off for Seattle, the center fielder.
9-1-2 up here for Seattle to kick off the third. Malik Smith going to kick it off here, and you look at that stat there on the ticker. first in the American League with stolen bases, and rightfully so. 44 stolen bags this season, nearing 50. If he gets on here, definitely going to be something to watch for Greinke, as he's out for his third inning of work. First pitch misses low.
Yeah, that's something that you don't really ever see. You said those 44 stolen bases on the year. You know, first in the American League, and I'd probably say first in all of the major leagues, and like you said, rightfully so.
Greinke with a 1-1 count delivers. That is swung on and into the foul ground. That'll make the count 1-2.
That's ball 2.
Just missing high with that fastball there to try and ring him up. I'll make it 2-2. Swing and a miss from Alex Smith. 4 straight strikeouts for Zach Greinke. He had 3 in the last inning, all of them looking. He gets this one swinging.
Yeah, you see that one, that first one catching that outside part of the zone, coming back in just a little bit. This one catching that edge. Just a good placement on all of these strikeouts. And then you see right there, outside the zone, but still able to get the hitter to swing and Smith on that, you know, sweeping pitch across the plate and just fold him enough.
Bring things back around to the leadoff hitter, J.P. Crawford. Had a hit to kick off the ball game. First pitch misses high, 1-0. Last game for Crawford, he went 1 for 4 with a single. That one is grounded. 2-out Tuve. He'll make a glove and throw it to first, and that'll be out number 2 here in the top of the third.
The left fielder, number 1.
Just an easy play there. Easy 4-3 on that one. 4-out Tuve. You know, and a good response there for Greinke to keep going after getting a high pitch count in the first couple of innings. He's really worked efficiently here in this top of the third.
Kyle Lewis will dig in. First pitch to him. Got underneath of it. Reddick will come in a few steps, and that will be the end of the inning. A 1-2-3 inning for Greinke. A strikeout, a ground out, and a fly out. Part of the order due up for Houston as we head to the bottom of the third. They're up 3-0.
Leading up for the Astros, the third baseman,
Alex Bregman. He will dig in to start here against Wei-In Chen. Wei-In, he is almost to that 40 pitch count. After a disastrous bottom of the second. Kept it a manageable 3-0 as he'll deliver a 0-1 there to Bregman. See it there, 154 hits. That's good for second on the Astros. Would you believe that is second? Well, when you look at the guy who's on deck, that's the only reason why Bregman is second on the team with 154 hits in the middle of August as he fouls one off 0-2.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's really, you know, nothing else that you can say about it. I mean, the work that's been put in by both him and Alvarez has been something pretty, you know, special to watch this season from Bregman and from Alvarez.
Bregman gets under this one just a little bit. Out to try and get it is Kyle Lewis. He's actually going to see this one get out of here. Alex Bregman goes deep. His 31st on the year as it got out of here. Wow, what a shot. It's 4-1.
Now just barely getting out of here, just barely getting into the Crawford box. His third home run to left field today, out to the Crawford boxes. Those fans have got to be happy what they're getting so far. As you see Bregman staring into the camera, basically his trademark now as you take a look at the replay. And yeah, I mean, just lifted that enough, but you know, you're thinking that this one's either going to be played off the wall or a fly ball is caught right there, and just barely in the second row.
All the runs for the Astros by the long ball in this one as the first pitch to Yordan Alvarez misses 1-0. And we really hyped up Wei-Yin Chen at the start of this game. He had an effective first, but man, a second and third inning that has just gotten away from him in this one, and it's still fairly early, and the Mariners are down 4-0 as Alvarez fouls that into the seats.
I think part of that really has to do with where they are right now. I think being at Minute Maid, giving that huge advantage for the Astros because they play so much better at home. Is see right there, Alvarez getting his first hit of the game, now his second hit of the series. But, you know, it really shows that sometimes home field advantage really does change the way a player and a team can play overall.
That ball there well struck by Alvarez. Surprised he wasn't able to try and turn that into a double, but with his speed, probably a good thing he stayed at first, as here is George Springer. He's going to foul that one into the seats. 0-1. Man, the Astros, Jordan, they are really trigger happy today.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit on the mind of this team. You know, the last time they played, losing 12-0, you know, in Seattle. I think there's a little bit of revenge on the mind of Houston today to try and eradicate that, and, you know, try to get them a win that'll help out in the playoff run. Of course, right now 5.5 back of Oakland and 5 games behind for the second wildcard spot. Definitely still in the thick of it, but they've got to start putting some win streaks here together. You know, 5-6+ games. Not really lose. They can't really afford to lose more than, let's say, 7-8 games the rest of the season.
And Chen still looking for the first out in this inning. His 50th pitch of the ball game is swung on and hit into left center. After it is Malik Smith, and he is going to watch this one sail out of here. George Springer, his second of the day. This one a 2-run shot. It is 6-0 Astros.
There's the Springer dingers we're used to seeing in Houston. And that one obviously not to left field, but to one of the deepest parts of the ballpark there in that deep left center field into the concourse. Bouncing off the wall, actually, almost into the concourse. More than likely, Wei-Yin Chen's day is done, and you know, you said it best. We were hyping him up at the beginning because he's really been a great pitcher. You saw the numbers just above a 2 ERA, but today, especially this inning alone, the Astros have been able to put 3 of their 6 runs up. Now they've gotten 4 home runs on them today.
So that is going to close his stat line today at 2 innings, 6 runs given up, as Nestor Cortez Jr. will come in to try and play cleanup here to get Scott Service and his team just out of this inning. Still nobody out. Here is Yuli Gurriel, and he'll foul the first pitch from Cortez, 0-1. Yeah, no, Wei-Yin Chen, 2 innings, 6 runs on however many hits, either 7 or 8, and then only 1 strikeout. No walks, but not a great outing from the Mariners. One of the Mariners' better pitchers. So that one misses inside, 1-2 to Gurriel.
And giving up those 7 hits on the day, and you know, it's just it's shocking to see, you know, the difference in the teams that you see depending on the ballpark. It's really something, because you know, this is the same exact lineup that Chen faced last week in Seattle and was able to only give up, I believe, 1, maybe 2 hits the entire game.
Gurriel fights back from an 0-2 count, makes it full with Ramos on deck. It's just been a mess of home runs for the Astros, as Gurriel's going to get sawed off here. Underneath of it will be Crawford, and that will be the, believe it or not, the first out here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Take a look at it. There's the standings. Seattle way at the bottom. Rangers lowly in 4th. Angels trying to keep themselves in the conversation. Astros 5.5 back of Oakland. It is really shaping out here as we're getting down to the nitty-gritty of this season.
And I think the Angels really helped themselves out in that last series against the Astros this past weekend, really helping their case to stay in the thick of it, both for the West Division and for the wild cards. You see Eric Swanson in the bullpen warming up. But, you know, it's really something to see. That was supposed to be a series for the Astros to try and pull away and really just make it a two-team race. They weren't able to close the door, so now they've got to worry about not only trying to get towards Oakland and catch back up to them, but then they've got the Angels right there nipping at their heels, only a game and a half back of them.
Count is 1-2.
1-2 count on Wilson Ramos. Nestor Cortez Jr. trying to just shut the door and slow down the Astros hitting for maybe a couple innings as the 1-2. Called strike 3 on the inner half of the plate as the Ramos couldn't pull the trigger. There is 2 outs now as you look at this. The highest team ERA. 4 out of the 5 teams in the American League West are in there. The Mariners 3rd, Astros 4th, Angels 5th, Rangers 7th. Of course, that is not a category you want to find yourself in the top half of. But wow, that is just stunning.
I want to note something here. Both of these teams were sitting, the Astros, I believe, were at a 531 just about a week ago when these two teams met. The Mariners, I believe, were at 5.5 at least, like a 5.56 ERA. And now both of these teams are sitting closer to that 1 mark. The Astros obviously closer than the Mariners, but quite interesting to see.
As in to make the play there is Malik Smith on Corey Lee to end the inning. Nestor Cortez Jr. slows down the hitting, but not before Houston is able to string across 3 more runs. It is 6-0 as we head to the 4th.
Leading off to the Mariners.
Seattle's heart of the order is due up now here to face Zach Greinke, starting with Kyle Seager. 0 for 1 today, popped out his first time up. Greinke was able to get a little bit of a more lengthy wait in the Astros dugout before he has to strut back out here against this Mariners hitting. First pitch to Kyle Seager. That catches the zone 0-1. No, Jordan, ever since that first hit given up to Crawford, Greinke has been on cruise control since then, as it's now 0-2 to Seager.
Yeah, he really has. He's only given up the 1 hit, and that's pretty much it. He hasn't really done much more than that, or allowed much more than that. And there you see a reason right there with a nasty curveball across the plate for his 5th strikeout of the game.
Seager swinging out of his shoe tops on that one. Trying to just get any piece of that. No chance of hitting that as he was way late on the curve. There's 1 out here in the 4th. That'll bring up Daniel Vogelbach. He was 0 for 1 on a loud fly out back in the 1st as that one catches in there 0-1. 0-1.
You know, as these Astros try to get to the postseason, another Houston team in the postseason currently. As there you see that swing and a miss. This in real life, though, Rockets and Thunder in round 1 of the playoffs there in the bubble at the ESPN Wide World of Sports Complex at Walt Disney World in Orlando, Florida. Halftime right now, the Rockets leading it 68-52. Eric Gordon with 16 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists, and Gallinari for OKC with 18 points, 0 rebounds, and 2 assists. Just figured for any basketball fans watching this one that don't have the game on as well, give you a little update.
Vogelbach swings through that one on the nice changeup from Greinke. There's his 6th punch out. There's 2 out here in the 4th.
Evan White.
Yeah, now to your point, Jordan, yeah, the Rockets, they're looking pretty good. Coming in as the 5th seed in that Western Conference, having to play OKC. I'm just going to say this. It's pretty fitting that the Rockets get OKC in the first round with how the last offseason went down. And yeah, it made sense for the Rockets doing their part right now, hoping to get a little further along in the playoffs than they have in past years. Greinke pretty efficient through the first two batters. Behind Evan White right now is the 2-0 swung on and fouled into the seats, 2-1. Evan White 0 for 1 today.
Ball, that's off.
Looks at a ball, 3-1. The catcher Murphy on deck. Would come to the plate if Evan White is walked here. The 3-1 from Zach Greinke. Popped up into center field. Springer doesn't have to move much at all. He will glove it, trying to fight the lights at Minute Maid, and he will make the catch for out number 3. Orbit getting this crowd hyped up. They are already hyped up. It's 6-0 Houston as we head to the bottom half of the fourth. As you get a look at the volumeless Heidi Watney talking about Yuli Gurriel, probably also talking about our charity of this week. It is Meals on Wheels, as it has been for just a little bit. They are an incredible organization. They support more than 5,000 community-based programs across the country and also up in Canada that are dedicated to addressing senior isolation and hunger. This network serves virtually every community in America, and it enables America's seniors to live nourished lives with independence and dignity. Jordan, if anyone's watching here and they love what they see, what can they do to be able to donate to Meals on Wheels?
Outside, that's the ball.
Well, there's a few different ways that you can donate. The first way, obviously, is by going to the PayPal button right underneath the stream here, clicking that and going straight to the PayPal where you can donate. There's also obviously the way in the Twitch chat, which you can donate by typing !donate, as you see there by Barry Basher. The Streamlabs link to donate is provided for you as well.
Got him.
See the ground out there to get the first out, and then of course you can also donate by subbing to the channel. Any proceeds made from the subs here on Twitch will go straight to our charities of the week. And of course, like you mentioned, Carlos, this one being Meals on Wheels, our good friends who have been the charity we've had for a good portion of the season.
You know, it's an absolutely incredible organization. I know it means a lot to quite a good amount of people here in the Bop-Ball community. So please, if you love what you see, donate to that great organization in Meals on Wheels. Back around to the top of the order here, Jose Altuve, a 2-for-2 day for him, as Nestor Cortez Jr. has now got him in a 2-1 count.
That's ball 3.
Brantley on deck. There is a 3-1 count.
Seems like Cortez Jr. may be trying to push something here just a little bit in this at-bat, trying to force his pitches.
Altuve is going to get underneath of this one, as this one will stay in the park. Dylan Moore will make the catch for out number 2.
Now batting, left fielder, Michael Brantley.
That will bring up the longtime Cleveland Indian. Now starting out the remainder, maybe the remainder of his career with the Astros, Michael Brantley. He's 0 for 2 today. That one, he's going to beat the shift, and that one will roll into left field. He is going to try and stretch that into a double to throw into second in plenty of time, as that was a big-time mistake by the veteran Brantley. And that will end the bottom of the fourth. Still 6-0. Mariners trying to search for a way to get back into this one as we head to the fifth. There is Heidi Watney again, our sideline reporter. Talking about this Mariners team, just another down year for them, as it has been for quite some time. Have not been in the playoffs since, correct me if I'm wrong in the Twitch chat, 2001, when they won 116 games and then got knocked out in the ALDS by the Yankees. Couldn't even really make that series a competitive series, and ever since then they have just not found their way back.
Yeah, and it's an unfortunate scene for, you know, this franchise. They've had a lot of great players, you know, since then. They had the era with King Felix, Robbie Cano on the team, you know, at the same time, you know, and that was really the height of, you know, what's going on for the past, what is that now, 19 years since their last playoff appearance, of course. As well, you had the long-standing legend of Ichiro Suzuki, you know, being there as well for most of his career and then coming back to retire with them, you know, and weren't able to get anything done with him, unfortunately. And so it's really been a tough time for Mariners fans ever since that crazy season. Like you said, over 110 victories in that 2001 season, and they've just been trying to find a way to get back there.
Josh Reddick shows off his slide there, as that one was fouled off. It's 2-2 on Tom Murphy. It'll be a full count instead. Payoff pitch here from Zach Greinke. Chopped in front of the plate. Ramos will glove it, and he will take the time to throw it onto Gurriel, and that'll be out number 1 here in the 5th.
Now batting, right fielder.
Yeah, back to the point about the Mariners. You know, there's other great players that have come through this organization, lest we forget. Alex Rodriguez, he started his career with Seattle before being sent off to Texas in the early 2000s. Believe it or not, David Ortiz was a prospect that got traded and eventually ended up in Minnesota, then Boston, and, well, the rest is history. The first pitch to Dylan Moore is in there 0-1. I believe there's a couple other guys that came up through the Mariners organization. Derek Lowe and Jason Varitek, who really were key contributors to the Boston Red Sox push for championship glory. Who did the Mariners get in that trade? Heathcliff Slocum. And I rest my case. One-two to Dylan Moore, misses inside, 2-2.
Spot twice in a row there. Not really sure what Greinke's trying to force there on that one.
This one hit in the left center. Springer over to it, and that will be out number 2. Here in the books for Zach Greinke.
The batter.
And Greinke's been able to bring his pitch count, you know, in relation to his innings work so far today. He's been able to bring it down a bit in the last couple of innings, like you mentioned, you know, giving up the 1 hit to start off the ball game, but ever since then, not really giving up any hits or any real chances for them to get on base, but having a lot of extended at-bats to really drive up that pitch count early on.
Ball, that's out.
Pitch there, misses in, or out, excuse me, 1-0. To Austin Nola. He's 0 for 1 today, and there's another one that misses outside, 2-0.
Ball, that's inside.
Greinke couldn't get the call there, and it's quickly 3-0 as Malik Smith waits on deck.
Yeah, not really sure where that one missed, if I'm going to be honest.
Hey.
That one right there in the happy zone, as Nola did not take the 3-0. Or he did take the 3-0 and didn't take a hack at it. He hacks at that one, though, as it's grounded to Altuve. Throw on to first. It's a 1-2-3 inning for Zach Greinke. He is looking red hot right now, as still he has only given up the 1 hit. He has been electric since. Bottom of the 5th. Heart of the order due up for the Astros.
Leading up for the Astros,
Mr. Cortez Jr. back out for another inning of work. Mariners bullpen quiet. Alex Bregman digs in, 1 for 1, had that solo shot in the third. The time that made it 4-0. Astros, and now it's 6-0 as that one misses outside, 1-0.
Ball 1, no strike.
There's another pitch that misses high, 2-0. As things are at the midway point in this ballgame, Jordan, I wanted to get your take on something. And you know, when I say that to you, that usually means trouble.
Yeah.
3-0 count. The big story in real-life baseball is that whole debacle with the Rangers and the Padres. Fernando Tatis Jr. free swinging at a 3-0 pitch. I can't recall who delivered it as Bregman has walked on 4 pitches. And Chris Woodward was not happy with that as the Padres were already up well in that game. I believe it was 7-run lead. And then that made it 11 runs when Tatis Jr. went yard on a grand slam. You know, I don't know how exactly to feel about it. What's your thoughts on that?
I mean, honestly, if the pitch looks good enough, I don't see why the hitter's not going to swing at it. I get it. It's usually just a common knowledge thing that on a 3-0 pitch you're not swinging because it's gonna, you know, obviously be right in the middle of the zone, and that's a pitch that I guess you kind of give them as a somewhat unwritten rule of baseball. But you know, almost a double play right there. But Alvarez able to get on first safely. But honestly, if he sees the pitch in a good spot and he's thinking that he can get a base hit, you know, for the Padres right now, I don't think it really matters. Just take the swing, let him go, you know, let him get on base. He happened to go yard to, you know, add more to the game. I don't even see why there should be that much of an issue, if I'm going to be honest.
I have to agree with you. Springer fouls that one off, 0-1. Alvarez over there at first. Yeah, because, you know, I know I get Woodward's grievance about it. It's basically an unwritten rule to not swing 3-0, but come on. It's baseball. People swing at 3-0s all the time, and I've seen them miss on 3-0s, which is much worse. So I think he just needs to relax and just let it go, because I know you were already down 7 and that made it 11, but it is what it is at this point. And I don't blame Fernando for swinging at that pitch, and he saw something he liked and he hit it. Runner at first, 1 out, 1-2 to Springer. Misses outside, 2-2. Mr. Cortez Jr. up over 30 pitches now. Doing his job so far, has really slowed down the Astros' bat since coming into the game. 2-2. This is low, full count.
And early on in the at-bat, our stats guys out in the truck letting us know that that George Springer in the last game he played 0 for 4 in his last game. Right now, doing pretty well as it looks like he's going to make it 3 for 3 today.
Has that, a little bloop single into right field. 2 home runs on the day for him. A solo shot, 2 home runs, and now gets a single there as this will extend the inning. It's runners at second and first for Houston, with only 1 away. First pitch to Yuli, 0-1. See that stat there a moment ago. 0-6 in this series so far. And an 0 for 4 last night. Now 0 for 2 today, hoping to do damage here with 2 on. It's Cortez Jr.'s 0-1. Gurriel tried to check it, and the home plate umpire says, no, you went around, 0-2. The 0-2, did Gurriel check his swing? Yes, says the first base umpire. It'll make it a 1-2 count. Two on. Called strike 3 on the upper half of the plate. Gurriel knew it. There's 2 outs now in the bottom of the 5th.
Now batting, catcher, Wilson.
Just a good spot right there. And, you know, Gurriel obviously not happy with going down with a strikeout, but not much you can do on that spot. Just a good location there by Cortez Jr.
Ramos grounds that up the middle for a base hit. Alvarez will go around third and come to the plate. The throw in by Smith is cut off. It is 7-0 Astros.
Now batting, shortstop, Corey.
Good job by Ramos. Obviously, he does a lot better against left-handed pitching. And you see right there why. Just getting it right back up the middle. Getting the base hit to now set up Corey Lee, who himself went yard. Raising that average up just a little bit, getting closer to the Mendoza line for the first time, or for the first time in a while this year.
Here is Corey Lee. 1 for 2, had that home run. That made it 3-0 at the time. He's still got 2 on here, 2 out. The 40th pitch from Cortez is hit right to Austin Dola, and that will end the bottom of the 5th. Astros get a run on a pair of hits. They have now 10 on the day. Zach Greinke might be out for another inning. We head to the 6th, 7-0 Astros.
Leading off for the Mariners, the center fielder, Malik.
Here is Malik Smith. Been watching in the Twitch chat, Barry Basher, he's been saying, yeah, and JMR 0305, they're saying that, yeah, the real Malik Smith was optioned today. The AAA, as that is something very stunning. Buffball, he's the 9-hole hitter for the Mariners. As the first pitch from Greinke floats in there 0-1.
Yeah, I was actually just about to mention that. So far this year, he's only hitting 133 in 14 games, and he struck out 13 times while stealing only 2 bases this season, and just has not had, a great year so far. They ended up recalling the reliever Art Warren to take his place in the majors, but yeah, just not a great season for the real life Malik Smith.
I got to count 1 and 2.
So 1-2 now as the curveball missed. Top of the order is up next as the 1-2 just getting a piece off the end of the bat is Smith. Keep the count 1 and 2.
Two balls, 2 strikes.
Fastball misses high, 2-2. Smith having a good battle here with Zach Greinke. Keeping the count 2-2. That one missed way outside. Crawford, the leadoff hitter, on deck with a full count to Malik Smith. Off the end of the bat, going after it is Bregman. Dives, but couldn't make the catch. Another payoff pitch. This one popped up into shallow left center. Corey Lee ranges back. He makes the catch. And a good at-bat, one, though, by Greinke. 1 out in the 6th.
Batter, number 3, shortstop, JP.
Yeah, like you said, just a good lengthy battle between these two at the plate. Good job by Malik Smith to really keep fighting for pitches that he thought he could get some more barrel on, just not able to do so with that pop-up, just getting underneath it a little too much.
First pitch to J.P. Crawford, 0-1. Acquired by the Mariners back in 2018. He has been here ever since now. Worked his way to the leadoff hitter position. This one is hit loudly down the right field line and foul, 1-2. look at those inning splits by Greinke. Had an effective 4th inning, but just never really reaching 20 pitches in each inning. So he's been extremely effective today, as there it shows there as Crawford swings through the changeup. 7th punch out for Zach Greinke.
The left fielder, number 1.
You see another reason why there. Yeah, in that 3rd inning, only 8 pitches he needed to use to get out of that 3rd inning. The only inning where he had single digits, but like you said, never really had more than 17 pitches used throughout each inning. So he's done a good job at managing. Obviously, since that 3rd inning, he's been able to get his average down from about 16.5 pitches to about 12 per inning. So it's definitely helped him out a lot more with being able to last longer in this inning, and we'll probably end up seeing him in the 7th.
1-1.
It's a 1-1 count on the former first-round pick back in 2016 out of Mercer College, Kyle Lewis.
Back outside.
Looks at that one 2-1. Of course, playing his college ball with Mercer out of the Southern Conference. Trying to maybe get something going here for the Mariners with 2 out, the 2-1. Swung at and missed the pitch in the dirt, 2-2. Greinke nearing 90 pitches. That 2-2 swung on and foul. Another 2-2 from Zach Greinke. Misses across the plate. Full count here with Seager on deck. Payoff pitch. Hit hard to Lee and past him into left field. That one smothered by Brantley, as Lewis is going to stretch that into a double, a 2-out double for Kyle Lewis, and the Mariners have a base runner with 2 out in the 6th.
The third baseman, Kyle Seager.
And you can't ask much better for Kyle Lewis than that. Thinking that was probably going to be a single, but that one getting enough into left center to warrant going for that double, and Lewis getting there in just enough time. And now all of a sudden, this may be the last batter that Greinke faces, whether it gets him out or not.
Starts off well against Seager, who is hitless in this series. Striked out and popped out today. Base hit here into the outfield could get the Mariners their first run of the ball game. The 0-1 from Greinke misses in, 1-1. Seager fouls off the 1-1, makes it 1-2.
Ball, that's just out.
That one missed. I'll make the count 2-2. Seager trying to figure out what to do here with Greinke. Could try and bring home Lewis.
Full count.
So that's another full count here with Daniel Vogelbach on deck.
Will more than likely definitely be potentially the final batter, final pitch. Greinke's out there to try to get him out here.
That one hit into center, and Springer will have to play it on a hop. He knocks it down. Scoring is Kyle Lewis, and there is the Mariners' first run of the ball game. It is 7-1 on a base hit by Kyle Seager.
Now batter, the designated hitter.
It's not what you want to see from Greinke there.
Vogelbach.
On pitch number 97, you wanted to just get out of the inning and not let the runner in, but now the 3rd hit of the game for Seattle turns into the first run off the RBI single. Now they put themselves on the board here with 2 outs in the top of the 6th.
I'll bring up Daniel Vogelbach. 0 for 2, striked out and flied out. You saw there briefly a pair of Astros in the pen, Christian Javier and Brad Peacock. As Vogelbach fouls that one off the Mariners dugout, 1-1. Vogelbach entered today with a 6-game hitting streak. So he's Just looking to maybe extend that to 7 on a base hit as Greinke's 100th pitch misses inside 2-1.
There you see the two righties going out in the bullpen. Javier being called up just recently, and Peacock, the long-standing #1 option there in the long relief role.
Ball inside.
And I tell you what, some of these young pitchers that the Astros have been bringing up and putting in their pitching system, they've got some promising futures. Obviously, they've got some high prospect ratings, but only time will tell to see if their careers actually pan out or not. But from what's been told and what we've heard throughout their progressions to the majors, it sounds like they've got a pretty promising career if they can put it together here.
Full count pitch, swung on by Vogelbach and fouled. Yeah, you mentioned it. Guys like Javier, you got other guys in the minors, Blake Taylor, CNL Perez. Great groups of arms down there as Vogelbach fouls off another one.
Vogelbach putting a good battle here against Greinke and trying to get that other runner in a scoring position.
Battle's going to continue between the lefty and the righty as Greinke, 34 pitches in this inning. Started this inning with 71 pitches. Another one fouled off by Vogelbach. Evan White would be next. Another payoff pitch, misses high, ball 4, and that might be it. Zach Greinke, as that one didn't even break 90 on the 4-seamer.
The first baseman.
That has to be it. If you're Dusty Baker, I'm racing out to the mound right now. Take out Greinke. No reason he should be in any more than these 100 pitches, and there you go. Should have taken him out after that last runner got on, after he allowed the run, honestly.
That will close the day for Zach Greinke. He's responsible for the 2 men on, only the 1 run given up on 3 hits. They will go to the young one in Christian Javier. 5 games, 1 decision, resulting in a win and 10 innings. 5.40 ERA.
Yeah, his last game, he came in getting his first career win. His ERA getting down at one point was as high as about 11.5, I believe, as he made an appearance in that matchup last week against Seattle, against this lineup. Did not do terribly well in that one. But now getting it down just a little bit, it seems like he's starting to figure out 1 or 2 things, maybe, trying to figure things out here in his brief stint so far in the majors.
Quickly 0-2 here on Evan White, who's 0 for 2 today. And he strikes him out on 3 pitches. That is all Javier needs to do to bail out Zach Greinke. That will close his stat line. We'll get to that in a second. It is 7-1 Houston as Seattle gets on the board as we head to the bottom half.
Leading up for the Astros.
9-1-2 up for Houston, Josh Reddick. 0 for 2 last night. 0 for 2 today. Nestor Cortez Jr. back out for, I believe now, his officially 5th inning of work. It's not Greinke. Reddick flies it into right. Dylan Moore makes the catch. 1 pitch, 1 out. Here to kick off the bottom of the 6th.
Now batting, second baseman, Jose Altuve.
Like you said, Cortez has really pitched the majority of this ball game, and just a quick, easy line out for the first out of the ball game. Not really needing to do much of that first pitch, and now you got the top of the order in Altuve, who's had himself a pretty good day.
2 for 3, a double and a single. Look at that stat below it. 78 runs he has scored and 11 stolen bases, so he's been effective on the base paths. Notorious first pitch swinger for the Astros, hoping to do damage against Cortez. First pitch to him is inside, 1-0. Battles back there with an 89-mile-an-hour fastball, 1-1 from Nestor.
Ball. Count is 2-1.
Slider missed. Make the count 2-1. Folks, coming up next, promptly starting at 8:45 Eastern. Rays and Yankees, a battle out there in the AL East. Ryan Yarbrough and Mike Minor, they are on the mound for both teams, Rays and Yankees respectively, as Altuve is going to ground this one to third. Throw on by Seager. Will get the second out here in the bottom of the sixth.
The left fielder, number 23, Michael Brantley.
I haven't seen the third baseman for either team really have to do much of anything in this game, which is usually quite the opposite for both of these guys in Seager and Bregman defensively. So seeing Seager there, it seemed definitely not falling asleep there with the lack of defense he's had to play so far today, and a good easy throw to first for the out.
On the call for that next game is Justin Rock and Ian Barber, also known as Cookie Eater 45, as that one bounces off of Cortez, and Brantley is going to reach on what I believe will be an infield hit.
Third baseman, Allen.
It looks like Cortez may have been shaken up a little bit there, as that one, I believe, bounced off his left leg. Actually, maybe his right leg, the way he's walking.
Looks like he's okay, thankfully, for the Mariners, but yeah, just a infield single just bounced off his leg, like you said, and really was not, if it didn't, bounce off of his foot, more than likely would have either gotten right up the middle or one of the middle infielders would have grabbed it, thrown to first for potentially the final out of the sixth.
Count 0-2.
Bregman takes an ugly hack at that one, 0-2. 3 for 9 in his last 3 games. He's got a runner on, 2 out, here in the bottom of the sixth. It's Cortez Jr.'s 50th pitch of the ball game is just fouled off the end of the bat by Bregman. Another 0-2. Hit foul, and that one will make the seats. Keep the count 0-2. Bregman swings that one in. Underneath of it is Devin White. He will make the catch. And that will close out 6 innings here tonight in Houston. Into the last third of this one. Top of the 7th up next. Murphy, Moore, and Nola due up for Seattle. As we are now joined in the booth by our resident ball organist, Shark Shavery. Sharky, how you doing?
A bit tired, but still awake. Managed to wake up from a weird, almost like a fever dream. I'm not sick, but dozed off for apparently 2 minutes and had like a half-hour-long dream where the podcast I was watching was suddenly a Joe Rogan podcast, and that was weird. Then lights didn't work, and I'm like, something's not right, and I just wake up, and it's top of the 6th inning here, so good timing. Luckily, the long top 6 let me get everything set up, so we're going to have some nice organ action after this happening here.
Tom Murphy is going to hit one off the out-of-town scoreboard, and he is on with a leadoff hit here against Christian Javier to kick off the 7th.
The right fielder, Dylan.
Just a good job of getting some wood on it there, bouncing off the out-of-town scoreboard, like you said, and just get a good piece of hitting to start off that top of the 7th. Javier's got to just rebound from it and not let it get, inside his head, because that's something he tends to do here in bop ball. He tends to, once he allows a runner or two to get on base, it really just seems to all go downhill from there. So he's really got to, make sure he controls himself here and doesn't let his thoughts get ahead of him.
2 balls, no strike.
That one ran up in a little bit at Dylan Moore, the 7-hitter for Seattle. That'll make the count 2-0 with nobody away. There's one that finds the zone. 94-mile-an-hour heater. 2-1. That one right to Altuve on a rope, and that is quickly out number 1 in the bottom, in the top of the 7th.
Now batting, the second baseman, Austin Nola.
That will bring up the Mariners' second baseman, Austin Nola. He's 0 for 2 today, is striked out and grounded out. Double play depth on the infield. First pitch from Javier.
1-0.
This is in 1-0.
The count 1-1.
High fastball there from Javier makes it 1-1 on the swing. There's one. Broken bat. Throw to second by Javier. On to Gurriel. And the swing killing to end the top of the 7th. Orbit getting the crowd up. 7-1. Stretch time now in the Bayou City.
Good timing.
Just makes you feel like you're back at Minute Maid.
Makes me feel like I'm in Texas.
Oh wait,
and
you
I'm
are
always in Texas because I don't leave my home. It had to come up somehow.
All right, put it. Yeah, check it off on the checklist. There, we got our mention for the day.
Oh man, and yeah, this is an exciting game. I gotta go probably get some sleep because I think there's a reason I fell asleep while sitting up. So let you two get back to this game. Have a good one.
Thank you very much, Shark. Always great work, and I love how we were able to get deep in the heart of Texas. Ample tradition at Minute Maid Park in Houston for the 7th inning stretch. Man, I miss it quite a bit as 2-2 count on Yordan Alvarez, the 4-hitter for Houston.
The reason why I miss Deep in the Heart is because of the floating Whataburger logo for the karaoke version. Come on, that's just pure Texas right there, if you've ever could find a reason.
Swanson is able to get Alvarez for the first out here in the bottom of the 7th. I'm not going to even acknowledge what you said, Jordan. That was pretty good.
That's fair.
Wow.
That's fair. But yeah, I mean, good job there, by Swanson to just power through Alvarez and really challenge him on that pitch and say, hey, try to do something about it. Obviously, he couldn't.
I'll bring up George Springer. 3 for 3 today. 2 home runs, a single, 3 ribbies across. For him, arguably on tap for being player of the game. It's the 0-1 from Swanson. Hit well into right field. The shift was on, so this has a chance of getting down, and it will. That'll get all the way up by the 326 sign. Springer is going to hold at second with a 1-out double in the bottom of the 7th.
Next to the Astros, the first baseman,
See right there, the Astros, this is their bread and butter, getting to second base at least with those 262 doubles this season, leading the American League by, what would that be, 13. Had to do a quick math there, but see the pop-up more likely will be caught by Murphy, but now brings up an interesting situation for Springer. You almost kind of want to get him back around in the order because now he's got a homer, a single, a double.
And need quite a bit, and he has to arguably get the hardest part of the cycle, that being the triple. Well, if the Astros can string together an interesting 8th inning, they could get him back around.
Count 1-0.
Or even if this inning gets away from Swanson, that could help out the case as well. As here's the 7-hitter Wilson Ramos. As the 1-0 from Swanson catches the zone 1-1. Just checking the chat. Shark chiming in there. Deep in the heart of Texas, sung by Goofy. Yeah, that's certainly goofy in of itself. I need to see if there's something out there. As Ramos Hits that one into right center. This one gonna hang up just enough for Malik Smith to make the catch, and that'll end the bottom of the 7th. Astros strand a runner. Alex Smith will be the man to kick off the top of the 8th, still down by 6.
Leading off for the Mariners, the center
Alex
fielder.
Smith digs in once again, folks. Rays and Yankees, they're up next. Following them to cap off the night in the a little bit earlier than normal ball after dark, Phillies and Marlins. Zach Godley and Yamamoto is up on the mound for the Phillies and Marlins respectively. Mike A and Great Aether Boss, they're on the call for that one. Should be an interesting one later tonight. That one kicking off at 10:30 Eastern. The 2-0 count on Malik Smith right now. Javier in for another inning of work as Smith is going to hit that one into right field for a base hit, and a good start here for Seattle.
Once again, just chipping away slowly and just getting more and more guys on base. They haven't been able to make too many opportunities of it, but now their 5th hit in the ballgame for Seattle. Trying to make some late game noise here with getting runners on.
As they're back around to the top of the order, this is where you want to be with J.P. Crawford. He's got great speed, so if he gets on, that could mean trouble, especially when you also got Malik Smith out there as well. The 1-0 catches the zone from Javier, 1-1.
Want to give another quick update. End of the 3rd quarter. Houston and OKC 104-83. Rockets lead it over the Thunder. Harden with a double-double, 27 points and 10 rebounds.
Rockets seem to be well in control of that one, folks. That one happening in real life, of course, as that one is hit into right. Reddick in to make the catch, and that'll be out number 1 in the top of the 8th inning.
The left fielder, number 1.
Wait, you're telling me that's not happening in bop ball as well?
There has to be an absolutely like a version of our bop ball. I don't even know what you would call that if we were to do. What would you call it? NB basketball ball? I don't know. If you would do that probably on 2K or something. Wouldn't shock me if that was out there. It's Kyle Lewis looking at a 1-1.
Yeah, it really wouldn't shock me either, especially if it was here on Twitch.tv. Like, there's so many, obviously Twitch, the biggest streaming platform for just streaming in the world.
That one's going to get down in the gap, cut off by Reddick. Malik's trying to go first to third here. Altuve won't even try to attempt to throw him out as it's runners at the corners on a base hit by Kyle Lewis.
Third baseman, Kyle Seager.
There you go. Once again, you mentioned getting these guys on base, and there's a way to do it now with runners in the corners and Javier and a good majority of Malik Smith in his line of vision. So definitely something that we're going to have to see how he responds to that here in this at-bat with Seager at the plate.
A 1-0 count on him right now as he misses high again with that one to 2-0. Got the same schedule starting tomorrow. Dodgers, Cubs, Eddie McCarthy, EB from Toronto. On that one to kick it off, then the White Sox and the Twins as Seager's going to fly this one in the left. Brantley will make the catch. Smith may tag here. Are they going to test Brantley's arm? They will. The throw in is going to be offline. It is 7-2 Mariners, or Astros. The Mariners get the lead down to 5 on a sac fly.
Up next for Seattle, the designated hitter, Daniel.
And obviously, you want to get a base hit and avoid having the 2 outs, but any way you can get a run in at this point in the game is crucial for them. If they want to try to make some more noise here, they've got to get runners on base, and Vogelbach still looking for his first hit.
1-1. Went around on that one, 1-1. Finish my point, though. Cleveland and Oakland at 5:15 tomorrow. P-Mister and J-Man, they'll be back for that one. And then Jordan and I will be back with that one, this one again. The final game of this series, Seattle and Houston. Kikuchi's on the mound for Seattle. Don't quite know yet who will be up for the Astros as Vogelbach crushes this one down the line and right, but it's foul. Wow. Instead, the 2-2, that one is hit well into right. Reddick going back after it. but he will make the catch, and probably a really deflating inning for the Mariners. Vogelbach fouls one and then gets underneath of that one. They get a run, though. 5-run lead now for Houston. We head to the bottom of the 8th in H-Town.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for Seattle,
Brandon
Number
Brennan.
65.
He will be on now for
Brandon
Seattle. 4th pitcher
Brennan.
used by the Mariners. No decision to his name in 14 and 2/3 innings of work, nearly 5 on the ERA, and he's got more walks than strikeouts.
Leading up for the Astros.
Yeah, and that's something that obviously he has to work on a bit. Not allowing runners to just get on base with free passes, because that's what hurts you and your team the most, is when you do that. And the more you do that, the less your coach is really going to believe in you. And then when you do come on, you're rusty from a lack of appearances and a lack of, trying to, having that rhythm, and it causes even more things to go wrong. So he's got to find a way to get things going here.
Corey Lee hits this one on the ground. Crawford will make the play. Dug out well by Evan White. 1 out here in the 8th.
Now batting, right fielder, Josh.
All the Mariners can really ask for right now is just to get off the field really quick and just try to get back to the plate and do something here. And right now at the bottom of the order, and Josh Reddick.
Reddick 0 for 3 today. Trying to break out of that collar. First pitch from Brennan, fouled away. I'll make the count 0-1. Well, for our sake, if the Astros are able to get out here in the bottom of the 8th and then quickly through the 9th, you get things and keep things on schedule here on Bop Ball. The 0-1 to Reddick misses. 1-1.
1-0.
There's a pair of arms up in the pen for Seattle. Taylor Williams and Matt McGill if needed. Brennan will set from the stretch. The 1-1 to Reddick. Hit well into right. Thought that looked a little bit better, but I was wrong. Dylan Moore makes the catch. Doesn't even have to move. It's 2 out now in the bottom of the 8th.
Now batting, the second baseman.
And like you said, it looked a little bit better coming off the bat, but just kind of fell short there. And like you said, didn't even have to move. Did Dylan Moore out there in right field, just camped under it and just got the easiest second out that he'll ever get in his life.
Whoa, that counts.
Altuve, the leadoff hitter for the Astros, looks at a ball 1-0. 2 for 4 today, a double and a single. The 1-0 to Altuve got behind it and fouled it. 1-1.
I just want to note something here. On that first pitch, Altuve did not actually swing at it.
That's a shocker. But he hacks at the next 2 pitches that Brennan throws, and that's got him in a 1-2 count.
That's him just making up for it.
100%. 2 out, 1-2 count. Brennan delivers. Looks at that one, does Altuve, and wisely does. 2-2. Swing and a miss from Jose Altuve, and that will close out the bottom of the 8th. Brandon Brennan does a good job closing the 9-1 and 2 of Houston. Last chance for the Mariners, though. Astros still up by 5 with 3 outs left.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Astros.
And in a stunning move, although I shouldn't be surprised at this point, here comes the closer, Roberto Osuna, in a non-safe situation.
And you see the reason why not allowing, especially against right-handers who he gets to face right here, not even hitting the 100 mark in averages allowed, and batting average allowed. So not a shock as far as that regard goes, but yeah, I mean, you figure with a 5-run lead, you don't really need to bring in your closer, not in the save opportunity, not in the hold opportunity, just trying to close out the game. I would have kind of liked to see them keep Javier in there and let him finish the game just to get a little bit more experience out there on the mound.
2-1 the count.
Only the 3rd pitcher used by Houston today. If you kept Javier, you would have been able to platoon a ball game with just 2 guys, Greinke and Javier, as Osuna not making Dusty Baker's move look good right now as he's behind 3-1 to Evan White. Three-one offering.
The count is full. 3-2.
Checked his swing, did Evan White, but it caught the zone on a 98-mile-an-hour heater. 3-2. The count is full. Payoff pitch. All the way again by Evan White. Suna will try again as Evan White continues to foul off high heat. Keeps the count full. Swing and a miss as Osuna wins that battle with White. There's one out here in the ninth.
The catcher, number 2, Tom Murphy.
Tom Murphy will now dig in here to face Osuna. 1 for 3, had his first hit of the ball game in the 7th, his last time up. Trying to raise that batting average, trying to close it back towards 200. As Osuna's first pitch to the Mariners catcher is grounded right at Gurriel, and there is a quick out number 2, and the Mariners down to their last out.
Now batting.
I want to throw something at you, and I want to see how you react. Brother Beard told me this last week when I was on the call with him for Seattle and Houston in that series ender, where Seattle won 12-0. Would you believe me if I told you that Tom Murphy was the lone all-star for the Mariners this season of ball?
Wow. Really?
Hitting under 200 at that time, I'm pretty sure, yes.
Goodness gracious. Means he really had a really good first half of the season, and then ever since then, it's just like a nosedive for him. That average takes another dip again with that ground out he had to Gurriel. That was for the second out as Dylan Moore fouls that one off, and the Mariners down to their final strike.
And I guess I should say it a little different. Not even just the lone all-star. He was just an all-star.
1-2 to Moore, swung at and missed. Ramos will throw down to Gurriel to complete the putout, and that will end the ball game here tonight in Houston, Texas. Dusty Baker gets another win notched onto the hit win column. In a 7-2 win for the Astros, they were really popping it in the early half of the game. It was quiet the rest of the way mostly. But man, that was an incredible game for them, as a good bounce back for them as well after the last time they were broadcast here. Both Seattle and Houston, that was a 12-0 win for Seattle, so definite bounce-back win. Greinke, he'll take the win, no doubt. Wei-Yin Chen's going to get the loss. No save in this one, as that is going to close that book here tonight. One more game to go tomorrow. Kikuchi and whoever the Astros put up tomorrow. Like I said, Jordan and I will be on the call for that one. We'll switch roles, and it should be a fun one tomorrow. Same time, same great channel. We'll look at some highlights here as we get set for Rays and Yankees up next.
You see there George Springer, the obvious player of the game with 2 home runs, going 4 for 4 on the day. Have yourself a day, George Springer. I tell you what, we said it for the past, I guess, month now, it seems like, really. The fact that George Springer has really been able to find his bat a bit again in this last at least 2.5, 3 weeks here, if not the past month, to climb that average slowly but surely. You know, another reason why he was moved up from 7th to 5th in the lineup. There's your reason right there, is the fact that he's been able to produce and he's been able to get that swing back. You figure it was only a matter of time before George Springer was able to find that swing again. And in a year like this, where all 3 starting outfielders are, you know, not under contract for next season, after this year of Bop Ball goes away, you know, it's going to be very interesting to see what that Astros front office does with the outfield. See what happens with Reddick. Does he retire potentially and open up right field? What happens with Brantley? Do they sign him back, or does he go somewhere for more money? Do they bring back the hometown favorite in George Springer? Does he go somewhere for more money? And if so, what does that mean for Brantley? If any of them do leave, then you all of a sudden have a battle between Tucker and more than likely Corey Lee for the last outfield spot. It is a very, very wild outfield situation right now. And don't even forget, you got Miles Straw there as well, who can fill in some outfield work as well. So you've definitely got a lot of guys who can fill in, a spot there in the outfield, and definitely something we'll have to watch for. But George Springer right now making his case for, being that guy that the Astros look at and say, maybe we bring him back. Maybe we give him the money.
Have to see how that plays out. It's definitely going to be interesting. Still not done with this season, though. This win for the Astros is win number 69 on the year for them, nearing 70. Trying to run down the Angels not the Angels. The Angels trying to run down the Astros, but the Astros trying to run down the A's, that pair of 3 A-named teams out in the AL West, as we're still awaiting the highlights. Again, folks, coming up right after the highlights here, Rays and Yankees, Ryan Yarbrough and Mike Minor, they're on the rubber for the Rays and the Yankees, respectively. Of course, Justin Rock, our good friend, and Ian Barber, also known as Cookie Eater 45, they are going to be on the call next, as here we go. We get to go through the highlights of this one, and it was really all Astros from the get-go.
As you see there, George Springer getting things started there in the bottom of the second with that solo shot into the Crawford box and bouncing off the wall there. And the rookie getting it done as well.
Yeah, Corey Lee got one that just snuck out of here into the Crawford boxes. That made it 3-0 at the time. It would get further along. Bregman would go yard with a solo shot that got out of here. That one hanging up way up there, up near the lights, and it landed eventually, I believe, on the, right there on the edge of the Crawford box, there near the concourse. And then Springer, his second home run of the game. This one out further deeper into left center, and that made it 6-0. That would be all the Astros would get via the home run. So all of those happening through the first 3 innings of this one tonight.
You see right there, Wilson Ramos contributing and showing what he can do against left-handed hitting with that RBI. And then the Mariners finally getting on the board with that single there from Kyle Seager.
Seager, he would bring home another run. He's responsible for both the ribbies today for the Mariners. This one via the sac fly to Michael Brantley. That scored Malik Smith. Made it 7-2, and that is where it would stay. Saw Smith in there getting in on the throw that was offline from Brantley. And the top of the ninth, Dylan Moore striking out there on a changeup that was in the dirt. And then Ramos threw it down to Gurriel to complete the putout and end this one tonight. From Houston, a big win for the Astros, trying to continue to run down Oakland. They'll keep the gap at 5 games, as Oakland won the game prior to this one, beating Cleveland 2-1. If anything, that also helped Houston in the wild card race. In the wild card race, even though Cleveland's at 81 and 43. Goodness, when did that happen? So it's going to continue to get interesting as this season rolls along. We're through the middle portion of August. As you look at it, the Astros losing last night 2-3 to Seattle, and they bounce back tonight with a 7-2 win, as we still are awaiting Ian and Justin Rock here to join us. There is Ian, also known as Cookie. Cookie, how you doing this evening?
I'm doing pretty good. How about you guys?
Doing pretty good. It's really hot in here and where we're at in Texas, in Huntsville. In Houston, it's not as horrible, but here, it's a dry heat. So we're a little hot, but we're staying cool. It's a good one as we're also now joined by Justin Rock here in the booth. Justin, how are you this evening?
I'm doing all right. How are you fellas doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I mean, I'd like to give a rebuttal to Carlos there. I'd actually take the dry heat over the 100% humidity. Give me that 40% humidity, that Anaheim type heat. Give me that. I'll take that every single day of the week.
I concur, coming from New Jersey.
Yeah, there you go.
Having spent one too many summers in Florida where the humidity is like 100% and you step outside and you want to just drop face first onto the asphalt, but you don't want to do that because that's usually about 120 degrees as well.
Exactly.
Well, you guys are going to have a fun one up next. Two teams battling for their playoff runs as well. That's going to close things out, though, for me and Jordan. As the Astros win it 7-2 for Jordan Smith, I'm Carlos Zimmerman. The pair of Bearcats are going to hop out of here, and we'll give way to Justin Rock and Cookie for this one tonight in the Bronx. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same great channel here on twitch.tv. Take it away, Justin. Y'all have a good one.
Thank you very much, Carlos and Jordan, as we get ready to take you out to Yankee Stadium in the Bronx, the Rays and the Yankees. Game 2 of this series. I'm Justin Rock. I am joined alongside Ian Barber, better known as Cookie, or Cookie Eater 45. How you doing tonight, buddy?
I'm doing pretty good, Justin. How about yourself?
I cannot complain. It has been a good day so far, and about ready to wrap it up with some baseball in New York. The Yankees took the opening game of the series last night, 8-5, and these two teams fighting in the American League East. Yankees a 4-game lead over Tampa Bay coming into play today. And it'll be the left-hander Mike Minor, who actually started in real life today as well for the Texas Rangers. Yankees got him at the deadline from Texas, and he will make the start here in the Bronx against their AL East rivals.
Yeah, nice numbers on the year. ERA under 4, whip sitting right where you want it at that 1.25. Not necessarily Cy Young winners, but a guy you definitely want to have on your team.
Definitely gives the Yankees starting rotation some more depth as we get into the later months. As the first pitch of the ball game is swung on and hit in the air to center field. Aaron Hicks is there, and he'll make the catch. And we are underway. A little bit behind schedule at 8:50 Eastern time, but all is well as one pitch, one out here to start game 2 of this series, as that'll bring up second baseman Brandon Lau.
Yeah, Lau, 260, 20 dingers. We'll see if he's as aggressive as his teammate, and if he goes first pitch swing, looks like he'll set up outside.
And he will take outside for ball 1. Lau actually the 3-run home run tonight. Actually, bot ball world and the real life world syncing up. The Yankees and Rays are playing in the Bronx tonight. And Brandon Lau did have a 3-run home run, so that I think is something worth following, as the count now 0-2 on the Rays' second baseman.
Yeah, Justin, it's been kind of cool to see just how often we see guys in bot ball and guys in the actual MLB doing similar things or even the same things on the same day in both universes.
That pitch down and away, 1 ball and 2 strikes. We saw it in the Yankees-Rays game last night. Luke Voit in real life hit a home run into Monument Park, and did the same thing in the bot ball contest later on in the evening, as this one fouled out of play. It will stay 1-2. Lau 0 for 4 last night with 3 strikeouts, as Minor misses outside. It is now 2-2, as you see who our umpires are this evening. Larry Bullard is the man calling the balls and strikes. 2-2. A swing and a miss, an ugly hack there from Lau, chased a fastball. Minor has his first strikeout of the night, 2-away.
I was going to say we'll have to see what Larry's strike zone looks like, although he doesn't really have to call the balls and strikes to make a swing like that. Beautiful pitch, just hard to get to that inside pitch with the bat. Nice strikeout.
Austin Meadows takes inside, ball 1. Meadows, 234, 23 homers, 60 RBIs. He's had a strong season for Tampa Bay. Hit 2 home runs last night off of Domingo Germán, the Yankees starter, as there's a strike. It is 1-1. And the break even for Minor low, 2 balls and 1 strike. We mentioned the Yankees, an 8-5 winner last night. Yankees had an early 7-1 lead. The Rays rallied back and scored the final 3 runs to make it a save situation, but mostly a Yankee-dominated game as the Rays try and chip away at the Yankees' AL East lead and also try and keep pace with the Indians and the White Sox in the wild card hunt. As this one grounded to the right side. A nice play by LeMahieu from the outfield grass. Throws him out and ends the inning. 1-2-3 goes Tampa Bay after a half. Rays nothing, and the Yankees coming to bat. One of the guys who has been one of the best pitchers in the American League this year, Cookie, Ryan Yarbrough, making his 24th start of the year. 12-4, a 2.16 ERA, the second, or actually leading the American League, in WHIP, third in ERA. He has been absolutely fantastic. Kevin Cash and the Rays.
Yeah, I mean, you have a SIP, a WHIP it's not even sub 1, it's sub 0.9, and we're here in August. And the peripherals, that strikeout to walk ratio we saw too, he has been elite on that mound. A big reason this Rays team is doing well this late in the hunt. Have a real chance to snag the Yankees, get that AL East lead maybe.
Tonight will go a long way, as if New York wins, they would jump 5 games ahead in the standings. August the 18th, as we get closer and closer towards the end of the campaign, as this fouled away 1-2. But Yarbrough leading the American League in WHIP, also third in the AL and ERA and walks allowed, 4th in WAR, and tied for 6th in wins. He has been great as LeMahieu drives one out into right field, but playable for Meadows. There's 1 down.
Batting second, the shortstop.
Yeah, when you think Yankees offense, you think of numbers like what Gleyber Torres has put up. 320, 30 home runs, almost 80 RBI, and a pretty lengthy hit streak to go along with it. That kind of sounds like a Yankee to me.
And Gleyber Torres has had a marvelous year for New York as he takes inside 1-0. Gleyber last night, big part of the Yankees win, was 2 for 5, scored twice, had a 2-base hit in the Yankees victory. Up 5 in the American League in hits and WAR to enter the day, tied for 2nd the AL in hits, as this one fouled up the first baseline. And Torres, a guy who showed last year he could hit for power. Wouldn't figure he'd be 1 or 2 in the league in hits, but that is the case with minimal games left on the regular season schedule.
Yeah, really showing he is going to be a cornerstone for this Yankees team right there with Aaron Judge. The Yankees, I mean, I remember when I was first getting into baseball back in 2015, 2016, they were kind of in a little down part. I wasn't kind of so used to these dominant Yankee teams, and then they sold off some assets, and instead of spend, all of a sudden they just had Torres and Sanchez and Judge, and it was like, whoa, what's going on here? That's not what people told me the Yankees are.
The Yankees have revamped their minor league system. They made some big trades in summer of 2016 to pick up pieces like Gleyber Torres, as Yarbrough freezes him on the inside corner. And there's 2 down now here in the first strikeout of the night for the southpaw Yarbrough. May have gotten some help from the home plate umpire. Bring up Aaron Judge, who takes a strike. Judge, an 11-game hit streak, hitting at 281. 24 homers, 64 RBIs. Has not been quite as dominant as some of the other counterparts in the top of the Yankees lineup, but effective nonetheless as he takes low 1-1. Judge last night 2 for 4, 2 runs, a double, and a run batted in.
Yeah, good night last night. And like you said, not exactly as good as these other names, but if you're saying that about a guy who's batting 280 with 20-plus homers, you got a good team.
At the ball. Yankees right in the thick of the AL playoff hunt entered the day 6.5 back of Minnesota. Actually, 6 back of Minnesota in the AL home field advantage race. 6.5 back after the Twins win earlier today. It was a 9-1 win over the Chicago White Sox. It's a 3-1 and an ugly swing there from Judge. Run it full. Here comes the payoff pitch from the lefty. Judge fouls another one back, and we'll do it again at 3-2. Yarbrough, 6'5", 205 pounds, 28 years old, calls Tampa, Florida his home, and he finds Aaron Judge looking at a cutter, and he retires the Yankees in order in the opening inning. 1-2-3 goes both sides after 1, no score in New York.
Leading off for Tampa Bay.
Go to the second inning here in the Bronx. Yankees and Rays scoreless. To the second game of this midweek series, Hunter Renfroe, Ji-Man Choi, Yoshi Susugo, the 3 scheduled to bat for Tampa Bay against Mike Minor. As the lefty deals a strike 0-1, as you see the shift to the pull side for the righty swinging Renfroe.
Yeah, Justin, that's a shift we didn't see a lot, even just a few years ago. I mean, they do it a bit more aggressively on lefties because, you can kind of afford to leave that left side open a little bit more, but you got to have somebody covering first when you shift on the righties, which means when you put that shift on, you're basically leaving half the infield completely open. You don't see it as often, but as these analytics and sabermetrics and all these fun keywords and data has been growing the last few years, we've been seeing it more and more.
Yeah, it has become a major part of the game, and the Rays were one of the first teams to start utilizing shifts on a fairly regular basis, and that was only just a decade ago, really at the beginning of the 2010s, that started becoming a more common occurrence. But over the last few years, it has exploded. Actually, it looks like Jose Martinez starting instead of Ji-Man Choi over at first base, I guess, for the Rays tonight. So a little switch up to their lineup as the payoff pitch is grounded foul. The line, and it'll stay full. Payoff pitch, swung on and missed, got him. Blew him away with the heat inside, and Mike Minor has his second strikeout. On away in the second.
The designated hitter, Jose.
We got 7 up, 7 down, Justin. I'm gonna have to guess here. We're gonna have a pitcher's duel tonight.
Seems that way to this point, although I've seen it happen where you assume one and then all of a sudden the offense explodes, and next thing you know, it's a 6-6 game in the third inning as the 1-0. Jose Martinez high, 2 balls and no strikes. Jose, 67, 3 homers, 19 RBIs, did not play yesterday. Now 1 inside, ball 3 as Minor quickly falls behind the next batter.
And don't like to fall behind, especially a guy like this doesn't play every day. You gotta think you'd have a good shot of getting him.
And Martinez draws a 4-pitch walk here against Minor. And the Rays have the first base runner, so as soon as you bring up the fact that all 7 batters have been retired, head of first base runner of the contest, and now here's Yandy Diaz.
Yeah, Diaz a little bit better at home, at least in the average department, but I don't know, Justin. Maybe this is just me. We look a lot at splits, and I feel like a lot of times, with just how baseball is, you look at the sample size on a lot of these things. I mean, there's definitely something to read into, maybe in terms of comfort as to home, away, lefty. Not so much lefty, righty, but like day games, night games. All this kind of stuff we try and micro look at, and it just feels like, to me, it's a small sample size. You're not really going to get that much from it.
It sort of varies from situation to situation, and that's why they have a large people now, a large amount of people. Those analytic departments crunching all those numbers as more and more of that information begins to become available with TrackMan and StatCast and beyond as Diaz fouls it away. 2 balls and 2 strikes on the Rays' third baseman.
I guess me being a data scientist myself, it's kind of bad if I'm the one that's not subscribing to it, but I mean, that's just my take. There's something there, but I feel like a lot of times people look at it a lot closer than they probably should.
And, I mean, there is definitely a lot to it, as you saw the strikeout of Yandy Diaz, as that'll bring up Ji-Man Choi. As that one low. 1 ball and no strikes. Choi, I guess, DH tonight. Yoshi Susugo, he was the expected guy there, but the Rays pushing up the lineup a little bit this evening with the southpaw on the mound. And that one fouled away. It's now 1 ball and 1 strike.
They like to keep us on our feet, huh?
That sounds like something Kevin Cash and the Rays would do, even in real life. But I've seen that happen in some weird situations. And working in minor league baseball, I've been into some interesting parts of the country as Choi swings and drives one out in the center. Aaron Hicks chasing it back, leaps at the fence, over his head and off the wall. Martinez will score all the way from first with 2 outs. It's a double for Choi, and the Rays take a 1-0 lead in the second.
Batting 8, the center fielder.
He just missed a home run. You look at this swing, it was a off-speed pitch, kind of hung. He belted it. It was deep. It looked like there was going to be a chance for a play in center, but it just ends up being right out of the reach, bounces up against the wall. The very slow Martinez gets all the way around, and we got a runner now on second with 2 away for Kiermaier. That wasn't as exciting as I thought it was going to be.
He got a lot of it, but yanked it, pad to the right. Foul ball, and it's 0-1. Rays taking the lead on the game's first base hit of the bat of former Yankee Ji-Man Choi, as it's now 0-2. Minor, a guy who entered the day for the Yankees, top in the American League in walks allowed, 6th. Just 34 and 126 2/3 innings, but has thrown just 19 of his first 34 pitches in the strike zone. I'm no math major, and I know that's not a good percentage.
Yeah, they say, 70-80% is usually your goal. He's sitting a lot closer to 50-60 right now. So you want to see him just attack a little bit more aggressively. You don't want to dance around. I mean, these Rays hitters, I don't want to call them bad, but you're not facing the Dodgers. I mean, you got to throw in the strike zone to get outs. Typically, that's how that goes.
2-2. On high now, 2-2. Minor's trying to nibble right now, trying to make perfect pitch after perfect pitch, and it's just not happening. The other thing there with the Rays is an interesting lineup, and you're not wrong. You look at their order, and only one guy in their lineup hitting above 270, and that's Willy Adames. You see a strikeout of Kiermaier end the inning, but the Rays take the lead. Ji-Man Choi, 2-out RBI double to center. Rays 1, Yankees nothing after 1.5. we'll see if the Yankees have an answer here in the bottom of the second inning. Part of their order due up, Stanton, Sanchez, and Hicks, the scheduled hitters. For New York, Stanton, 301, 41 homers, 102 RBIs. Hit his 41st home run of the season last night. A 3-run shot off the facing of the second deck and left.
I'd be chanting MVP to that too. Insane numbers, but somehow Yordan Alvarez down in Houston's had even better.
And that's where real life and bot ball have been vastly different. 2020 as Stanton and Alvarez 1 and 2 in the AL in home runs, RBIs, and the way it seems right now will ultimately be the MVP vote as well. However, on August the 18th in real life baseball, both guys on the injured list. Alvarez going back on the IL today for the real life Astros after a brief return to action. Stanton, of course, has been out for a while, and a shame for the real life fans not to get a chance to see Alvarez and Stanton every day like we do in the bot ball universe, as Stanton makes it a 2-2 count.
But the fans do get the opportunity to see him in bot ball, so they got that going for him.
Giancarlo Stanton, however, does not have that going for him. A very, very weak hat at a pitch breaking in on the hands. And Yarbrough has now struck out 3 in a row. He's retired the first 4 men he has faced. There's one away for Gary Sanchez.
263, 15 dingers. Not exactly a defensively gifted catcher, though.
Sanchez, a guy I've wondered a lot recently, watching him on a fairly regular basis, living here in the New York area. That one up and away, 1-1 is. I think he has been so mentally focused on what he is trying to do behind the plate defensively. It has hindered also what he is doing offensively, because he's way too good of a hitter. A guy batting, 263 in the bot ball world. He's been hitting around 230 in the major leagues in real life as he strikes out on 4 pitches against Yarbrough. 4 straight strikeouts for a lefty who's not exactly known for striking out a whole lot of hitters. To look back earlier in the game at a fly ball for some reason from Willy Adames.
That's just what we do. We're not even going to look at the ball either. We're just going to look at...
We're going to see it again. This is the first pitch of the game, folks.
And we're just going to look at the reaction twice. Or 3 times.
Third time. I've never seen this before. Getting a lot of replays. Someone is drunk. Working the switches at this Yankees-Rays game. As now this is the 4th time we've seen this highlight. We may need somebody to go in and tap an X button or something. We've made it longer. Oh, there we go. 4 is the magic number for Mike Minor strutting around the mound highlights. I might just supplant our entire highlight reel at the end of the game. I don't know if you think about just replacing it with that, Cookie.
I mean, apparently the guys down in the truck were really big on that. I was about to open a betting line on trying to get an over-under how many times the replay was going to go, but somebody down there woke up. We're back going.
I'm glad to see the monkeys working the switches and finally hit the right buttons as Hicks looks at a strike. It's now 2-1. Yarbrough, a former 4th-round pick of the Seattle Mariners out of Old Dominion University back in 2014, was a college teammate of Justin Verlander's younger brother, Ben, at ODU, which is Verlander's alma mater as well. Older one, Justin, and also a high school teammate of former White Sox first-round pick and current Detroit Tiger Carson Fulmer.
Love me some Tigers. I'm not going to lie, Justin. I wasn't paying the most attention the first inning or so. I was watching Tarek Skubal making his major league debut for the Tigers tonight, and didn't exactly look sharp or the best. Kind of a rough outing facing the White Sox, but exciting times in Detroit. No Justin Verlander, but they're hoping Skubal and Mize Manning and maybe even former teammate Carson Fulmer, you talk about, maybe helping get this team back to the promised land eventually.
I had a chance to see Skubal pitch a couple times last summer in the Florida State League. Never really pitched all that well against us in Daytona, but obviously had a marvelous season. A guy out of a small school, Seattle University, in the Pacific Northwest, but has a great breaking ball. He's one of those guys you're talking about, sabermetrics and all these newfangled stats and data points. And he's one of those guys that has sort of benefited from all that advanced data. A guy with a great spin rate on his breaking pitches. And the disappointing things of last year was the times we played Lakeland, which is the Tigers' affiliate in the Florida State League. Played them a lot, but never got a chance to see Casey Mize while he was in the league. Got to see Nate Pearson, got to see Skubal, but never got a chance to see Mize up and in person last year, as obviously he's going to make his debut soon. As this one driven out into left field, looking up, and that one off the fence. Luke Voigt with a deep drive. They're going to hold Hicks at third with 2 outs. Not so sure I like that idea. I would wanted them to push the envelope, see if the Rays can make a perfect relay. But nonetheless, Voigt crushed that one.
Yeah, and the left fielder kind of tricked me out too. He stopped. I was like, oh man, that's going out. And then it hit off the wall. So maybe that's what it slowed up the runner at third. He was kind of jogging, thinking maybe it's gone, and then realized, oh crap, I got to run. I don't know. Like you said, I would have liked to see that aggressiveness, get that run in, tie the ball game up, or, worst case, end the inning. But apparently they like Brett Gardner's bat. They're going to give him a chance to drive in, too.
And there's worse people to have leadoff innings than Brett Gardner. Had Hicks been thrown out at the plate, I just figured they would have done it because Hicks can run decently. At least, if the roles were reversed, I don't think you would have sent Voigt the plate, but I would have been more willing to run the risk with Varon Hicks running there. The 0-2 pitch coming to Brett Gardner, fouled away. Good job, able to foil that really decent 0-2 pitch there from the lefty. Another 0-2 coming, and Gardner takes up and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Walked, he is at third. Voigt doubled, he's at second. Rays a 1-0 lead. As Gardner takes low. Another good pitch there from Ryan. And it's now even.
Yeah, I don't mind those 2 pitches. Miss the zone. Don't give him a cookie. Try and get him to chase. Now, though, Deuce is really wild. 2 on, 2 out. Second half of inning number 2 and a 2-2 count. You got to buckle down.
2-2 pitch to Gardner. Inside, ball 3. Now Yarbrough in danger of issuing his second walk of the inning. So, what do you know? Minor, a guy who is 6th in the AL in walks allowed in terms of fewest among qualified pitchers. Yarbrough 3rd in that category. And both guys in danger of multiple walks allowed in the second inning as Gardner pulls this one foul. Yarbrough already up to 45 pitches as Gardner takes inside for ball 4. The second walk of the inning from Yarbrough, and the Yankees have them loaded. 2 out for Gio Urshela.
Long inning for Ryan, too. And Justin, one thing that kind of, being a guy who at least on Bop Ball's been calling so many Dodger games, it's kind of weird coming back to the AL now. Because, maybe in the NL, you're not afraid to work around that number 8 guy because you got a pitcher coming up. But, no, you got to face Gio Urshela now.
Urshela's had a decent season, although the numbers haven't been great as of late. And Yarbrough is going to escape here as Urshela, interestingly, chases the first pitch. And he grounds out to second to end the inning. Yankees leave him loaded. We are through 2. Rays lead it 1-0. Go to the third inning. Rays 1, Yankees nothing. Justin Rock, Ian Barber, better known as Cookie Eater, with us as Mike Zunino behind the plate, and who will get the start for the Rays tonight after Austin Romine was the starter for the Rays yesterday behind the dish. And first pitch from Mike Minor in the third, very similar to what happened quite frequently in the second, ball 1. And again, ball 2.
Yeah, it's both these guys struggling with the control today. Not exactly like you said. They were pretty good in that walks column coming in, so a bit unexpected, but hey, it's on these hitters now. They got to lay off the junk, either get the pitches down the middle, but take advantage of the mistakes and take those free passes where you can. That's an easy take if I've ever seen one.
I don't know what in God's name that was out of the left hand of Mike Minor. Former number 7 overall pick by the Atlanta Braves. Is this a ground ball up the middle and threw in his center field, a base hit. That was somehow to the left of DJ LeMahieu with the shift on. The Rays have the leadoff man aboard for the first time tonight.
Really, Adames.
You love to see it. Gives you a chance to extend your lead, but now top of the order.
He's arguably been the Rays' best hitter all year. And sort of touched on it earlier, and you look at this Rays lineup, 1 through 9, and nobody outside of this man here on the active roster for Tampa Bay is hitting above 267. Jose Martinez, the only other guy who was, he's the guy at 267, is that one in the dirt, 1-1 now. He's the only offensive player in any American League leaderboard category. Yet the Rays here on August the 18th, Cookie, sit with a 73-52 record. If the postseason were to start today, they would play in the wild card game.
They just have a way. They know how to work their team and kind of subscribe to that Moneyball way of magic and crunch the numbers. They have a button on that computer, obviously, that just says crunch. They spam that button. They really get the best out of their guys. And, well, like you said, really one of the best guys came over in the David Price deal back in 2014. So really sucks as a Tigers fan to see this guy doing well, although I guess Price ultimately got us Boyd and Norris for David Price. So that's something.
Yeah, I got a chance to see Willie in the minors in 16 as a Rays prospect after that trade as he grounds one. The second, LeMahieu, Torres to Boyd, 4-6 to 3. And Yankees say, here's your leadoff single and you can stick it. As Adames quickly sees that be erased. 2 out, nobody on, and now here's Brandon Lau. Saw Adames in the minors, and I really liked him, and obviously has gone on to have a stellar start to his major league career with the Tampa Bay Rays as Lau digs in and takes inside. 1 ball and no strikes. You see what he's done lately. 2 homers, 5 ribbies in his last 3.
That's ball 2.
On high, 2-0. The Rays had a sizable winning streak that was snapped last night. Had a 4-game win streak coming into the ball game. But Cookie, you look at the numbers for Tampa Bay this year. They have struggled outside of the Trop. They are 28-30 visiting ballparks with a 45-22 home record. So obviously a loss last night in the opening game of this series, but they're going to have to show the ability to win away from the Dome if they want to find a way to play late into October. Grounded off of Minor's leg, rolls to the third base line, and no play as Minor picks it up. And now the question is for New York, is Minor okay? And he is favoring that left leg a little bit.
Yeah, he seems to be trying to wave him off, though. We'll see if he tries to stick in the game, but always scary to take a pitch off your leg.
Actually, a line drive off your lower leg, as that one fouled away by Meadows, and especially so for a left-hander having it be your left leg, that's the leg that he's pushing off on the rubber towards home plate. That's where all that power comes from. You're a pitcher, so if your left leg, your push-off leg as a pitcher is bothering you and you're not able to really get that extension off the mound, it can really hurt you. Although so far he has hung in there against Meadows.
2-1.
That one low, 2-1.
Yeah, now loop back talking about these Rays needing to win on the road. I mean, you said it. Especially if you're going to be one of these back-end kind of guys bringing in the postseason, you're going to need to learn how to win on the road because odds are you're not going to have the home field advantage.
Good fly ball off the bat of Meadows is tracked down by Hicks. Rays get a 2-out single. But that's all the damage done. We're through 2.5. Tampa by 1.
Leading off for the Yankees.
Top of the Yankees lineup, 2 up here in the 3rd inning. Mayhew, Torres, and Judge. Yankees left them loaded in the 2nd, but rookie Yarbrough, 46 pitches through 2 innings. He has worked a lot, and Rays bullpen taxed a bit last night. Charlie Morton lasted just an inning and a 3rd. This a ground ball up the middle by LeMahieu, and what a play made by Brandon Lau, channeling his inner Derek Jeter.
Derek Jeter's overrated. But that is a Jeter-like throw right there. Just have to throw the controversy on top of it. We talked already, Tampa Bay 4 games back, New York showing the standings. But that was definitely one heck of a play, and momentum's going away from you at second base. Make the throw. One second baseman grounds out into the other, as Matt Vasgersian would say, one away.
As Torres fouls that one off 0-1. Glaber struck out his first time. Southpaw delivers, and it's a swing and a miss 0-2. And you talked about Willie Adames being a guy that the Tigers let get away in a trade as he strike 3 called as Torres. I'm looking another punch out for Yarbrough. He's got 5 on the night. Up of the Yankees lineup 0 for 5 now. Up 3 guys 0 for 5 with 3 strikeouts. And now here's Aaron Judge, who struck out his first time. You look at this Rays team, and they are filled with guys who were once top prospects or key prospects in other organizations. You look at Ryan Yarbrough, a guy who was drafted by Seattle. Of course, Hunter Renfroe with the Padres, Austin Meadows, the Pirates. I already mentioned Adames with the Tigers. So they have made a history, Tampa Bay has, of taking other people's prospects and running.
Yeah, and that's like we kind of touched on Moneyball. You want to get the guys while they're cheap, so you take someone good like David Price. You have a good scouting department, good analytics department. You go, hey, we really like this Willie Adames guy. We think he can develop good. We like kind of some of the numbers other teams maybe aren't seeing because they aren't as high tech as us. They go ahead and make that trade, and all of a sudden you got a shortstop for the future for a pitcher you weren't going to hold on to and was going to start costing you a lot of money.
You see Heidi Watney chiming in, sends a working microphone here on our Twitch broadcast. Rays a 1-0 lead as we move to the top of the 4th inning. Justin Rock alongside Ian Barber, otherwise known as Cookie Eater, here on our channels. And we want to remind you that during these trying times of 2020 that we are doing all of this for charity, looking to raise money for those who are in need, and our charity of choice the last several weeks has been Meals on Wheels, which has done a lot of great work in terms of raising money to feed and assist the elderly community across the United States. And if you have a couple dollars or in a financial position to help out, we certainly would encourage you doing that, as he is swing and a miss. The count 1-1 on Hunter Renfroe. This one hit high in the air into left field. Gardner going back at the warning track and in front of the 318 marker. Makes the catch. the first out of the inning.
Now batting, the designated hitter.
That's got to frustrate you as the hitter.
Martinez.
But, I mean, I guess from a more non-biased perspective, Yankee Stadium, a bit more of a hitter-friendly park, so if you're not going to hit it out here, you probably weren't going to hit it out almost anywhere, so suck it.
That's one of the things that I've actually really liked. There's a new MLB stats portal that able to have access to as Jose Martinez. It's a base hit in the right center field. He's on for the second time tonight. A walk and a single. He's the only guy who's scored in this game.
He'll try and do it again, too. As you would expect, typically, guys are trying to score runs in baseball, especially when they're on base.
Is the name of the game as Yandy Diaz digs in. I was once property of the Cleveland Indians. 0-low, 1-0. Both third basemen in this game, guys who were once prospects in the Indians organization and never really quite hit enough for Cleveland, so they let him go. And they've both gone to the American League East. He and Gio Urshela of the Yankees, and they're both regulars on playoff caliber teams right now.
And, I mean, to be fair, I don't think Cleveland particularly misses either of them super bad with Jose Reyes. So it kind of works out. Deal from positions of strength to get positions of need. I'm pretty sure Urshela came over, I would have to think, in the Andrew Miller deal that almost got the Indians a World Series a few years back. And forget what they got for Diaz this offseason, but it was something.
The first baseman.
That's the thing, though, is that the Yankees didn't get Urshela from Cleveland. He had actually made a pit stop in Toronto, as EB mentions in the Twitch chat. Year before he had signed with the Yankees, he actually signed as a minor league free agent with New York, as after a walk to Diaz, a pop-up from Choi in the left. Gardner will make the catch for the second out, but sort of backtrack a little bit and focus a little more on this game. And has not been a great night for Mike Minor. He's only given up one run, but his command has been poor, and seems like he's always tried to find a way to work out of jams.
Yeah, he's only allowed the one run. Both pitchers have been in some jams and both have done a good job working out of it.
Actually, looking at it now, as you see Kiermaier ground ball softly to second. LeMahieu unable to get it out of his glove quick enough. Infield hit for Kiermaier, and the Rays have him loaded. Swinging bunt from the Rays center fielder.
Well, that's where speed comes into play. If that's Victor Martinez chugging down the line or David Ortiz, that's an easy out. But if you got that speed, it really it puts the pressure on, makes them have to move quicker, and if you don't move quick, well, you just extended the inning.
Nino with a fly ball in his center, but all's well is how it ends. And the Yankees end up leaving the bases loaded. Tampa Bay at the plate, so both teams through 3.5 innings have left the bases loaded without a run. We are through 3.5, 1-0 Tampa Bay. Giancarlo Stanton to lead off for New York. The top 5 hitters in the Yankees lineup tonight are a combined 0 for 8 with 5 strikeouts. It's been a good start for the first half of the Yankee order as Ryan Yarbrough drops a strike in there 0-1. No 1 pitch. Rounded towards third. Charging in is Diaz, and he will throw across the diamond for the out. Stanton retired once again. 1 away, and now make the top 5 batters in the Yankees order 0 for 9.
I feel kind of silly now talking about the Yandy Diaz deal that never happened. That goes to show what happens when you don't do your research, folks. If you call a game, do your research so you don't sound like...
No, not too many people know the transaction history of Gio Urshela offhand, but he was traded by the Indians to the Blue Jays for a player to be named later, or cash, May 9th of 2018. His count now 0-2 on Sanchez. And the Yankees bought him from the Blue Jays on August the 4th of that year, as Sanchez punishes one out to left center, but just in front of the 399 marker. Kiermaier makes the catch, so you saw the Rays hit a ball to the 318 decal out and left. Then in the very next half inning, the Yankees hit one of the 399 station out in left center. So you need to get these guys to the weight room, Cookie. There's a lot of warning track power in this one.
I don't know. I think maybe we just got to go tell the grounds crew, can you just bring that outfield in about 5 feet to help us out? Thank you very much.
See Aaron Hicks take his strike 0-1. Hicks, Yankees first base runner, walked as this one fouled away 0-2. So now the Yankees top 5 hitters 0 for 10. First 2 times for the order this evening. 2 pitch. Hicks with a ground ball to first, right at Martinez. Actually, Ji-Man Choi playing first base tonight. Martinez, the DH, is play made there, and the side retired. We are through 4 in New York. 0-0 Tampa Bay.
So, Justin, we could say now the top six hitters are 0 for 11 for the Yankees. We can just pretend we wouldn't be lying if we said 0 for 11. We don't have to say there was a walk.
It's a factual statement. It is what the Yankees' top 6 hitters are tonight. 0 for 11 with a walk and no runs scored. Has been a pitching-dominated game for Tampa Bay, as now 1-1 on the Rays leadoff man Willy Adames. To go back to the Urshela Diaz thing, so Urshela was purchased by the Yankees from Toronto, excuse me. Yandy Diaz was acquired in a trade. It was December of 2018. Indians traded him with Cole Sulser, who has spent some time, I think, this year as the Orioles closer, to Tampa Bay. The Rays sent cash to Seattle. The Rays sent Jake Bauers to Cleveland, as this one out of play 2-2. Seattle sent Carlos Santana and cash back to Cleveland. And the Indians sent Edwin Encarnacion and a 2019 competitive balance pick to the Mariners. This one grounded to third. Play made there by Urshela. And Adames retired for the first out.
That deal's coming back to me now. I remember when that went down, I was like, what is going on? Especially looking at Seattle's leg of the deal. They dealt an aging first baseman DH for an aging first baseman DH.
And then, of course, they traded Edwin Encarnacion to the Yankees at the before the deadline last year. I don't even remember what they got from New York in that trade. They got Juan Then. It's now 2-1 on Brandon Lau. Not Juan later, not Juan now, but Juan then. Going over to Seattle in that trade.
That's for some reason that Encarnacion deal was completely off my radar. I never really knew what happened. I just remembered in September I saw Edwin wearing a Yankees uniform. I'm like, how'd that happen? And I didn't actually bother to look up how. But.
Yeah, it was just for whatever reason. I mean, the Yankees have sort of been the kings of baseball in terms of acquiring just random players to have at least played for the Yankees in portions of their career. And just think about, recent years, guys who have been relatively iconic players, guys who have been very popular, like Edwin Encarnacion, Andrew McCutchen, Ivan Rodriguez, all had cups of coffee with the Yankees, and it's just so bizarre. And there's a great, I think, YouTube video that Major League Baseball put together, just all these random guys that the Yankees have had throughout their careers that aren't known for their tenures in New York, and in many cases are forgettable Yankees, but they were there. As you see Mike Minor getting the hook here after 4 2/3 innings and 84 pitches. I'm kind of curious to see the Yankees make this decision, especially with a lefty coming up in Austin Meadows.
Now pitching for the Yankees.
Yeah, I
Number 47.
can't really say I get it, Justin.
Montgomery.
Especially it looked like he was cruising.
He certainly had settled in a little bit better. They will bring in the lefty Jordan Montgomery, as it had been a couple hours since Botball had seen a long reliever been placed into use. And the Yankees will fill that void as Jordan Montgomery emerges out of the pen to face Austin Meadows. 1-0 pitch is swung on and ripped down the left field line, a base hit. Rolling all the way to the fence, and Meadows will have an easy opposite field double as Aaron Boone's decision immediately met with a poor result.
Yeah, you see Meadows no stranger to the double, and yeah, you really gotta think Yankees Twitter's gonna be fired up after that move.
Jay Happ go quite a bit in relief for the Yankees last night at 8-5 win as Hunter Renfroe takes a strike 0-1. Renfroe 0 for 2 tonight. Final line for Mike Minor, though, 4 2/3 innings. 1 run on 5 hits, 2 walks, 5 strikeouts through 84 pitches in this ball game. As that's inside 1-1. Seemed like he was always working out of trouble, Cookie, but did a decent job at least keeping his team in the game.
Yeah, that's really the name of the game. If you're a long guy out of the pen, you want to just keep the game close. It's hard to ask for much more, otherwise you'd be in the rotation.
Beautiful play there by Gleyber Torres. Diving to his left, took away a base hit from Hunter Renfroe. Keeps this a 1-run game. Yankees defense getting the job done halfway through. Tampa by a run. A great shot of Yankee Stadium here on this Tuesday evening. Justin Rock, the Cookie Eater, Ian Barber with you here on Twitch and the Botball Network. The 5th of 6 games on our schedule tonight. The Dodgers won our opening game, beating the Cubs 9-0. Clayton Kershaw leading the shutout. They have outscored the Cubs 17-0. The first 2 games of that series out at Wrigley. Had the Twins beating the White Sox earlier 9-1, thanks to the ballerina, the son of 2 ballerinas, Max Kepler. The A's beating the Cleveland Indians 2-1. Liam Hendricks shutting the door in the 9th for Oakland. In the game that led into ours, the Astros beating the Mariners 7-2, thanks to George Springer. As you see, Jalen Beeks, Taijuan Walker up in the Tampa Bay bullpen. Of course, you can guess they are their 2 long men in the Rays bullpen. Only one more game left after us. It'll be the Phillies and the Marlins. Another East Coast tussle. Late night, Zach Godley for the Phillies, Jordan Yamamoto for the Marlins, Mike Anthony. Great Aether Boss will be on the call for that one. 0-2 from Yarbrough. Outside and low, 1-2. And ever since Yarbrough, the bases loaded in the second, he has not given up a base runner. As Voigt fouls this one off. He's retired 7 in a row into this point.
Yeah, and that's what the good ones do. They can buckle down, they can kind of build off, they can read, adjust throughout the game. And that's exactly what he's done. He's changed how he's pitching. He's kind of got his confidence up. He's hitting his spots. He's not making any mistakes. And boy, when you do all that, you start putting up some pretty numbers on the board.
One fouled away, 2-2. And we were talking about David Price a little bit earlier. And it's interesting. I was reading about Yarbrough a little bit in the Rays media guide before our game as Voigt fouls another one off to stay alive. And we have reached the part of our lives now where players grew up being Tampa Bay Rays and Arizona Diamondbacks fans because they've only been around for 22 years now, as Voigt strikes out looking 6th strikeout. Yarbrough, as that's now 8 in a row, retired by the southpaw. But Yarbrough grew up in Florida, a big Rays fan. After the Mariners traded him to Tampa Bay back in January of 2017, found a whole bunch of 2008 World Series gear that he had lying around. Was a huge David Price fan, a James Shields fan, a Scott Kazmir fan, and actually in his childhood home still has a Scott Kazmir uniform hanging up in his closet that he got when he was 15 years old in the midst of that Tampa Bay run to the World Series in their first postseason appearance.
How about that? That's something I never would have guessed. Ground ball going to be handled free unassisted for out number 2, but yeah, I guess that's something kind of weird for me to think about as somebody who's just 20 years old, going on 21 myself. It's I haven't lived at any point in time where I would have remembered an expansion even happening to the MLB. Ever since I've had anything in memory, it's been all 30 of the teams we got today. So that kind of put that in perspective to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy to think about because I am just at the precipice of the age where I could maybe remember a life before Arizona and Tampa Bay, and I was just 6 when the Rays and Diamondbacks played their first game on opening day in 1998. And I really don't have any firm baseball memories before that 1998 season. I mean, I may have seen a game, but I mean, even for someone myself who was alive for several years before that, I don't even have any firm memories before then, and it's still a strange occurrence to think about guys growing up that way. But it's the case now. Is I think Cole Calhoun, maybe our Diamondbacks guys, maybe a Jake Dean or Doug O can chime in and correct me if I'm wrong, but Cole Calhoun signed with the Diamondbacks this summer, and he was a guy who grew up in Arizona, was part of that first generation of Diamondbacks fans.
Yeah, and it's going to be cool to see, I guess, as time goes on, to see 2, 3, 4, 5 generations of fans for these teams like we see for teams like these New York Yankees. My Detroit Tigers are oldest team in the AL.
And these two teams very different in terms of their longevity. The Yankees founded early 1900s, actually as the original Baltimore Orioles, believe it or not, before they moved to New York and became the original New York Highlanders, and then the Yankees. As that one low, 1-1 to DJ LeMahieu. Shella, by the way, drawing a walk. That was the first Yankee base runner since the second inning and ended a streak of 9 straight retired by Ryan Yarbrough. On a ground ball to second base. Easy play for Brandon Lau. The throw onto the bag to get the force and end the inning. Ryan Yarbrough continues to cruise for Tampa Bay. 5 complete. Rays lead at 1-0. Jose Martinez will lead off for Tampa Bay here in the top of the 6th inning. Martinez, Diaz, and Choi, 5, 6, and 7. Go up in the Rays order.
Yeah, Justin, I just want to flash back to that last play to end the last inning. That's something that really frustrates me, especially as a color guy. I like to tell all the kids listening, fundamental baseball. You got to play fundamental baseball. That wasn't a fundamental baseball play we saw from that second baseman in the last inning. You got the runner come in. You don't throw over to second base where the shortstop's running over to cover. You throw to first. I don't get why so often we see these guys keep making those plays to short. I mean, especially with 2 outs. Like 1 out, yes, we need the double play, but with 2 outs, just.
The reason being, a lot of times, is that it is the shorter throw for the second baseman to turn and go towards second base. A lot of times the shortstop is shaded up the middle anyway, so the shortstop doesn't have a usual far distance to run. A lot of times it'll also depend on how fast the runner is on first base. If it's D. Gordon or Tim LaCastro, some sort of burner on the bases, easier to just go to first base. But if it's maybe a Wilson Ramos or Miguel Cabrera, then you'll have a little more time to maybe go to second base and get that out. You see Martinez fly out to right for the first out of the 6th inning. I'll bring up Yandy Diaz.
Ball. Count 1-0.
1-0 from Montgomery in there for a strike. Now 1 ball and 1 strike on Diaz. 0 for 1 with a walk tonight.
That was the ultimate standoff right there.
1 strike.
Who's going to blink first?
Oh, now we got. You won't know if I blink or not, but I think I just blinked.
Down now 3-1 on Diaz as the Yankees pitching tonight has not been sharp, but they have maintained a 1-run deficit as we play here in the 6th inning. 3-1. In the air to right field again. Aaron Judge going back. The warning track, and this one off the fence. And a good job by the former first-round pick, playing that ball off the padded wall. Diaz ends up with a very long single off the right field wall.
Well, there you go. That's fundamental baseball I can get behind. Play it off the hop and be ready, come up firing. More often than not, you see a play like that, you think that's going to be a double, but I mean, it was just way too hard hit, and Judge, great arm, and played it perfectly to hold him to a single.
Bring up G-Man Choi, who's driven in the game's only run, had that double that snuck over the head of Aaron Hicks. There's a strike to count now, 1-1. On 1, a little dribbler to second. LeMahieu on it. Torres for 1. Back to first. 4-6-3. Double play. And that long single ends up burning the Rays as a double play ends the inning. We are through 5.5. Tampa leading it 1-0.
Leading off for the Yankees.
Beautiful double play. Every time I see a double play, Justin, focus should obviously be on these Rays and Yankees, but I guess me on color, I'll kind of skew what I know. Seeing Ian Kinsler and Jose Iglesias spin double plays for my Tigers, there are a few who look as great as that. Every time I see a double play nowadays, I long for those days we saw those two up the middle for the Tigers. Definitely not a long, iconic duo, kind of like Lou Whitaker and Alan Trammell back in the day, but boy, they were always beauties.
Trammell and Whitaker as Keystone, a double play combo as there was back in the 70s and 80s in the Motor City, as you see Chaz Rowe and Jose Alvarado up and throwing in the Tampa Bay bullpen as we play in the 6th. And it is just about bullpen time for Tampa Bay as Yarbrough is up over 80 pitches as Gleyber Torres sneaks one fair down the first base line and rolling into the corner. Torres on his way to second as Meadows digs it out. That is just the second hit of the game for the Yankees and their first since the 2nd inning. And now a base hit, potentially tie the game.
They're getting interesting. Definitely good. Tampa Bay's got their bullpen up and going because they're going to want to hold this lead. Probably play matchups to the extent they can now with the 3-batter minimum and try and squeak out with a win.
Yankees make it tough. For the first 5 guys in their lineups being righties. Bottom of their order, righty, lefty, righty as the count now 1-1 to Judge. Rays with 3 lefties in their bullpen as it's now 2-1 on Aaron. Judge had a great game last night trying to come through with a big base hit here this evening. On a 11-game hit streak entering the night, the 2-1 ground ball to short. This will not get anything across as Adames makes the play and Torres has to hold it second.
next for the Yankees.
Yeah, that's a nice job situational pitching, not a good job of situational hitting. That's really what you got to do if you're a pitcher. Got that leadoff double, especially in a tight ball game. You need to be trying to get those hard hit grounders right to somebody, especially to the left side, or maybe a strikeout, a harmless pop-up. A lot of options. You just don't want those sac flies or anything to actually get in play.
Stanton swings at the first pitch and skies one to center. Play made by Kiermaier, so the Yankees unable to advance Torres at all after the leadoff double. Ground ball to short, fly ball to center, and there's 2 away for Sanchez, who's 0 for 2. He's had their woes with runners in scoring position last night. And they're rearing their ugly head again here this evening as Sanchez fouls this away 0-1. See his struggles this year with men in scoring position.
You know, Justin, we talked earlier about Sanchez's struggles with the bat, maybe how it's connected to his defense at catcher. Obviously, the easy thing would be to move him to DH, but my mind's kind of curious about maybe how Sanchez would do as a first baseman.
That's one of the tough things for the Yankees is that they do have some first basemen already on their roster. Luke Voigt obviously has had a fantastic season in real life and in the ball universe for the Yankees in 2020. They also really like Mike Ford, who has sort of been platooning a little bit with Voigt over at first base. Of course, the Greg Bird experiment there never really quite panned out after Mark Teixeira retired several years ago. It's a tricky idea about potentially moving Sanchez to first base because have some guys at that spot right now. It's not out of the realm of possibility as you see Sanchez swing and miss, and Zunino will complete the strikeout with the throw to first. On the side retired, the Yankees get a leadoff double, but can't do anything with it. Yarbrough, a 2-hitter through 6 in a 1-0 lead. Amazing stat from Barry Basher in the Twitch chat. August 4th, which was 2 weeks ago, was the last time the Royals setup man or closer pitched in a game. As the first pitch to Kiermaier in for a strike as Montgomery in for his second full inning of relief.
Now the question becomes, Justin, is that because of the way our simulation handles its management, or just because the Royals are that bad?
And I would argue it is a conglomeration of both. As the one inside, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Between Royals' woes, I know they were right in the thick of it between them and the Pirates for the worst record in ball. Not 100% sure who's worse right now. 2. And the count now full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. So you wonder now maybe if Montgomery running out of gas here, as he did throw 2+ innings on Sunday in relief of Garrett Cole. So broken bat flare towards third, and Urshela can't make the bare hand, and that is the second infield single on essentially a swinging bunt tonight for the Rays center fielder.
I don't think you would have got him anyway, but it's definitely something you'll beat yourself up over if you're Urshela, and that's where, well, I start getting my gears turning. Maybe we move Luke Voigt over to third base.
I don't think Voigt has enough range over to play third base. I know Miggy played some third after the Tigers got Prince Fielder, but I can't envision that being a part of Luke Voigt's future, especially now that the Yankees have tried moving Miguel Andujar into left field, and I don't know if anyone saw the highlight of Andujar trying to catch a fly ball in left field at the stadium last night, but let's just say it was a misadventure to say the least, as And now 3-0 on the catcher, Zunino.
I don't know, Justin. That's just the way I am. I always consider myself, when I'm playing out of the park baseball, when I'm doing all this stuff, I am the definition of unorthodox. I will do random stuff that really nobody will ever actually do. I'll, if I am in a mood, I'll throw my center fielder at catcher for a couple innings. Just so that way I can say later on he can do it. Because, well, I just think that's what'll help make the team be its best. So, yeah, if I got to move my catcher to first, my first baseman to third, and we'll either trade away my third baseman or have him play left, or try and teach him how to play catcher, or I try everything. A lot of it doesn't stick, but I have a philosophy. If you come up with enough dumb ideas, eventually you'll have a good one. So
you got to play those percentages. As Zunino able to get aboard with a walk, and the Yankees making a call to the bullpen with the first two men reaching in the seventh. They will bring in Adam Ottavino, who's thrown a lot recently for the Yankees, as well as there's a strike to Adames, 0-1. That's the other thing with the long relievers in these games, Cookie, is always try and squeeze one more inning than necessary out of them, as Ottavino, a wild throw, and yet somehow neither runner advances.
Yeah, I guess they kind of read it. Probably smart to hold off the way it was thrown so hard. It kind of bounced off the, what do you call that, the backdrop?
The padding, that back wall over there.
But yeah, definitely trying to squeeze those extra outs out of the long guys. I get why they do it. You definitely want to try and eat as much of the game up as you can. But at the same time, this is something I've really been working on too in our broadcaster league play. I'm trying to really get that feel for you got to know when it's time to pull the plug before it's too late and you're bringing a guy in with nobody out, 2 on. Because it just makes it that much harder for the reliever. You want to be able to really just come in, be smooth sailing, not really give any hope to the opposition.
Adam Ottavino, after initially falling behind the first man he faces, unrolls a double play off the bat of Willie Adames. A huge pitch there by Ottavino. Now the Rays have a man at third, but 2 away. Brandon Lau.
Brandon Lau. It always brings out the best in the Brandon Lau, Nate Lowe, Brandon Lowe, Nate Lau. Oh.
Yeah, that is part of the discussion. Different pronunciations, and the best part is there is Nate Lowe, and there is also, he has a brother, Josh Lowe, who is also in the Rays minor league system. So they've got 3 Lows in 2 different pronunciations. 2-0 to Lau, not Lowe, is in for a strike, 2-1. And what's weird about it, I've never seen anyone with the last name spelled that way have it pronounced in such a way. Remember Derek Lowe, again, same spelling, different pronunciation. I've never seen anyone else with that same pronunciation of the last name.
I just think of the hardware store Lowe's.
Apparently it's Lau's in Brandon's world, as there's a strike now, full 3-2. It's past 10 o'clock here in the East. Rays have a man at third and 2 out. 1-0 lead in the top of the 7th. Payoff pitch from Ottavino. And this one fouled away. We'll do it again. Right-hander sets at the belt. Another payoff pitch and another foul ball. And Lau stays alive. Yankees will have 6, 7, 8 due up in the bottom of the inning. Rays trying to avoid stranding their 7th man on base. They're 3-2. Struck him out swinging. Got him on the slider.
Please join.
And once again, Tampa Bay strands a man on the bases. They have 1 run on 8 hits and 7 men left. Time to get up and stretch.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Yankees trail by a run.
please.
Tampa Bay makes a call to the bullpen and bring in former Yankee,
Number 52,
the righty Chaz Rowe.
Chaz Rowe.
Boy, Chaz is having a pretty good season. 1.41 ERA. With some pretty nice peripheral batting average, facing righties and lefties numbers as well. Not a small sample size either. He's up, I don't remember exactly what it was. It was something in the neighborhood of 50-ish innings. So we'll see him get to work and hopefully keep this game in Tampa Bay's hands. I know Mo Red Wings, wherever he is smiling down on this performance.
There's a strike 0-2. Ryan Yarbrough, an excellent outing tonight for the Rays. He's in line for the win. 6 shutout innings. Only 2 hits as Rowe strikes out. Hicks on 3 pitches to begin his night. Yarbrough, no runs, 2 hits, 6 innings. Walked 3, struck out 7 through 93 pitches and 61 strikes. And now it'll be up to the Tampa bullpen to get the final 9 outs, as here is Luke Voigt as one of the 2 Yankee hits with a double. Looks at a first pitch strike, 0-1.
That is a bit of a generous call. Nice job to paint that bottom inside corner by Rowe.
Oh, an interesting guy. He was a journeyman before he found his role in the Tampa Bay bullpen. Is this a ground ball knocked down by the righty reliever? And they will throw out the lead-footed Voigt for the second out here in the 7th. So 2 away. And looks like they'll check on Rowe a little bit here, but I believe he's fine. But he was a first-round pick of the Rockies out of Lafayette High School in Kentucky back in 2005. Did not make his major league debut until 8 years later with the Arizona Diamondbacks, which was his 3rd team. He had also spent 1 year in the Mariners organization, spent a year in independent ball playing the American Association for a team in Laredo, Texas. Ended up on the Yankees for 3 games after being claimed off waivers in 2014. Was on the Orioles for a little bit up and down in 2015. Also spent some time in the Marlins system. Ended up with the Braves. Finally picked up by the Rays. Is this a ground ball to first from Gardner? Choi will step on the bag for this final out of the inning. But Rowe, a guy bounced around from place to place to place. And the Yankees look like mincemeat there in the 7th as we go to the 8th in a 1-run game.
And sometimes that traveling can help you get all those different pitching coaches, all those different kind of inputs, different sets of eyes on you. And eventually, I mean, you end up with the Rays. I got to think the Rays, when they picked this guy up, they saw something that they thought they could fix. And we've talked about just how great they are with that kind of analytic department. They probably had some sort of small mechanical adjustment or maybe a way to use his repertoire adjustment that managed to pay big dividends. And, well, we saw him turn in a pretty nice inning in the bottom of the 7th.
Adam Ottavino falls behind Austin Meadows 2-0. And Rowe is one of those guys that is able to benefit from all this new information, and he is one of the spin rate revolution guys where his pitch and the spin, the revolutions per minute on his breaking pitches were so impressive, such a high percentile that the Rays obviously saw something there that could work with, and obviously the sky's been the limit. That's sort of how Seth Lugo ended up making his name with the Mets as the count full 3-2. He was a 34th round pick out of a small school in Louisiana, Centenary College in Louisiana. Obviously now has been one of the better relievers in baseball for the last several years. Well, because of new data, being able to track spin on pitches as Meadows flies out to center for the first out of the 8th inning.
The left fielder, number 11.
To look at the Starting pitching comparison tonight is Yarbrough, obviously great 6 shutout innings, but Mike Minor obviously wasn't quite as effective, but did his best to keep his team in the game, and they still got a chance here in the 8th.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the score, it tells the story. Both starters, both bullpens as well, have been just outstanding. Maybe the story a little bit different. When you talk about Minor, he did allow a lot of base runners, but just allow the 1 run, work out of some tough jams. It's really given his team a shot.
This one spanked over the head of Voigt for a base hit. Renfroe will decide to comfortably hold at first with a single. That is the second time the Rays have hit one to the wall and right and only gotten 1 base out of it. They've got 9 hits and 1 run in this game, and if the Yankees come back and win, Cookie, it'll be a story of missed opportunities for Tampa.
I can say that again. They've stranded a ton of guys in scoring position. A lot of times they've not taken that extra base, and it's turned into a double play. But at the same time, I mean, I guess they fear the arm of Aaron Judge, and they'd rather play their odds of getting that runner over on another hit as opposed to maybe stretching it into what could end up being an out. It's, I guess, probably a game plan they had coming in now that they've done it twice. I'm not going to call it a fluke maybe so much.
The Judge makes the running catch and foul ground for the second out here in the 8th. I'll bring up Yandy Diaz, who's 1 for 2 with a walk. Rays 1 for 7 tonight, with men in scoring position, and the 1 hit the Rays had with men in scoring position wasn't even the 1 hit that brought in a run. It was one of those swinging bunt singles from Kiermaier that loaded the bases earlier in the game, and the Rays didn't score. The only run scoring on a 2-out double to center off the bat of Ji-Man Choi that allowed a man to score from first base, as Ottavino jumps ahead 0-2.
Kind of surprised to see Ottavino throwing multiple innings out of the pen. Not exactly what I think when I think Ottavino as a guy that doesn't know much of anything about the Yankees. I think of him more as a setup guy, maybe like a 6th inning setup guy, but I guess it works.
Whatever it is, he has been sort of like the Yankees' long man plus. They love to throw him for multiple innings. He threw an inning and a third on Saturday, worked on Thursday as well. This is not an uncommon occurrence for whatever reason. He gets used a lot. And a guy like Dan Otero, who's been in the Yankees bullpen for, I guess, a couple months now, and has only pitched in 7 games.
I got to count 2-2.
He is able to hold off there 2-2. Break even from Ottavino. High and tight ball 3, and the count now full.
Runner's going to be going.
Payoff pitch, and Diaz knocks that one out of play, and Renfroe will have to go back to first and do it all over again. The 3-2 offering. Struck him out. Got him on another slider. Diaz grasps at the bat in frustration, but the Rays now left 8 on through 8 innings. We go to the bottom of the 8th. Yankees still down a run.
I guess the silver lining, if you're that runner standing over at first base,
Your attention, please.
when they foul off those balls over and over in the 3-2 counts, it tires you out. So at least you get to go back to the bench. But I mean, you'd rather score another run. Diego Castillo, though, good guy to protect the lead, the 1.51 ERA, been great in a setup role. Here he's going to pitch in the 8th inning. Got a couple arms up already for Tampa Bay. Should he get in any trouble? 9-1-2. Yankees are running out of outs, just.
6 outs left to play with, and when you look at the stats for the Rays, part of the recipe to their success has been their bullpen. As you look at Rowe, who threw in the 7th, a 1.4 ERA. Castillo on here in the 8th as a setup man at 1.5 coming into the night. Nick Anderson, who is the closer for the Rays, ERA just a smidge over 2, and an American League leading 43 saves as Urshela can't connect 1 or 2. So that means the Rays have won a lot of close games this year. And who knows if that will be a good sign or maybe a sign of they're due for bad things to happen to them when they get to October.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, they're holding their own against the Yankees tonight, but, I mean, we talked about it earlier in the game. Their success obviously not coming from the lineup. So it's nice to be able to get strikeouts like that, hold those close games, and be able to get the wins like that.
Urshela striking out, looking another strikeout for Tampa Bay pitching tonight. They have really been stellar. Just 2 hits allowed. They have struck out 9 as a team. As LeMahieu swings and fouls it off 0-1. LeMahieu 0 for 3. Counted into a fielder's choice to end the 5th his last time. A 1 from Castillo. And LeMahieu takes outside 1-1. On a line for Chaz Rowe, 1 inning, no runs, no hits, no walks, and a strikeout. Very easy 7th inning. Just 7 pitches and 6 strikes. 1-2. Checked his swing. Did he go? No, he did not. On appeal. Close. Two. Struck him out. Tinker at 97 down and away, and Castillo has struck out the first 2 men he's faced tonight in the 8th.
You know, Justin, this is maybe a little bit off topic, but I always kind of wondered why they appeal to those first and third base umpires. I mean, you'd think that over at home plate they'd have a lot better of an eye on it. Maybe not the angle, but I mean, you're talking to a guy now 90, 100, 110 feet away, trying to get his opinion on something that's a matter of, like, an inch.
And fouled back 0-2 on Torres. The reason they do that is because the home plate umpire, it's very hard from their angle behind the catcher to see whether or not the bat crossed the plate, which would indicate a swing, and that is why on a righty at the plate they will go down to the first base umpire. When there's a lefty, they will go down to the third base umpire on the swing. So on those angles down the baselines, yes, they are further away, but they would be better able to tell whether or not the bat crossed the plane of the strike zone from their angle a little bit better than what the home plate umpire has from the dish, as you see the count now 2-2 on Torres. It's trickier in the minors, lower levels, when there's just 2 umpires and you've got heels down to the base umpire and the man on base, and he's standing behind the pitcher's mound. So he basically has just as crappy an angle as the home plate umpire. But the calls for appeal still apply as Gleyber Torres can't pull the trigger. He strikes out looking. The Yankees struck out 10 times tonight, rookie, and I want to say, yep, 7 of the they've struck out 11 times, excuse me. 7 of them have been looking. They have failed to get the bat off their shoulders, as Dan Otero, who we were just talking about, actually gets into a game here in the night.
All the O relievers for the Yankees tonight. Ottavino, now Otero. But yeah, like you said, that Yankees offense, they're not even getting the shoulder or the bat off their shoulders. I was going to say shoulders off their bats. That would have made a lot of sense.
Weirder things have happened as this one out into right and off the wall. And for the 3rd time in this game, the Rays have hit one to the right field fence and don't get a runner past first base.
I think that's got to come up in our post-game interview, Justin. We got to figure out what's going on with that.
Lead in the shoes, watching the ball at home plate. I don't know what is going on there. Is down 0-1 on Kevin Kiermaier, but Good Lord, Cookie, if the Rays hang on and win this game, this would have to go in the nominee in the category of luckiest maybe win of the season per team, just based in terms of the amount of offensive firepower they've had in this game, and to only have one run, and there are a couple of times they could have had extra bases and failed to do so.
I got 2-1 the count.
Yeah, I mean, you just about nailed it on the coffin. They've had, what, 10, 11 base runners now, and they've only gotten the one run so far.
This one out in his center field. Hicks chasing back, and he makes the over-the-shoulder grab. It was a play the Yankees were looking from Hicks back in the second.
Up next for Tampa Bay.
Choi drove in the game's only run. On away now for Zunino.
So I guess part of that, Justin, is this Rays team. There's a pretty predominant lack of speed, especially in the bottom part of the order.
That's the interesting thing. You say that, and then I was looking at the stats video prior to yesterday's game, and I started making notes. The Rays tend to run, though, a lot more than other teams. You look at their, their roster. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guys that have double-digit stolen base attempts. And in 2020, that isn't a common occurrence. Rio pitch to Zunino. Otero drills a strike in there, 3-1. Top of the order due up next in Willie Adames.
I feel like I should say something, but I don't really know what to say, so I would acknowledge I was listening and go no comment. We got 2 runners on now after that walk, Justin. Things are getting a bit spicy.
Rays have had base runners in every inning except for the first. They have put men in scoring position in most of those innings as well. Despite all of that, they have just 1 run. And Willie Adames will dig in, 0 for 4. Including more than 1 double play ground ball tonight. And he has a chance to hit into a third. That looked like a strike and doesn't get the call.
Looks like the guys on the truck finally back on their game. Right as you say that, they show he's bounced into 11 double plays coming into today. Make it 14 after today.
That is the 3rd double play Willie Adames has hit into tonight. The Rays' best statistical hitter coming into the game has had one of the worst statistical nights you can have. Rays have left 9 through 9 trips at the plate. Be Nick Anderson on to try and close it out here in the bottom of the ninth.
Yeah, he said leads the league in saves, 43 for 48 in opportunities. The 0-1 record, so even when he blows the saves, his team seems to be able to pick him up. And, I mean, I guess based off ERA, not one of the best arms in this pen, but still just over 2. You like seeing this guy on the mound if you're the Rays. Not so much if you're the Yankees, although if you're the Yankees, you're only down by 1. You got the best part of your order, 3, 4, 5 coming up. We have a chance to send this one to extra.
He has certainly had some wicked numbers this year, Nick Anderson. I acquired at the deadline last year from the Marlins. 47 in the 3rd innings this year. Has given up just 39 hits, 13 walks, and has struck out 71 in 47 and 1/3 innings. Aaron Judge falls behind 0-2. That is just an otherworldly number. 13.5 per 9. 0-2. Fouled off, and Judge stays alive.
Yeah, 13.5 per 9. That's basically 50%.
This is what you like to see if you are Kevin Cash, Kyle Snyder, the Tampa pitching coach, as the count 1-2. Go down ultimately as one of those trades that seemed minor at the time, but ended up with big results for Tampa Bay as Judge watches the count run even 2-2.
working back. That's what you like to see. You need to get that leadoff guy on. It goes a big way to being able to come back in this one.
One fouled off. Yankees have had in this ball game just smattering of base runners, 5 to be exact. 3 of them were in the second inning. 2-2 pitch, and Judge, ooh. Cookie, that was a cookie. And Aaron tripped on the way to the nightstand. Another break even. And Judge able to lay off a good breaking pitch. Good at bat from Aaron Judge. This will be the 9th pitch. Anderson here to start the 9th inning.
He's really making them work, giving the guy on deck a nice long look.
3-2 pitch, and he snaps off a filthy pitch. Sinker there from Anderson with some great vertical break. And Judge strikes out for the first out here in the 9th. What a battle won by Anderson.
Looking for the league-leading 44th save would give him a 4-save lead on second place.
A couple guys fighting for that number 2 spot. Brad Hand of the Indians, Ty Buttrey of the Angels. Is this one fouled up the third base line, 0-1. Yankees offense has been up and down. They scored 8 runs last night. They were held to 4 runs on Sunday. Blew up for 11 runs against Gio Gonzalez on Saturday. We're also shut out by Carlos Rodon and company. A game that featured 6 walks from Rodon against the White Sox last Thursday. So they have been on a roller coaster ride offensively recent weeks as the count 1-2. One-two pitch, got him swinging. Curve ball from Anderson, another punch out for Tampa Bay tonight. That is now 13 strikeouts in this game. And the Yankees are down to their final out. As we play here in the 9th inning, it's Gary Sanchez.
And I just got one word to describe Nick Anderson tonight, and that is filthy. That sinker to get the first strikeout from Judge, filthy. Getting Sanchez right there, filthy curve. Let's see how disgusting he can get to Gary Sanchez. Maybe give us a nice highlight to close this one.
As that one outside, 1-0 to Sanchez. Gary 0 for 3, struck out his last time up. He's pitching. Not allowed a base runner since the leadoff double to Torres in the 6th. Swing and a miss, 1-1. So for those keeping track, that is 5, 8, 11 straight retired by Tampa pitching.
Just to show just how elite this bullpen is.
6 strong from Ryan Yarbrough. Scoreless 7th from Chaz Rowe. A perfect 8th. And that just came in, Diego Castillo. Now the Rays a strike away from evening up this series here on this Tuesday night.
Last strike. Got to protect if you're Sanchez.
2-2. Ryan tight ball 3. If Sanchez reach, Aaron Hicks would be next.
If I was Sanchez, I would be protecting on that pitch, but it would be protecting my arm. I would have been jumping out of the way. That nearly hit him.
I guess in a 1-run game of the 9th inning and some elbow protection on, Gary willing to take one for the team. The payoff pitch from Anderson, and Sanchez spoils that one. Yankees have battled against Nick. This will be the 20th pitch of the 9th inning without a base runner. Another 3-2. Sanchez fouls it off again.
If only they battled like this off Ryan Yarbrough, we might be having a different game, but Yarbrough just kind of carved him up, and the pen's been pretty down there.
As Sanchez is frozen on a fastball right down Broadway. And the Yankees drop this one. The Rays even the series. They shut out New York tonight 1-0. The combined two-hitter, Ryan Yarbrough, Chaz Rowe, Diego Castillo, and Nick Anderson, as they retire the final 12 Yankees in a row, seal this game and move back to within 3 in the American League East.
Good day for Tampa Bay. I mean, it's pretty obvious stuff. You have a bit more of that advantage on the White Sox. You're within 3 of the AL East, and with just a month and a half left, there's still plenty of time to get there. A chance to get another game tomorrow. It's really a great day to be a Ray.
Ryan Yarbrough, our player of the game, 6 innings of shutout baseball, 2 hits, 3 walks, 7 strikeouts, just a smidge over 90 pitches as he picks up his 13th win of the season. Boy, has he been great, as we will take a look at the replays from tonight's ball game between the Rays and the Yankees before we get to the final particulars. And this was the only run that was scored. It was in the top of the second inning, a 2-out double to center from Ji-Man Choi. And as we talked about throughout the night, Cookie, the Rays pitching made it hold up.
Yeah, it was Rays pitching being dominant and Yankees pitching working out of tough jams, or maybe just taking advantage of the Rays' lackluster offense. But hey, no insurance was needed, just the 1 run, and they won.
See, the Yankees got a lot of double plays to keep themselves in this game. Avino came out of the bullpen in the 7th, got a big strikeout of Brandon Lau. Keep the Yankees in the game. The Yankees bullpen danced with danger, but continued to escape damage. See what happened in the 9th. Otero getting a double play. Again, to keep the Yankees in it. That was the 3rd time Adames grounded into a twin killing, but the Yankees offense was nowhere to be found tonight as Nick Anderson struck out the side in order in the 9th. 21 pitches to do it. Able to seal the deal, as this was the last, actually no, not the last one. This was the second strikeout of Stanton. That is how little action there was tonight, Cookie, in terms of offense, that the last 3 highlights are all from the 9th inning and all of them strikeouts.
Just goes to show, I mean, it kind of goes with how long that 9th inning was too. Nick Anderson had to work for it, but strikes out the side. Yeah, I mean, you said it. Beautiful job by the Tampa Bay pitching staff, and I guess for that matter, the New York staff too, to limit Tampa Bay to the 1 run, give the New York offense a chance. I guess the New York offense is really our loser of the game, if you will.
Yep, as Ryan Yarbrough gets his 13th win, he's now 13-4. Mike Minor, the loss, he is now 4-10. Nick Anderson, his 44th save. The Rays 1 run on 10 hits, no errors. They left 9 tonight. The Yankees, no runs on 2 hits, no errors. They left 5. Our final time of game tonight, 1 hour and 37 minutes. And before we get ready to pick the baton handoff, any final thoughts, Cook?
Go everyone but the Yankees. Happy to see the Rays win. Happy to work with you again too, Justin. Was a lot of fun.
Definitely was, Cookie, as real life mimics the bot-ball universe. The Rays beat the Yankees 6-3 at the stadium tonight in the real world. They win 1-0 tonight in the bot-ball universe as well. Final particulars, my next broadcast will be tomorrow, also at the 8:45 slot. I'll be with Cook guy, I believe that's J.D. Gregory. The Reds and the Red Sox tomorrow at 8:45. Cookie's next broadcast will be on Thursday, 7 o'clock. The Cubs and the Dodgers. Be with Hines A.S., Andrew Heaney for L.A., John Lester for the Cubs. But it is now time to welcome into the booth Mike Anthony, Great Aether Boss, the Phillies and the Marlins. Coming up, Zach Godley for Philadelphia, Jordan Yamamoto for the Marlins. Guys, welcome. How you doing?
Thanks, J-Rob. Doing great. How about yourself? Heck of a game there.
I can't complain with a good pitcher's duel. Last night, the game was more of a slugfest. This one, tight contest, but as we are pretty much right on time, 10:30. 10:32 now here in the East. I think it is time for Cookie and us to get out of your hair and hand the baton over. So, for Ian Barber, Cookie Eater, 45. My name is Justin Rock. The Rays beat the Yankees 1-0. It's now time to go out to Marlins Park. The 305. We'll see if Pitbull makes a guest appearance here tonight on Twitch.tv. It's Mike Anthony. It's Great Aether Boss. Marlins and Phillies. Take it away, gentlemen. Have some fun.
Thanks, J-Rock and Cookie. Another great broadcast. As always, you mentioned, J-Rock, we are right on time here for Bop Ball After Dark. A lot of that thanks goes to the Rays and Ryan Yarbrough picking up his 13th win of the season, 2 hitting the free-swinging, heavy-hitting Yankees. So they go down there in Tampa. And now we ship you down a little farther south in the Sunshine State. We've got Phillies and Marlins coming up here in an NL East battle. I'm joined in the box by Great Aether Boss. Aether, how you doing?
I'm doing fine. Thank you for asking. This is definitely an interesting game. 3rd in the NL East versus dead last in the NL East. And Mike, a lot of expectations for this Phillies team. And so far, it's been kind of an up and down season, nearing 500 right now as you see Jordan Yamamoto on the mound for the Marlins and his stats so far in the season. What's really been the key issue right now so far for the Phillies in this dog days of summer?
For the Phillies, it's just been consistency from day one. They'll win 3 in a row. They'll drop 3 in a row. They've never really been on a roll. They've gotten themselves behind the 8 ball here. They're 10 games out of the second wild card spot, so they've really got to get a move on here. Been playing better ball as of late. They've kind of solidified the 3rd place spot here in the NL East, but long way to go. As for the Marlins, they had some promise early in the season, but now they've really dropped off ever since the All-Star break as they have settled once again into last place here in the East as we are ready to get underway. Yamamoto is going to start missing down and away here. 1-0 count to begin the game.
Yeah, and you mentioned the Marlins really just kind of collapsing so far after the All-Star break, and they did trade away their second baseman, Jonathan Villar. They traded away some other pieces. This really is a lost season in Miami's eyes at this point.
Yamamoto missing again now, 2-0.
Ball 3.
So 3-0, Yamamoto not wanting any. Finally gets one across there, tries the outside corner and catches it. 3-1. Aether, I don't know if you're seeing this better than I am. You might have to take some play-by-play. I am really choppy on my end.
I am choppy as well, and I don't really know what's going on, but looks like it was grounded over towards second base, and quick, easy out number 1 right there on the ground out for Bryce Harper. And yes,
Harper
it was
grounds.
Jazz Chisholm with the...
Yeah, great backhanded stop there by Chisholm, ranging way up into that one basically in shallow center. Harper runs pretty well, so great defensive effort there. This was going to be put off the wall by Real Muto. Sorry we can't be more descriptive, but that one off the wall in left center. Going to be an easy stand-up double for the Phillies catcher. And a man on second here with 1 down in the...
Yeah, JT Realmuto has been nothing short of phenomenal ever since he came to the Phillies from, ironically, Miami here.